struggle feels like an endless fight. But the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 英雄不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer all through the smoke and shadows. No looking back, I'll forge my way, claim our fate. I love the future, we're on the front line. 英雄不能成败。I love the future, we're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future, whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life.
起来没？喂，起来没？起床没？啊。我是秦九俱乐部的 QI， 然后我们是从1年前吧，然后我们大家都一起住在这里，然后到现在也住了1年多了。
我们队伍氛围还是比较和谐的，然后其实私下里我们除了比赛，我们私下里的关系都挺好的。然后我觉得 QI 在我心中是一个特别重情重义，然后内心特别善良的一个人。
对你来说，他是什么样的朋友啊？
他是一个很好相处的朋友。
是那个秦九俱乐部的英俊，我来自浙江杭州萧山。
你们本来就是一起这样走来走去吗？
对，因为我们每天都上班来嘛，因为我们离得比较近，也就走个几分钟就到俱乐部了，所以基本上都是走路来。
邀请人，我先秒一个。
值班小区，值班小区，值班小区。
阿佳。
大家好，我是秦九俱乐部的川火焰段位的选手 QI， 我在队伍里面担任的是一个自由人加副指挥，然后相对单点这个一个位置吧。当时我们有个民间比赛嘛，那个叫百城联赛，然后当时跟队友，然后一起约到线下打那个去网吧打百城联赛，然后当时一起打比赛的过程当中，认识一个队友，然后他说就是有那个幸运选拔赛嘛，然后我们一起报名了，经过层层选拔，然后最后留了下来，签了合同，然后当了青训选手。
164，是的，听这边拦在半路上了。QY 这边的双杀，看看
优势可能就是我，会玩的枪械种类比较多吧，然后可能有时候打的比较灵活，加上灵活又有一些鲁莽那种感觉，对，所以说有时候爆发力特别强，然后基本上枪械都能用，不会占枪， 所以说这可能是我的优势吧。队员们对我来说像亲人、像家人嘛，因为我们5个都是新人嘛，然后组在一个队伍里面。反正大家各自努力嘛，然后每个队伍其实都是新位置，没有说什么就是互相压力怎么样，因为我们5个共同进步，然后每天上下班啥的，其实更像是家人一起在努力的朝更好的方向去发展。然后感谢支持我，还有支持我们的俱乐部的粉丝朋友们，然后也谢谢大家一直关注和支持我们，也请大家一直去相信我们，去支持我们，我们一定可以拿到更好的成绩的。
And that's actually a nice timing on it from ranking, but action just delivers it absolutely.
And he eventually does go down. Oof. I think Benfei could have doubled the C4 the Swan.
Total down.
Swung, and it is good for Benfei.
Take out the 2 snipers as Slayer. Here comes WY, is going to push in.
All the way around. Long takes the challenge and wins it.
Pushing out ahead, Adrian. Very risky.
Whoa.
Oh, hits him in the foot. Diana does clean it up, but now we got WY.
Off angle. Kiki, Bartel with, wow.
Another duel happening. Looks like the swing might just not be there for Lotus. YZK comes around the corner, will be able to find a triple kill, and somehow he finds 4K.
Push, he's got a great angle, and now he's got a lot of help from his team as well.
Host the utility to slow him down. It will be.
Gets a quick scope on, pulls out, not gonna happen. ZY's in a 5-8 trip. Trying CrossFire. ZY picking up, gets 1. Looking for second, gets 1. Looking for third, gets it. And all 4 kills are gonna be wiped down by.
Hello, CrossFire Esports fans in every corner of our world, and welcome to Day 7 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Matt Andrews, and we are live here in Hangzhou in China, and it's today that we begin our knockout stage. After 6 days of phenomenal group stage matches, now just 8 teams remain to fight towards the World Championship title of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. And here in the knockout stage, well, the winners, they will progress on their journey to glory and will fight in our playoffs in front of a live audience in our new stadium. For the losers, though, sadly, their hopes will end right here, right now. It's do or die. Take your one shot. There are no second chances. You have to win in the knockout stage. So let's see which teams are ready to deal with this pressure. First up, our opening match of the knockout stage. It features the #1 team in Group A, who are China's Q9 Club, who only dropped 1 map in their 3 wins. Against them, only finding out yesterday in their game, they are the ANTISOCIAL team from Brazil, who need to recover from yesterday's loss and get that win right now. First on our stage, China's Q9 Club. And here are their opponents, the Giants from Brazil, ANTISOCIAL team. We're going to kick off the knockout stage on this amazing stage with China against Brazil, Q9 against ANTISOCIAL team. 2 teams who know how to win when it counts. Who's getting to the playoffs? Let's unlock the future.
Yes, indeed, it's a big day today as we enter into the knockout stage. This might actually be the craziest day of competition that we have had so far at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Of course, I am Elfish Guy, joined by Bench and Valdez once again to kick the day off. We're going to be taking you through all the action in this first series, and yeah, what a hell of a series it's going to be. As Matt said, both teams do know how to win when it matters, although I will question that because yesterday ANTISOCIAL lost to 3BL in what I think was a pretty important match.
And it mattered a lot, as you're saying. It was very important. If you get first in that group, you're going up against a much weaker opponent on the other side of the bracket, but that wasn't meant to be, and now we've got ANTISOCIAL kind of in a very rough spot. I think Q9 Club, you know, a very strong Chinese team, might even be one of the favorites to take the whole thing down. We'll just have to wait and see how far they can go.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable point, although today will potentially tell a different story. We'll find out. Though, before we do get into too much discussion here, Bench, I want to give a quick shout, of course, to SmartGate for hosting this wonderful tournament, and also a mention towards their partner, Tencent, for making all of this possible. We'll also give a big shout out to Sony InZone, the official partner for CFS 2024 Grand Finals knockout stage, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audio-visual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win.
Also, a special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals knockout stage. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introducing groundbreaking dynamic support technology. And with the air-operated lumbar support that is just using a lift lever, it's specially designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, well, look, let's get into some discussion about this first match, Bench. Obviously, Q9, Antisocial. You would have gotten to watch both of those two teams yesterday. How's the vibe on your side of the desk, let's say?
Well, for Q9, there's really nothing left to talk about. They are so far and by far the strongest team in this knockout stage. And to the side of Antisocial, like Valdez just mentioned, things are going a little leeway, so to speak. It's supposed to be Antisocial to be coming out on top of the last group stage, but they ended up losing, and now they will have to face against, of course, one of the harder teams to go against. And yeah, I mean, now for Antisocial, things are worse because they don't get to fancy another chance like group stage. It's a knockout stage. You lose, you're out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the top side of this bracket actually does look pretty stacked. When I say top side, I guess for you guys watching at home, you can look at that as the left side of the bracket right here. The way things will play out after we make it through these quarterfinals is each of the winning team will make their way into the semifinal, and currently that looks like Q9, Antisocial, Wolf Empire, Imperial on the same side of the bracket. So if things would play out in the highest seed winning discussion, that would be Q9 and Wolf Empire to play each other in the first round of stage 2 of the playoffs, which, like I said, that's kind of looking pretty stacked at the moment. I think if we're actually kind of like looking at it on face value, at least based on the group stage, those were the two best teams in the group stage.
Yeah, they definitely were. I think the left side of the knockout bracket is the stronger one, and we are going to have that head-to-head, no doubt in my mind. I think there are some really heavy favorites in both of those two teams, Q9 and Wolf Empire. We take a look at some of the stats here. All gamers, they did start off with a very high first kill to round win ratio. As at Imperial, they had, you know, those two matches where they just kind of stomped on teams that they were much better than, so those really kind of raised the rates over there. The round first deaths, very high for Vasco, one of the teams that is still left over. And then the clutch as well, going to ranking. They're not here anymore.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how many clutches you get.
Well, ranking,
they didn't win.
That's true. Ranking is the team that is losing the player the first time, like in the first death in the round, more times than anybody else. Actually by quite a significant margin there. And even though they're kind of making up for that by getting some more clutches than others, they're kind of just making the game a little bit more difficult for themselves. And I think even looking at that as well, you know, you see Antisocial up there as well. Maybe just kind of getting the vibe that some of their rounds are kind of coming off of their individual skill diff, and they didn't have that individual skill diff over 3BL last night, and that may be why things went a little bit wrong for them. But quite relevant that we've got Koi up here on the KD standings. He has been, I think, probably, the standout for the group stage. Again, having watched Q9 a little bit now, Bench, Koi really just seems like he can't be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, he's been hitting shots, he's been hitting the spray downs with the rifle and the so he's definitely dual on both weapons, and he's doing it by far the best out of all these players that are playing in this tournament right now.
Yeah. Solid stuff from him, of course, but a couple of other players there to shout out as well. Obviously famous, you know, it's a shame not to see him come through into the knockout stage, because I think just, again, such an incredible individual player. And Yobib for SGJ, pretty impressive stuff for him, sort of a young gun coming in, could have a bright future.
Yeah, you know, Sneaky was talking about, you know, we might see some roster moves. Where's Yobib going to go? Which team will he be with there in the Filipino region? Will be fun to watch. You saw ZY also on that list, Ice Cube on that list. A lot of familiar names that we are going to be watching in the coming days. So this is our matchup for today. We already did mention it. We start off with Q9 versus Antisocial, and then Wolf Empire versus Imperial. This first one feels like the more one-sided of the two, just because Q9 is really strong and Antisocial is coming off of a loss in a match that a lot of us thought they would actually win and predicted them to win. So it kind of lowers our expectations for that team, whereas Q9 have only gotten better and better over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I think if we take it at face value, especially based on the results from last night, this is an easy one for Q9. But I don't know necessarily if that's true. I actually kind of think Antisocial maybe underperformed a little bit yesterday. I definitely expect better from that roster. Again, this is a team of seasoned veterans, some of whom are champions on this kind of a stage before. So you do expect a pretty decent base level to come through from Antisocial. I just don't think they really quite hit that yesterday.
Yeah,
against 3BL.
One upside and one downside for Antisocial is that they have Gouken. So on the upside, Gouken, definitely doable player. He can clutch against the top Chinese teams. But the downside is they do rely sorry about that, on Gouken's performance to win the rounds. So if Gouken ends up going slow like last night, then it most likely will be Q9 just coming out on top 3-0. But if Gouken starts playing out of his mind, then things get really dicey for Q9.
Yeah, I think that kind of playstyle that Gouken and Antisocial sort of enable works against weaker teams. But once you go up against teams that have a little bit better fundamentals, particularly in those post plans, particularly in those clutch scenarios, you can imagine Q9 will be one of those, and also teams that have better individual players who are going to be more difficult to clutch against, the likes of Koi, the likes of XMY. That clutch ability, that sort of clutch percentage, I guess, for Gouken will go down dramatically. So you can't really be relying on that quite so much. And, you know, while he still has impressive looking stats, a nice KD here, etc., I think, again, I do have to continue to be a little bit critical of that style that seems to be, honestly, more prevalent in Brazil than anywhere else. Like, you think about it, not just in relation to Antisocial, but even for Vasco as well. How many times we're talking about the MG special? I think it's unreasonable at that point to really have that one player alive, which in this case for both those teams is the sniper. You know, they're obviously trying to make that a thing. They're not wanting to get them involved into the round early because they're trying to set themselves up for success later. But the fact of the matter is they're just not winning those clutches. So you have to try and do something a little bit different. You have to try and change something up and maybe take a leaf out of some of the other teams' books, the likes of 3BL. They've got Snare. They're trying to activate Snare early in the round. You can see the aggressive plays that he's trying to make. And if you get your best player, which I think Gouken, you know, he is that player for that roster. You know, if you get him involved in the round a little bit earlier, getting 1 or 2 picks in the start of the round, even if he does then go on to die, makes the round a little bit easier for his team to play out. But either way, this is the run that we've seen from Q9 so far. Ranking Vasco and LCK going down. And look, I mean, it's a clean run pretty much. They did drop a map to ranking, but those are not the most difficult of teams, I think, to get past. So I don't know, have they really properly been tested in this event so far?
I mean, it's a good question. I think when it comes to the group stage face-offs that you have, they're generally going to be pretty easy for a Chinese team and even for a Brazilian team. Now, one of the issues for Antisocial is that, you know, they took down SGJ. It was the first match. SGJ came out a little slow. You know, they weren't exactly playing at their top level. We've already seen Next Top. That wasn't very impressive for us. I think the bottom 2 teams on the side of Vietnam were really struggling at this tournament, as we hear Antisocial going nuts behind us before the match even begins. But yeah, that loss against 3BL Esports is really a big one. And 3BL are great, but we definitely expected a bit more out of Antisocial. Even a map take from them would have been better coming into this match against Q9. You really need that kind of groundwork coming into a big match like this. And it feels like they're trying to shout and yell their way into that confidence that they may have lost yesterday.
Koi versus Gouken, as far as key players are concerned, where do you sit on that one at this point?
Well, just going back to what you were just mentioning, I feel like for most of the Brazilian teams, they do rely on their armors or that one superstar player as their main game plan. Main and the only game plan, essentially. And, you know, if you're trying to win the rounds out, like, you need to devise other plans. Like, okay, you can get your armor active and all that, but you also need to have your macro ready to take down to the Chinese teams. But, like, okay, like, Gouken, key player, of course, that's a given. But XMY on the side of Q9, he's been quiet on the first couple of days of the group stages. Now he's starting to come alive. And on top of that, they have Koi as a secondary plan to, you know, take the rounds on.
Right.
And then, you know, like, blink of an eye, you see players like QS or like YJ like starts doing some weird stuff and they start to win the rounds for the team. So Q9, they have multiple plans to win the rounds, but for the side of Antisocial, it does only feel that Gouken is their only plan.
Yeah. Talent predictions across the board looking pretty good for Q9.
Yeah.
No surprises, obviously, on the Chinese side of things.
Oh, but the Portuguese casters are going to say no.
I would say it's pretty damning, though. If every other region, everybody else goes the way of Q9, except for the Portuguese broadcast, right? Like, they're always going to vote for their team. Fair. Although we don't actually really do that. Sometimes I vote against 3BL. Anyway, no bias, hashtag, whatever. But Q9, getting every single vote, apart from those from the casters from their region, kind of tells you a little bit of a story.
So Q9 is often called the Youth Storm in China, as the rosters form with rookie players who never had the chance of playing in the international stage. On the other hand, Antisocial consists of veterans who might have the edge in handling high-pressure situations. he's really looking forward to this matchup, regardless of who advances, as long as both teams perform with their very best. It's going to be a great match. I think that's key, right? If Antisocial actually play at the level we expect from them, they can definitely challenge Q9.
For sure.
But based on what we saw yesterday, I'm not too convinced, and I feel like Q9 is just getting better and better. Even XJ, you know, like the IGL comes out, he does like spins in the vents and just makes his opponents look silly. LCK were really struggling with that, and now I think coming into this one, they should be the heavy favorites. As we are taking a look at the maps that we have had so far.
And the stats do by far look so much better on the side of Q9. Even taking that sub-base win, like you said, XJ having a huge moment in events. Yeah, I mean, when it does come down to the veto process, now that we are in best out of 5, each team only gets to ban one map. And, I mean, if I was to lead or coach Antisocial at this point, I just don't know. I just feel like it's hard to pick that one map that I can veto out, because every map on the board seems to be Q9's favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically in this matchup, I mean, you're looking probably at Eagle Eye, just based on the numbers there, as being a particularly threatening one. Obviously, that can be a bit of a Orm-centric map. We know they like to set Coconut for success, and you know, maybe that's what we've discussed, not a good thing actually for Antisocial. But I think if I'm Q9 here, I'm probably getting rid of Eagle Eye, to be honest with you. But as you say, it looks like their map pool's pretty strong, so comfortable across the board. I've been having a look at the playoffs bracket here, and I'm actually just starting to wonder, like, is there a world where we don't see any Brazilian teams progress today or tomorrow? It's Q9 Antisocial. We've obviously all gone the way of Q9. Feels like it's not a done deal. Obviously, we're not even in the server yet, so you can never really say, but that one feels like it's a bit of a lock. Wolf Empire Imperial. I always find Wolf Empire can be high highs, low lows, so that's again a bit of a question mark, and I do think Imperial's a good squad, but I think generally speaking, most people are probably going to be leading Wolf Empire for that one. And then 3BL Vasco, like Vasco really did not look good yesterday at all. 3BL were on an absolute barn burner. So again, that's probably a pretty close matchup, but I can see a world where 3BL actually does win that one, quite frankly. So this would be the first time in a long time that a Brazilian team did not make the top 4, if that were to play out. So that I think is a pretty critical conversation that we have to think about over the next couple of days.
Yeah, really the big matchup I'm looking at is maybe if Imperial can turn things around, because we talked a lot about how Antisocial, they didn't really meet our level in our minds, our expectations, and I feel like Imperial can be a little bit similar with that. And we know that they are a team that can challenge Wolf Empire, but again, they just didn't show the best performances in group stage, which was weird because a lot of Brazilian teams are actually really good in group stage, and then once it gets to the higher pressure situations, the big stadiums with a lot of Chinese fans, it becomes a little bit overwhelming. But in this case, it was kind of every Brazilian team kind of underperforming. So they're really the first seed from Brazil. They're really the team that I think we can look at and say they should be able to perform at a much higher level, and maybe they do get that upset over Wolf Empire. No spoilers, but I know it's not 100% prediction outside of the Portuguese casters for Wolf Empire.
Oh, interesting.
There is someone who did go ahead and pick Imperial.
From our...
There is an imposter among us, yes.
Oh.
But
not me.
I can see what he's thinking. You know,
Right.
if there is going to be an upset from a Brazilian team, it might be in that match,
Yep.
even with how good Wolf Empire looked.
All right, let's get into the picks and the bans, as that's obviously going to be quite important here as well. Viana's got the strat book out.
Ooh, now they're finally pulling that pad out.
Hopefully it's the Holy Bible of
We
Brazil.
haven't seen that in the past couple of days, didn't we?
No, I don't think so.
So Antisocial might as well give all they've got. They're going to ban Mexico. I mean, justifiable.
Yeah.
Try to activate Gouken a bit more on the more wide angle of the maps, rather shut out the maps where it's only close quarter combats are taking over dominantly.
Yeah, rifle dominated map, Mexico. We theorized about the Eagle Eye ban out here from Q9. Let's see what their choice is going to end up being. I'm sure they come into this one pretty prepared, but Black Widow taken away.
I mean, Brazilian teams tend to have better understanding, well, not better understanding against the Chinese teams, but of the map pool, Brazilian teams do have a better understanding of how to play the map more oftentimes than maps like Compound.
Right.
So taking Black Widow away is also a very decent veto from Q9. I mean, Q9 could get away at this point, I feel like, banning any maps.
Port first from the side of Antisocial. they don't have, you know, huge win rates on this map, but it's not really about that. It's just about they've looked good on it so far. Gokun is able to perform to a big level on this map, and I don't mind it at all. The Eagle Eye, I would assume, eventually does come out here. Although, if you're Q9, maybe you just go ahead and pick sub base, just because, well, you're looking very strong on that map. They don't need to rely on Koi on that map. The Riflers were able to have an excellent performance on that one. So let's see. I mean, Ankara and Subbase are still available, and I feel like those are the two most picked maps we've had in this entire tournament so far.
Yeah.
So very popular when it does come down to it. Ankara, another potential choice for Q9. I would say it's one of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this port pick, honestly, from Antisocial. It's not been a go-to for Q9 at this event. We haven't seen them play it at this event at all. I actually haven't really seen it from Antisocial all that much either. So, you know, if Antisocial coming into this one with a good game plan, it's going to be hard for Q9 to read into that. But as you were saying, I mean, sub-base, it feels like we're barely going to play a series at this event without a sub-base in there. It's a favorite amongst the Chinese teams that Q9, no real surprises to be angling in that direction. I've got to be honest, though, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, not too bad for Q9, both of those maps. I do like, without having really actually seen Q9 at this event on port, I do like their chances on it. I like their prospects. I think they've got a good sort of setup for it in that, you know, again, Koi has been a real standout. I think he'll be able to get a lot of work done on port. Eagle Eye is going to be taken away actually by Antisocial.
That's
balls
interesting.
Yeah, it's the ball's in Q9's court here, isn't it? Oh, never mind. We're playing a best of 5. I've forgotten. Goodness.
Yeah.
So Eagle Eye not taken away. Eagle Eye actually picked.
Taken away from the maps that can be picked in the future.
Oh, I wasn't
map pool.
Weren't we expecting Q9 to be the one to pick into Eagle Eye rather than Antisocial?
No, I was actually expecting Q9 to ban away Eagle Eye. So I don't actually hate, again, like I don't hate that as a pick from Antisocial. I think that's not a bad shout. Ankara is going to be picked up here for Q9 as well, but honestly, outside of maybe Eagle Eye, I'm not really feeling it for Antisocial so far this veto.
Yeah, I feel like this veto makes a lot of sense, you know, like the port coming out first might be the one interesting part. Like Antisocial could have picked Eagle Eye first, but maybe you want a map in there that you're very comfortable with right in the middle. They are comfortable on ports, even though, again, the stats didn't show a huge amount of games on this one. Probably gets banned against them a lot in the region. Is still definitely a strong map for them. And then Subbase Ankara for Q9 just makes way too much sense. They're able to pick them when they're available on their times, and then Compound is left for the 5th map, which haven't seen these two teams highlight all too much. So it makes sense that it gets left until the very end. Will we make it to the very end of this best of 5? I sure hope so, just because I really want Antisocial to show some of their best stuff, but for me, and for a lot of us, Q9 were the big favorites, and I think they might just come in and get the 3-0.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be a real step up from Antisocial. The level that we saw from them yesterday is just not going to be even close to good enough. ADRF, he had a pretty decent day yesterday, I think, but everyone else was kind of off in a sense. There wasn't really any big moments from Antisocial. So, you know, you're sort of stepping out of the frying pan into the fire, right? When you're going from 3BL, to be fair, a hot 3BL, a 3BL that's looking pretty good, you know, and they did 2-0 Antisocial. Credit to them. Great series from the boys. But, I mean, Q9 is looking like a different beast at the moment. So I think this just goes from bad to worse for Antisocial. And that is the conversation that we were having on the desk yesterday, that game against 3BL for Antisocial was a really important one because it meant that they would have dodged this matchup. They could have played against Vasco instead, which just feels like a way more enticing prospect. But unfortunately, Antisocial, they've put themselves in this hole. Now they have to dig themselves out of it.
I mean, it's Antisocial. They put themselves in this position. It just went into the wrong roundabout and can't come out anymore. Or, I mean, there's still chances of Antisocial taking this into Map 5. The one factor that the viewer was pointing on is that Q9 is rather a more rookie and newer team. Although they have the individual mechanics up on the top of China, everything else, they have it, but the mentality might not be there. And Antisocial, they've been in the business for a good while. And when the pressure really just kicks in, then that's the one thing they could try to, you know, capitalize on top of.
Yeah. Again, though, when we're talking about Chinese teams in particular and that rookie status, I think it is a little bit of a bait because they are very used to this kind of an environment. Maybe not the stakes necessarily because this is the biggest tournament in the world, but they have the most impressive region. They have the strongest region. They're used to playing on stage domestically. Obviously, we are in China. This is home ground territory for them. They should be pretty comfortable. You know, they are at home. So even though they may be a little bit newer to this exact stage than the likes of Antisocial, they do have a lot of stage experience. They do have a lot of high pressure game experience. I don't think it's going to factor in quite as much as we might have for other teams from other regions. But that's enough conversation. It's time for game to get underway. It is the first match of the knockout stage. Q9 taking on Antisocial.
It is going to be Port, where Antisocial is now going to get tested, whether if they're going to survive in this knockout stage or not. They're going to start on the blacklist side, if that makes them feel a little bit better. Brazilian teams tend to be more aggressive than the Chinese teams in terms of playstyle, and hopefully the side they are going to have to play benefits them a little bit more.
Yeah, that is a good question to see what the pace of this is going to look like, right? Because we could easily have Q9 just kind of sit back, wait for Antisocial to aggress into them. Q9, not a stranger to putting on some pressure and looking for some cheeky angles. So we'll see what kind of game plan they have in mind. For now, Antisocial, definitely a execution-heavy kind of team. Just going to throw in a nade for now. And not looking to do anything too rash to start us off this series. A lot of nades coming in. We've seen so far in this map here at this tournament, there hasn't been, I feel, as much A-long pressure. I feel like it's been a bit of a mix. We've seen a lot more looks at mid-bridge and parkouring in and trying to fight in B main. That I feel like that has been the main corridor where a lot of the teams are going for aggression.
Yep. Yeah, I really think that makes a lot of sense, though. Honestly, like when you look at A and the way that you would think about taking it, A-long feels like a pretty formidable territory to get across. There's not a huge amount of cover. Kind of giving at least 2 or 3 shots to the sniper on A, and at this event, there's a lot of very strong snipers. So XMY being one of them, definitely. Goken, obviously, on the other side of the field, but talking about, you know, the likes of Ice Cube, Snare, these kinds of names do even. You don't really want to be going up against them, but maybe you do if you're someone like ADRF and you can hit shots like that one. XMY taking out the picture early on in the piece, but there's only 20 seconds left here for Antisocial. They will have to be clean on the rest of this entry, and so far, it's taken them a lot of work to even get onto the site. They have just been rolled by the rifling core of Q9. A couple of trades do come back, though, and the plant will go down. Goken, good shot. 1v1, Koi and Goken, the 2 key players at the start of this. Already a head-to-head in the first one-on-one. A big clutch on offer here for either side to get things under the way. But Koi playing it a little passively here could be a problem. He's letting that timer tick away from him. And Goken has not been spotted. He doesn't have any idea now where Goken could be or is. Time is starting to tick away, and Koi has to make his move. Goken surely spotting him for a second there, but maybe not. Koi waiting for him up the stairs. Shots missing all over the place, but the Colt comes out. And this time, the Colt will ring true.
And the Brazilians are going to start to get loud. I mean, Koi almost denied that plant with 6 seconds left onto the timer. But at the end of the day, the guy who was sticking to C4 was able to get it down, set it up, get it ticking. And Goken, the last player alive, was able to use that timer to himself. And the Colt bullet, of course, was absolutely on point. Goken going aggressive.
Wow,
the nade is going to take a bunch of health away from him.
Yeah, and XMY not going to make the same mistake twice this time. He'll be opening the round up instead of being the opening pick for the round. It's already a very different situation now for Antisocial.
Yeah, the difference here is getting very aggressive. Here comes XJ, going to win a 1v1 as well with Viana. The 2 IGLs going head-to-head. We do finally have a kill coming in here, taking out YJ. Going into B main once again. This has been the way to go. They have opened up this area of the map. They don't have the C4, though. Doesn't look like they were ready to go for a quick push or anything like that. So Q9 given time to rotate over. And will Koi peek this? Yeah, okay. He's just running on in.
And now he's going to run into Adrian. It's going to be better.
I like
coming out alive. And now Yu's also going to find the drop into Lucan, leaving Gokun all alone.
It's a great choice, honestly, from Q9. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression, honestly, there from Koi, but in the numbers deficit, they do want to try to be a little proactive. Obviously, Koi's been having a great tournament, so just try and set him up for a little bit of a play there. And it did work out. It's brought Q9 back to the 2v1. Again, Gokun going to be tasked with the clutch. And this is fairly typical of Q9. We see this a lot. I do like how active they get in these kinds of situations, as long as they're doing it together, which they always do. You'd look at this and say, worst case scenario, probably the guy goes around the corner in front of you, he dies, but you should be able to trade that 9 times out of 10. So it is a winning strategy from Q9 unless things go completely awry. You know, maybe Gokun hits a collat. You can't really like factor that in, but this is how you win these kinds of rounds, and Q9 playing it very intelligently, and it's going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, they were clearing out every corridor, rotating from B down towards spawn towards A, now pushing out towards long, and then eventually Gokun delaying enough time for Q9 to catch up right behind him. I mean, now I'm thinking that round, had Vienna won that duel against XJ outside of B, things could have been different, but at the end of the day, it was XJ just jumping out, finding the head of Vienna to find the opening frag. So that's that, as Q9 will catch up and tie to a 1-1.
I like as well how Q9 get loud after that round win. It was a 2v1. They take down Gokun, but I think they're trying to send a message as well. Obviously, pretty much every Brazilian team is going to get extremely loud after some wins and at the beginning. So Q9 saying, "Hey, we're here to get loud, and we're here to intimidate you guys as well." And yeah, very nice round from the side of Q9. Does feel like Antisocial is taking things a bit slow. Wouldn't mind to see them up the pace. Here they go. As a team, YJ just going to spot that back away, concede that part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to get traded out at the position. And now Antisocial, after taking B, Halls is thinking about testing down towards middle, which is being watched by Koi, of all the players.
I think you could throw a little bit of a better smoke there, honestly, if you're Q9. Have it go a little bit deeper into the warehouse. YJ looks like he wants to play behind it anyway, so there might be a little bit extra to that thought process. Antisocial not really headed in the direction of B, so it's probably a moot point right now. YJ pushes. Again, proactivity on this GR side from Q9, getting rewarded.
Yeah, for me, again, it just feels like Q9 have a better understanding of, when they can push, when they can't. The one round they lost, it was really just down to the push onto A, and they rotated a little bit fast. Koi not going to be spotted here, and the timing of this is just incredible, as we are going to not watch it. Okay, we come back. Koi on the flank, huge kills come in. And now Gokun, 17 seconds. They've really just not given themselves any time, and Q9 gonna get the kills and not even wait for the time. So Q9 absolutely dominating so far.
I feel like this is like the first time seeing the Q9 boys start to, cheer up a bit more.
Well, I mean, it's
voice up.
Honestly, kind of feels like maybe this is the first actually important game that Q9 have to play at this event. Like, obviously, they have to make their way through the group stage. There's no question about that. But
they were going to do that anyway.
Yeah, it kind of felt like a bit of a formality, right? Where this is the one where they actually can get a little bit invested into it.
Yeah, it was almost a given, but going for a quick mid-aggression, Adrian and Vienna's going to send it. YJ gets taken out. Now XJ is going to have to run and book it for his life. Took a bit of a damage, but he is still alive.
A little faster that round from Antisocial, kind of catching Q9 off guard. Two-man push down long. Going to boost XMY. This, again, is the thing I really like about Q9. They're just so... I keep using the word proactive, but they just keep doing things. They just keep pushing or having a little bit of a look here or there. You're never really sure what they're going to bring out. And it must be difficult to play as Antisocial on this blacklist side, knowing that at some point, somewhere, Q9, they're going to get up to some kind of shenanigans. This time, might have blown up in their face a little bit, as Antisocial waits for that over-aggression, that over-peak, and they get themselves another kill.
Yeah, the first kill value in the series, incredible. The timing here on the push was good, but the shots rain true from Fiana. Gokin as well. Gonna line up one. XMY has it all to do against 4. And he's gonna have to push through smoke here as well with an AWM. Not looking good for him. We'll see if he checks the Adrian angle or if he just goes down. Yeah, no, he's just done for. First kill goes to Antisocial. Q9 try to get proactive, try to find angles, try to claw it back, but instead they just fall one by one. And Antisocial get a strong round.
Yeah, Koi going down basically granted mid-control for Antisocial, and they were able to either go A, either go B, like whichever side they prefer, and was able to use that man advantage to a round. Right after one of the players, Q9, went down, like you said, Jordan, they were trying to get proactive, boost XMY on top connector to gain a bit more map control with a man down. In that case, they were able to send one more player down towards mid, down towards B.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the L side of Port, being at 2-2 at this stage of the game, must feel pretty good.
It's all on XMY and you to hold the aggression. Here comes the setup. They are completely blind, has nothing to do about it. And Antisocial's going to start sending it in. XMY trying to get some bullets landed. Jump shot's not going to hit. WY already is going to find himself on top of the bomb site, taking out XMY. It's actually Gokin stealing the kill away.
What?
And XJ is going to drop down, go down, and
what?
you as well gets traded out, not able to hit those spray downs. What is going on for Q9? Antisocial's going to find one more huge round to themselves. It's going to be 3-2, and Q9 desperately calls for timeout.
I am not surprised we're seeing a timeout there from Q9. If I'm the coach and I'm watching that round, I mean, you heard my reaction as it was happening. That was a massive blunder from Q9. First of all, XMY completely disregarding the ladder push. Feels like that's maybe just a little bit of a mishap on his individual decision-making, because there was so much time for Antisocial to make that cross where he wasn't actually watching, and someone did come up that ladder indeed and sort of caught him in the side. You know, and then the player jumping off the top, trying to take the fight aggressively. Kind of a wild little attempt from them, and big whiff as well on the retake of the top side. So just a very, very messy round. Maybe things kind of getting out of hand in the comms for Q9, someone getting a bit too agitated, I'm not sure. But yeah, wild round. It did not look calm at all. It did not look collected, and kind of want to nip that in the bud pretty early on in the piece. You don't want it to fester and get too out of control, because that's where Q9 can really start to spiral here. Got to be, as the coach, looking at that and saying, let's just get a mental reset right here. That round, it fell away from us. It happens, but mental reset, go back into this, and let's play our game and let's win.
Yeah, and is going to utilize this time to bring some more tactics out. I mean, that A-take was flawless, I would say. The flashbangs completely blinding you at the bottom site, and XMI on top of bomb site, so they've been practicing those lineups all day long.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, it was just a really nice execution from Antisocial. They got out there on long, and the one thing I would say is that Q9 have to expect them to, you know, up the pace there, to be faster. You know, XMY totally caught off guard, as you mentioned. They threw a couple of flashes, and they're like, all right, we have time. Let's, you know, let's punish this. But immediately they just got rolled over. And also, it doesn't help Q9 that Gokin can just sit in the back, and even with a guy flanking, just takes his head off. Makes it look so easy. And Antisocial, they get 2 rounds in a row. That's the timeout gone now from the side of Q9. And they're already behind from their global risk side of Port.
And then imagine this, switching sides after the first half, and now Q9's on the blacklist side, not being able to break the defense Antisocial, and they don't have the timeout anymore. That's very scary to me right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the start to the series that Q9 would have wanted. I mean, GR side of Port down already around. Antisocial looking quite solid. I don't even know if it's just Antisocial looking solid. I think it's also a little bit, couple of these rounds, Q9 with a mishap here and there. It's a dangerous position for you to play in, obviously, but covered off by XMY, holding the deep line from A, so he can cover the long push. But as soon as you give away your information, you have to get out of there. So Wise choice from Q9. Again, a little aggression out on A, a little aggression out on B. They were pushed into warehouse, but just backing off as the timer starts to tick away. Again, I don't dislike the way that Q9 is playing from a stylistic standpoint, but some of these rounds just not getting converted. Maybe the execution's just not there at the moment for Q9.
Yeah, and there's only about 35 seconds left on the timer. And Antisocial hasn't rotated out from A, so this most likely will be an A hit. But unfortunately for them, we do have 3 players down towards B for Q9. Another set of setups coming, throwing in. You and XMI is going to pick up a piece each. And Yu's going to make that a double kill, looking for a third in a trade duel. Bullets with Lucam. And they're going to have to hit some shots. There's only 15 seconds. Goken's on a full rotation. And this round most likely is going to go towards Q9.
Trying to get the quick scopes is Goken. He lands one, but 1v5, a little bit too much to ask for him. And you can see that time around Antisocial, a lot less time. As, by the way, this is the round prior. It really just came down to Goken lining up a 6 shot. And take a look at this. Ooh. Sees him out of the corner of his eye. Should have been an easy one for XJ, who maybe was a little bit quick coming off the top rope there, but
Goken done him dirty.
Yeah, doesn't really matter. Goken's just that good. But yeah, previous round, that was a bit of an iffy one for Antisocial. I feel like they didn't give themselves enough time. They didn't get the pick on XMY. And now here we go, quick again into main. It is a trade 1-for-1, but we can see the bomb is not with them at this point in time, so not looking to push just yet.
I mean, I'm fine with this trade if I'm Antisocial. You're still on the blacklist side, and you're weakening and thinning out the defense line that Q9 can put out.
Viana seems to be on the bomb duty. Lots of comms still being made on the stage from Q9. So even though they're not moving, they're still talking about something. Smoke's gone down in mid. That information's being communicated across. What does that mean? What can that possibly result in? Those kind of questions you have to ask yourself when you're on that defensive side. It's easy for us to look at it and say, oh, they're going to B. But Q9 at this point actually have no idea. They don't really have a lot of information gathered apart from that push out on A, which is getting them something, but doesn't guarantee them that there's nothing along. XJ has to fall off from the boxes. X and Y here to try and assist. It's a fast rotate from Q9, but Antisocial are nicely out onto the site itself, if not having taken control. XJ will rip it away from them in the blink of an eye, and you in behind gets Goken. That ends up being a very easy round. Good protocols from Q9 and a great response.
That's more of what you would expect from Q9, right? You mentioned the protocols, the quick rotations do come in. I do think Antisocial on that entry just really not able to punch through at all. They didn't take down the bottom side of the site, and so that allowed 2 members of Q9 to just sit there, survive, and force Antisocial to push into them. And AS is going to take a pause after this one. Not a bad idea. A couple of really strong rounds into a couple of really weak rounds from them. So trying to grab back the momentum. They're looking for parkour play right down the middle, but Koi is there. He's got the M4. He's in position. He's still here, and Viana just not hitting any shots. That's going to be 2 kills now for Koi. XJ gets 1, and already the pressure has been totally dunked on. Lucam alone gets sniped down by XJ. And that will be a great time for a pause.
I was just listening to the comms because, you know, I haven't really thought about this, but we're obviously in the same room as the players. They're like literally just behind us.
Wait, really?
Yeah, believe that.
Oh, God.
I thought,
whoa.
This is the first time I've really realized, like, I can actually take one of my ear cups off and listen to how the comms are. And believe me when I say the Chinese team, they are just screaming. They are screaming non-stop.
All 5 of them.
It actually sounds like that might be all of them talking at the same time, yes. So who knows how the comms sound? It seems to me very cluttered, but obviously I don't speak Mandarin, so it may not be cluttered. It may just be my perception because I can't understand what's going on.
You're pretty good at the language, actually.
Yeah,
Jail.
Ni howdy.
Howcher.
They are making a lot of noise. Seems like the comms are pretty cluttered to me, but it's getting the job done. I think you need a 6-3 here, though, just to feel a little bit safer as Q9. It's been a bit of a bumpy road in this first half, but if they could secure the 6-3, they'd probably be pretty happy with the overall proceedings.
For the side of Antisocial, this pause will need to work some magic because going into the other side with only 3 rounds is not quite gonna cut it to take a map away from a team like Q9. And I believe Vienna is yet to find a kill. Sure, he's the IGL, but
yeah,
you also do need to lift some sort of a weight, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we've seen a lot of IGLs fragging out so far at this tournament. Vienna himself has had some really good maps. I remember that Black Widow against Next Top. And obviously, this is kind of the next level of competition. But 0 kills, definitely not what you want to see. We'll see if he can turn things around. As for now, he's kind of just playing the support role. Koi himself is just a huge thorn in their side in mid. And now he's going to take it a step further. He says, well, after your timeout, maybe let me do something a little bit unexpected here on port and push way up in mid. But the smoke allows him to do it, which means that Antisocial will be suspicious about it. And they are going to check all the boxes, try to make sure that they do not get caught out by Koi, who is now on the escape.
Definitely finding a better position for himself to hold. As now, Antisocial, the players are going to climb the ladder up on connector any moment soon. And also that Koi can hear every single footstep that Antisocial players are making. Well, that's a big info game on top.
Yeah, certainly it does help. Gokin has taken the extra step into B main. There is only YJ looking down that angle. Gokin hasn't run into him just yet, but there you go. Going to be watching it right there.
Ooh.
As now going to win the fight here on connector. Vienna picks up his first kill. And they don't have the bomb just yet, so they're going to have to collect that. Probably Lucom here to rotate over and look to maybe hit, well, I was going to say the A side, but
Yu's trying to make a play. And he's got 1 kill. Needs 2. Has 2. Actually, Vienna, I think, tying to full damage there. It's just enough to bring this one maybe back into contention for Q9. 2 on 3. Y on that bridge, dueling with XJ. It doesn't look like a favorable duel there for XJ at all. I think he's overstepped his bounds a little. Which leaves X and Y in the 1v3, and his shots are not on point. Looks like we're going 5-4, which I would consider a pretty good first half for Antisocial.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Probably not the best rifler in the squad. That's why he is the armor for Q9. Eventually goes down, and 5-4 half. Like you mentioned, Antisocial would be happy with 4 rounds in their pocket.
4 rounds is good. I think Antisocial, you know, there was a couple of rounds there that were very lackluster, but as you mentioned, the final result is more important. And you might look at these KD numbers and say, wow, you know, Q9's very far ahead of them, but they're playing GR side of port, or they were.
Yeah.
So that is always going to look that way. It's actually a very even map at this point in time. And now you've got the main reason why you even picked this map as Antisocial, and that's Gokin on GR side as a sniper. So now you're really digging into the main reason why you picked this map. Yeah. And I don't think that AS are in too much trouble here. They might even be the favorites to take it from here.
No, I think they're probably in quite a good position, actually. X and Y also not really finding a way to activate on this map. Just the 3 kills in that first half. Leaves a little bit to be desired.
Whilst XJ trying to get on top of connector was naded twice in a row, he's down very low. So, unfortunately for him,
might have hit him as well.
Yeah, I mean, had that hit, he's gone even before being able to shoot a bullet out of his chamber. But it looks like Q9 was going to guide a C4 and 2 more players in towards B corridor, which is going to be held down by Vienna and Y.
Let's high-low setup. Flashes over the top, and Vienna has to duck back down. It ends up being a 1-for-1, which is not too bad for Q9. They do need to, however, clear Vienna out, and that seems to be a bigger problem than anticipated. YJ as well, taking the C4 forward there, has dropped it in a bit of an awkward spot that can now be covered off by Vienna. Q9 working hard, though, for this win, and they do fight their way into B. It was a battle, but the battering ram came out, and it's knocked down the door. B is open.
Yeah, especially Koi just clearing out the bomb site by himself with a double spray down. I feel like almost lined up for a while in Vienna, as Koi is going to be able to find a triple kill and the round for his team, as now they're going to start leaping out. It's going to be 6-4 with Q9, 2 rounds on top of Antisocial.
Yeah, those two names you see there, Koi and XJ, putting 1 and 1 together to really own that round down. Just very nice entry. At first, it was rough. I mean, they push in. They can't take out Vienna. They drop the bomb almost over the ledge, which may have made things a little bit more difficult. But really, that mid-push that came in from, I believe it was XJ, was really the crux of it. Because after that, AS just kind of collapsed like a house of cards. They didn't have any defense from mid. And that's something that we've seen a lot of teams struggle with, just trying to hold down mid when you are on the GR side, especially against stronger teams, and that can lead to just your whole defense crumbling, because it's fine to hold the back road of B when you know that you're super safe from mid, but if there are 2 people pushing you from multiple angles up and down, it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah. Looking like we're headed towards another relatively close map here, which I think would be almost difficult for Antisocial to handle if they would lose it. They lost 2 very close maps yesterday. You would go down 1-0 in this series on your map pick. 3 maps in a row. Mental going to be taking a beating there.
I mean, Vienna's now going to go for the AWM, so they're going to have that double AWM set up, and if he's able to find a frag or 2, Antisocial has a really good shot at holding the aggression down. As Q9 runs the clock down to a minute mark, was thinking about B, is going to rotate the C4 out all the way towards connector, down towards mid. The nerves are cracking for the side of Antisocial. If they do end up losing this round, well, it's going to be 7-4, and that's where Q9 really just feels no pressure to win the map away.
Yeah, once you hit 7, 8, especially if they get 2 in a row here. Goken, the only one up on top of A here, but he's got some help from Lucom, who does hit 2 shots, and Goken with the jump shot. And just like that, the aggression is pretty much done. I mean, XJ, the only one left. It is pretty much a flawless round. Only 1 person goes down.
Yeah.
Antisocial looking good.
Well, that was kind of what I was talking about when you brought up that A-long discussion right at the start of this map, why we don't really see that just straight up A-long hit as often maybe as we used to. I think the player skill generally has gone up pretty substantially in the sniping department, obviously, for those players on top of A, but even the riflers that are now obviously holding around the stairs position, it ends up being a bit of a crossfire that you have to try and break, and as soon as you lose 1 player, like if you can't cross that first or sort of second player, if you're Q9 there, it becomes very difficult to dislodge either the player on the side or the player underneath the stairs, at which point you're kind of screwed, because you're fighting a battle on 2 fronts, and that was exactly the case for Q9. Sure, Goken misses his first shot or doesn't get the opening pick, but LKK is there to help him out, provide him enough time to reset, go for another peek. He hits the 3rd shot, your round is over at that point as Q9. So works out perfectly for Antisocial, and I reckon Q9 are going to shelve that strategy for the remainder of this half.
You'd have to imagine. And I feel like Goken knows it as well. You know, he's peeking out of B main. He's like, well, I don't necessarily need to be over by A. I've got a couple of my teammates there. I believe Vienna's over there as well. So if he really wanted to, he could pick up an AWM and cover the angle. But the 2 of them should be able to hold down A just fine. As Q9, they feel the pressure. They wait until Goken's had his fill of basically seeing nothing, and backs onto the site. Now they're going to look for a hard push onto B.
They're going to give it a go. They're going to get going, but stopping them is going to be Goken, finding the opening frame with YG, make that a double kill with a quick shot onto you. Looking for a 3rd. He has the corner to work with. The nades are flying his way. The C4 is down by Adrian, and all things are looking not so great for Q9. Goken with another great shot, and the round is taken by Antisocial for a tie. And Q9 is going to struggle a little bit here on the side of Blacklist. Not being able to find a round.
Not really sure why Goken's not being put under more pressure there after he fires the first shot. He re-peaks the exact same angle. I don't think X and Y had an AWM at the start of that round. He certainly finished it with an M4, but if he's alive late in the round, once that first shot goes off, you need to have X and Y pick up that angle so that Goken can't re-peak it. Moot point now, because we're well and truly into the next round, and there's kills all over the place. It was an aggressive play from Antisocial into mid, which Q9 was set up for, but Yeah, I think just touching back on that, I think a little bit of a mishap for Q9 that they don't put Gokun under more pressure. They got the pretty quick, clean trade onto Y, but Gokun being allowed to survive for that long with no util getting tossed in his face, no sniper back on the angle that he was trying to fight. Just felt like a little bit too easy for him to get that routine second kill. And that's where it fell apart for Q9. But this round, looking much better.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, after that one, I feel like one of the issues for Antisocial is just, you know, round by round, it can totally change, you know, how much success they're having. And they looked great in that last round, and then all of a sudden they just kind of send it down mid and hope that they're going to quickly just overrun us. Now the peak timing was actually fantastic, but he's not able to hit many shots here. He's able to see two guys in Viana on the back of B alone. Gets taken down, and now we've got Gokun alone. Reads the pressure, but this bomb is planted.
I mean, that's an opening. Needs to find 3 more. Only feels doable by Gokun, but timer is against him. And the smokes from Q9 is going to delay the push for a bit longer. Flash up and over is going to swing towards spawn. But you have everyone looking towards base. Somewhat the arm shot not there. Colt out, not there. XJ will quickly trace the bullets and take Gokun out.
Yeah. Like I said, tight game definitely is what it's feeling like. And if it's going to be a tight game and Q9 is to win it, you have to imagine they have to do it by front running. Like, they can't afford to allow Antisocial a string of sort of 2-3 rounds here to allow them back in front. Just because Q9 are on that blacklist side, it's a bit harder to get it done. So the fact that they're kind of keeping their noses in front is what makes this feel doable. Even though Antisocial's looking a little bit better right now for me in this second half, just on the eye test. And XJ getting absolutely blasted by ADRF. There was no one there to trade. Q9 unable to find much actually on that mid push, and it'll take a miracle for them to win this round. ADRF is pushing down long and gives up his life for free. So if YJ could win a duel, maybe there was a world. Answer, however, is that he doesn't, and that leaves X and Y on his own. Pretty easy pickings for Antisocial.
Yeah, I mean, nice boost there from the side of Adrian. He got there so fast that the enemies just did not expect him to be that far forward. He gets a pick off, kind of forces the team to run down mid, and the entry was not that clean. Antisocial in control of this map. They're keeping it so close, 7-7 from the GR side of port. You gotta like their chances here, as now, you know, it worked so well last time. Can just send Adrian over, even if he doesn't get a kill. Just the threat of having him there can just force the enemy over to B, which is exactly what we see. They're taking B main very quickly. XJ already through mid. He's already in here. Who's watching mid?
Oh, huge whiff, though.
I mean, Viana's pretty low, and he's just kind of still running around. This is going to open up the site still, as there you go. They just have to deal with way too many angles as XJ, okay, he's doing a little spin once again. This time not in a great spot as Luke Calm trying to get in.
Oh,
nice spray from him. He's got a little backup as Adrian on the flank here as well.
Yeah, this could be the key play.
Yeah. Asian gets dropped by X and Y.
Or not.
So, all down to the hands of Gokun.
It could have been.
It could have.
Could have.
Could have, should have, would have.
There
Gokun
was
in the
a chance.
1v3. Gokun special.
Yeah, this is actually a real thing.
16 kills already. Jesus. Looking for his 17th. Shot's not hitting. XMI has moved out from the original position. Now get caught, but the Colt is a little bit better just out of XMY. Q9 will find a lead. However, it only so much feels that Antisocial really has the shot to just catch up here once again. Even that last round had to come down to 2v3.
Q9 keep their noses in front once again. Antisocial really struggling to put a multi-string of rounds together. Just getting one here and there is not going to be enough to win this map right now.
This is getting pretty interesting. I mean, anybody can win it from here. Gokun, he's trying to make the difference. You can tell. Like, he has come in and started off a little bit quiet, but not poorly, right? He was just not getting that many kills, but he was still on a pretty high KD at like 4-1. But then after that, I think he realized, hey, I'm playing a really good game. I got to pull some weight. Let me get out there. And since then, he has been the main carry for the team, as he oftentimes is. XMY wanted to take the duel. I just don't know if you're Q9, do you look to go A very often anymore? I mean,
Yeah.
they've had a lot of success at B and through mid.
I think the mid to B definitely feels like the best option for Q9. Maybe not so much in this round because it is quite a heavy mid defense. You can see LKK's looking there. ADRF is also. But if they can get in, it really just breaks open the map. You sort of cut the map in half. And honestly, this does look like a mid to B set once again from Q9. The smoke coverage is great. They've also dropped off XJ in middle to try and let him do some work. He was taken down on the rotation by the Antisocial members, and they struggled to clear out Viana. He's actually still alive so long. And Antisocial make that rotation in and win themselves their 8th round. They're still in it.
They're getting pretty pumped at this point.
Spirit is very high for the side of Antisocial. Tying it back up once again, twice in a row. And this is exactly what really happened yesterday is teams just trading rounds back and forth, but one team starts cracking out, takes 2, and you win the map from that point on. Could happen to Antisocial here, once again.
I mean, I'm worried for Antisocial, though. I feel like they've gotten to this point a lot of times, and even overtimes and extra rounds, and it's like, well.
Is it the curse?
You're so close. Yet, you can't win the rounds, or you can't win the maps. So hoping for their sake that they don't get too overexcited, that they're able to hunker down and win one more round at least. But I think at this point, avoiding overtime against Q9, probably a good idea.
You'd say so. Looked like for a moment, Antisocial were going to have to hold on to that A site once again. Q9 were kind of set up outside of long and mid, and I thought maybe they're going to go A. I was going to say actually a B hit right here from Q9 would definitely be the better option. There was a heavier trend over towards A from the defensive side. Q9 have made that call. They've made that read. It's quite the passive hold. It's Viana and Y as well. So no Gokun, no LKK over on this side. And those have been the guys that have been fragging. They're just really relying on this smoke coverage to keep Q9 at bay. But I don't think there's any doubt that Q9 is going to be going B. And their timing on this is actually fantastic. It's as Antisocial exited the site. So they're able to get out for free. But YJ is going forward with the C4 on his own. What's going on there? It ends up being a 1-for-1. But they need more kills here, Q9. And they really can't get it. They just don't go as a pack. They went solo. And now it's down to you and XMY. They're fighting for it. But XMY on his own, you'd have to think is going to have a difficult time. C4 in his hands. He could go A if he just knew ADRF was already out on B. He's made it across to A safely. That's a good call from XMY that makes this a winnable round, but it's been a nervy one for Q9 for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, that was just insane. The fact that XMY gets out safely and plants on A top as a sniper against Adrian.
Still not over.
If Adrian had an M4, that would be ideal. I don't think he's going to be able to find one. Oh, this positioning.
I kind of like it, I'm not going to lie.
Because you can't get spammed as well.
Yeah, exactly. That, and also the fact that it's going to take ADRF a little bit longer to clear this.
Oh!
He's unable to see because of that smoke, but that might play against XMY. He's just watching the angle. The tap's on the defuse here. XMY has to jump up the boxes and obviously has to make noise. So an easy win in the end, and maybe a little bit of a misplay from XMY, trusting the smoke that much.
Here we go.
The BMs are on.
Go.
Even the coach gets excited.
Coach is getting into it.
Oh, he's been, I would argue, more into it than the players for the last couple of rounds.
He's about to take a swing. He's not even close to the enemy team.
I love this. And now Antisocial finds their 9th.
Hold me back.
Q9 is at trouble. They're at bay right now.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been Antisocial. You could feel that they were looking very good on this map. It wasn't really meant to be Q9's from the get-go. We saw a very early timeout called by Q9. They were playing decently, but that's not good enough to take down Antisocial when they're playing at 100. So now, still a chance, an opportunity for Q9. They have been matching rounds by, dropping one, taking one, dropping one, taking one, and if they can bring it into overtime, I still think they've got a decent shot, especially with the second a second shot at the GR side as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Antisocial, they're fired up. Coach is about to create his own computer and jump into the lobby right now.
It's a forward hold as well from Antisocial. They're playing a bit more of a confident round out here just from their demeanor, I suppose. Means Q9's going to have to fight for warehouse control if they want to go toward B. I'm interested to see where XJ goes in all of this, because if he finds his timing in through middle, it could actually open this one up, but it might be too little too late. XMY, he has found an important trade. LKK floating around mid. All of this now relies on XJ, but he was spotted. And XMY, it feels this might be a little too much. Antisocial somehow come back and claim map 1. Ten to 8 on the first map there, and Antisocial might finally have broken the curse that they suffered yesterday evening against 3BL, who were able to win 2 very close games and put them in this position. But Antisocial, I don't know, is that enough to really feel confident going into the rest of this series? Because it is your map pick. It's your first map pick in a best of 5, which on paper says, we believe this is our best map. This is our best shot of getting a win. And you only just win at 10 to 8, and it took them a lot of effort as well. That one was really a little bit topsy-turvy. Just think about whether that clutch maybe goes the way of X and Y instead of going the way of Antisocial. All of a sudden we're in OT at this point, and it's a different ball game. So a win to win, definitely for Antisocial, but it is still a long series yet to play, bearing in mind this is a best of 5.
I just hope they're not out of energy after all the screaming and yelling. I doubt that Antisocial ever do get out of energy, even after some of that. But even I was feeling a little intimidated as they were standing up, getting ready to run across the stage and attack their opponents. I do think that Antisocial played a fantastic map, and they absolutely deserved this win. I think there were times where Q9 were looking okay, but it wasn't 100% for me. They looked pretty weak, pretty uncomfortable on ports.
YJ just went missing, bro. He's 0.31. That's crazy on this stage.
Yeah, Viana started off missing, but then he turned it up. You know, the energy went through the roof, and he was able to follow it.
Yeah, and for Antisocial, definitely a lot of heavy lifting done by Goken, 1.89 KD. I don't see that all that often.
He got involved a little bit earlier on in the rounds as well, didn't he? You saw him like on those entries, particularly towards B, the round that we were highlighting. He was actually like almost one of the first 2 players into the site in some cases, and that's kind of worked out for them. LKK, to be fair, also had a really, really solid game on both defense and on offense, and good supporting act from the rest of the lads as well. So no real surprises that the MVP is going to go the way of Goken. We'll take it as a dub for Antisocial, of course. On paper, it's a 1-0. But yeah, I obviously still have my reservations about the depth of the map pool for this Antisocial roster. How far can they actually take this into the best of 5? And we'll have to see what the next map is going to end up looking like. Obviously, Subbase, it's a map that Antisocial have been playing a fair bit here. Yes, there are some concerns. They've lost it a couple of times. It's been a little bit wonky, but it does give you good learning opportunities, and no better time to peak on that map than going into this one here in the best of 5 against Q9. And if there is a world where Antisocial end up going up 2-0, I think that's actually going to start to be enough to convince me, because again, Eagle Eye kind of feels like it could be a pretty interesting prospect now that this has been picked in by Antisocial. Right? Maybe they've got something in the back pocket for that one. And I'm not sure. I kind of agree with you, I think, in the sense that maybe Q9 didn't quite 100% show up today in the same way that we've seen in previous days. Could just be a slow start, could be still sort of waking up, but there's no second chances now. Well, I guess there technically is. Even if you lose sub-base, you do get another map. But really, you don't want to be going down 0-2 in a best of 5, because reverse sweeps, they don't happen often.
Just to throw in extra candies in the bag, I feel
that.
like sub-base is the map for Antisocials to actually even try for a 2-0 lead.
Sure.
Just because throughout how sub-base has been played out in this whole tournament, it was the map for the underdogs to take on the top dogs. Even yesterday, Swamp Gaming almost knocks out all gamers, almost taking into a golden round on sub-base, and Ranking was able to win sub-base to themselves as well. So it's that map for this tournament that it just may help Antisocial to start kicking things in and get a good lead on top of Q9.
Yeah.
I feel like it's part of the power of being first pick as well. You know, if you can get your favorite map, or one of your favorite maps, one of your top 2 maps, as the first pick, you get it, you win that, and then you go into a map that's not even necessarily too bad for you, and you win that, all of a sudden, as you're mentioning, you've got Eagle Eye as kind of that big
like a wild
booster
card.
pick. Yeah. I feel like they can do totally fine on that map. I think that Antisocial should be very confident on a map like Eagle Eye, and for Q9, I don't know. That, like, we didn't really see Koi pop off in a huge way. He was mostly playing M4 on ports. You know, that's kind of understandable just with the way the meta's been going. He didn't have to hold down the A site by himself very much, so they kind of moved him around a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, you know, if Goken's playing this well, and the rest of the team is playing this well on the side of Antisocial. Yes, they did some really funky things in the vents with the pirouettes from XJ, but that was against a much weaker team. Like, Antisocial is still a very strong team. Brazil is still a very strong region, and if Q9 don't perform, I'm getting a little worried for them.
And debatably, Antisocial, I mean, I don't even know if it's debatable, really. I think actually, definitely, Antisocial have been tested more in their group stage than what Q9 were. I mean, going up against 3BL, we've kind of obviously got to have a conversation around 3BL versus Vasco as to where that one would sit, but I honestly kind of am leaning towards 3BL at the moment in terms of like a power ranking. Obviously, they're a stronger team than the likes of LCK as well, and ranking, well, I mean, they were all over the place in this event. So Q9 kind of had a bit of an easy run in that group stage, all things considered, whereas Antisocial, I mean, the teams in their group were pretty interesting. They had a little bit to do. So that may be a world where we now have Antisocial that are a little bit more match fit. They've been tested a little bit. They've had to work a little bit harder. And they've actually suffered a loss in this tournament as well that is going to be a real wake-up call. Who knows what the conversation looked like last night for Antisocial after that game. I'm sure they were not very pleased about it. But maybe it is the kick up the backside that gets them switched on into gear, and maybe we haven't really quite seen the peak level of Antisocial just yet at this event, but no better time to start that rise than right now.
Yeah, I mean, before coming to the grand finals, the expectations for the Western teams, which team can take down a Chinese team, was usually, the names were usually like Imperial. But now we have 3BL on the talk, and now we're looking at Antisocial going for that overthrow. So, yeah, I mean, it's very doable at this point if they're able to take sub-base now, but that's a prerequisite. If they are going to lose sub-base, then it's a 1-1. Then you get to move on to Eagle Eye. Sure, it's rather more doable for Antisocial, but then we got Ankara and Compound, one of the most two, so to speak, default maps. And I just don't see in a world where Q9 loses Ankara or Compound.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that Eagle Eye, Antisocial needs to get at least 2 of these first 3 maps, right, to have a good chance.
Right.
If you're going down 2-1, like if Q9 takes up base and then we go to Eagle Eye and Q9 take that, I think it's just over. I don't see a world in which we're going to see Antisocial take both of those maps. Maybe they could find like some kind of upset on an Ankara. Can be a funky map sometimes, but I do think Q9 are still the stronger team in this one, so given enough time and given enough maps, you would expect them to still take it down, which is why the sub-base is going to be so important. It was the first pick for the side of Q9, which shows that even with the stats that didn't look all that great from them, at least in CFPL, they were able to boost it going into Path, and then now here they've looked fantastic on it. So it feels like the reason why they pick it specifically is they're just kind of on an upswing on this map, and they're really beginning to understand it better. So yeah, you know, we had our fan as well talking about how, you know, it's a young team, not sure exactly how they're going to perform. Maybe they get some of the jitters out, and maybe we see the better Q9 here for map 2.
Hopefully, but Bench, basically what I'm picking up from you in saying that Ankara Compound, you don't think that Antisocial can win that, is by default, what you're saying there is if Antisocial's going to win this, it has to be 3-0.
Almost a 3-0. I
Right.
mean, like Valdes said, Ankara, there is that slight chance where the playouts could go a little bit wonky, but Compound is definitely a map that Q9 should feel like home. Ankara, I would say like 80-20, but there's still that 20% chance that Antisocial makes an overthrow. So they definitely need to pick up the sub base for the side of Antisocial to keep the dreams alive. If not, it will become pretty dirty.
All right, well, time for sub base, and it feels like the script has changed a little bit. Big opportunity now going forward for Antisocial. Can they find another map win here on map 2? Let's find out as we're ready to jump straight into it. It is Antisocial to kick things off on the blacklist side. Double Orm is going to greet them. Q9 leaning into that on subbase is interesting of all maps.
Yeah, Orms could be put to good use out towards B, but that's like essentially the only place the Orms could really fire and do some work, do some heavy lifting for the team. As you can see, Koi is going to be holding a bomb site by himself with the arm of his own. XMY is going to be looking in towards middle. Also, that Antisocial was testing out towards Machine Room, trying to gain control, and it looks like they are able to do so. But they are going to delay the time just a tad bit more before making any official moves. Right now, just testing the water, just checking it out, just pre-firing some angles, doing some default wall bangs, try to catch anyone that's really out aggressive from the side of Q9 is what Antisocial is doing right now.
Well, no picks just yet. And honestly, I kind of feel like Antisocial have the same mentality there. Not playing too eager just yet in this first round, kind of just probing, testing the waters a little bit, seeing if Q9's going to go for any of those more aggressive plays that we saw on Port. Not really in a position where they need to just yet.
Antisocial is going to set up for a 4-man push down towards alt middle. It's being watched by XJ and
like
YJ. Oh, the lineups might just not be there. Agent somehow swings
Whoa!
in. This is going to be a clean take by Antisocial. Agent finding a double kill. Y as well, knocking out XJ. The bomb set is completely pried open.
Okay, well, even after seeing the result, I still don't like it, but it worked. So you can question the method, but you can't question the result. Antisocial, they should be winning this first round, and they need to do. They look like they're going to do it cleanly. Just insane entries being hit, but when you think about making that push, they're basically walking into a massive crossfire that somehow they still come away from with a huge advantage. And yeah, you now tasked with an ace clutch, which feels like it's wishful thinking.
Maybe they were sticking to that kiss, you know, keep it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid.
They just ran it down. They ran it down and it worked out. I don't know if it's going to work the second time, but if they're able to find a round like this, might as well just throw that simple strat in there for one-time usage.
Yeah, and if you feel like Q9 isn't really feeling great and they're getting a little intimidated, you can kind of just try to roll over them over and over and over and use the momentum early on in the round, early on in the map, I should say, to get a big advantage. You would assume eventually Q9 can call a timeout. XMY, though, gonna win a nice sniper duel against Viana. But yeah, if you can force them to call another early timeout, you're just really rolling your wins into more. You get the snowball rolling. So big shout out to Antisocial for putting on a great performance so far. And this would be a massive upset, you know. The Portuguese language commentators would
they'll be stoked.
They would be so happy. You know, the only people to predict these guys to win, if they can pull it off.
I feel like Antisocial caught up to what Q9 has been doing on subbase. Ooh, now they're going to start crossing. Koi's going to find one, but gets completely flashed and traded. Bomb site is open.
That's brilliant.
I mean, Antisocial's not sending it in towards vents at all. They know what XG is capable of. In the process, YJ does take Goken down, and the 2v4 is going to be Antisocial. Swing and a miss by Adrian leaves Y all alone to the clutch.
Sort of fell apart with the push in through wood. Didn't quite end up getting timed right. It was a nice entry into A, but has kind of fallen apart now. And Y, youngster, has got to pick up the scraps if he can. He's got time. And he's got the headshots as well. Oh, that was close. Last player coming in from stairs was obviously an alternative angle that he wasn't prepared for.
It's kind of ridiculous that he's even able to
Well,
pick up those kills.
Yeah, it shows you that the aim's working today for Antisocial, and it's threatening for sure.
I mean, Q9 really have to... I don't know if it's not showing enough respect or if they're just not on the same level right now, but they are kind of getting run over in many different angles, and Antisocial are keeping the pace up. They're not sitting back. They're not wasting time. XMY getting spammed through the door.
Is this going to be the nightmare again? He got spammed like 4 times in a row.
True.
In the previous days of group stage.
That was against ranking, wasn't it? First map of the tournament for Q9.
Yeah.
XMY had an absolute stinker. Like, he was not even existing on this map. I think he went 0.2 for a KD.
Something around like 0.22 or 2.3,
Something like that, yeah.
It was very low, and he was basically non-existent on the map.
Well, if Antisocial can find a way to make that happen again, they'll be in the box seat to win this BO5.
They're going to play this one with patience as well, as opposed to our earlier expectations that they're going to just kick the tempo in there. They're going to be playing very patient. I mean, XMI is already down very low, and another player, I think that was YJ or either you, that's also down very low. 2 players barely alive.
It's definitely looking like an A-hit of sorts. They do have Viana hanging out in machine room, but he threw the smoke directly into second mid. Here comes a bunch of utility down the stairs. These fast hits have been good for them. The first shot from Koi's going to miss, and this time the entry is strong. You, though, in the corner, trying to hide. Ooh, they're not going to spot him.
Yeah, how much is it going to matter here, though? He might get 1. I think it's fairly easily tradable. And ADRF is behind him. If ADRF stays in that position, it should be a pretty routine swing for him. He doesn't get the memo quickly enough. It's actually kind of opened up, but yeah, again, the trades are just comfortable enough here for Antisocial that they've still got their noses in front in this round. X and Y cleaned up. It was going to be so difficult for him to multi-frag from that position that it just isn't quite enough. You know, that's the problem. The entry was so clean for Antisocial, and they weren't bunched up together, so we had to look toward multiple angles, and it was a good effort, definitely. No doubt about that, but Antisocial get it over the line, and honestly, it was pretty comfortable in the end.
Antisocial's going to start leading out, and that's one thing that was least expected coming into this matchup. Sure, Blacklist side is better on soft base, but against a team like Q9, that's one thing that we also least expected to happen.
It looks like the rifling core of Antisocial have really stepped it up today. We're talking about Lukum, Y, and Adrian, and Lukum always had a great map on Port. Y and Adrian, so far so good on map 2. So relieving a little bit of that pressure and that necessity to clutch off of the shoulders of Gokun. So when he gets involved in the round alongside the riflers, that's actually a very scary looking Antisocial, and we're kind of getting, I think, the best of Antisocial so far today.
Yeah. I mean, especially because Gokun's able to unlock himself, as you said, and go very aggressive on the Blacklist side. You know, one of the things that Q9 is very well known for is their fantastic defense, but so far we saw in Port, they only went kind of average. And then now, if Gokun on the AWM is able to many times just get pickoffs and lead the team by getting some big leads, that is going to make the difference. You know, you lose X and Y immediately. You don't have much looking at Woods, except a couple of guys on the bottom of A here. If it's just a swift and clean engage onto the bottom of A where you don't lose too many people, you're getting in with flying colors. It doesn't look like they are going to go that way, though. Looks probably like a B hit from this. Let's see exactly where they want to attack as this push is coming out. Woods.
They're going to send it down towards Woods, but looks like Antisocial's made all the way in there. XJ does nothing. Eventually goes out to Lacombe. You and YJ will pick up a piece and Koi, and the bomb set was going to be able to hold one player out from the lobby down to a 2v2. With the C4 on the hands of, I believe it's Gokun. He does take a bit of damage while he is trying to cross. Does not matter. The bomb site is held down strong by Y.
You can see pause on already. This is what I was talking about. They forced the pause early. Oh, nice long-range M4. into Goken. Somehow Goken gonna lose that one, and there it is. A couple of kills goes to XY, or YJ rather.
What was that?
That was kind of crazy.
That was a
Very
round
accurate.
surely to be won by Antisocial.
I don't know how they didn't just plant and just play a little bit safer, or just not get headshot by an M4 when you've got Nom. I don't know how Goken didn't win that first shot. That's really the big question for me.
Neither do I.
But the timeout was forced, and that's really the difference maker this early on.
2-2. Same scoreline as what we had on map number 1. Gonna get that timeout once again. Obviously, anybody's guess as to which way this one's going to go, but I have to say I'm much more impressed by Antisocial today, and I'm kind of getting the vibe that this is really going to be a slog of a series for both teams. I think the way that the maps feel like they're playing out, you know, they're coming down to quite a few individual clutches, quite a few tight rounds, and that's generally an indication that teams are pretty evenly matched. So, look, there's every possibility this goes 3-0, right? But the 3-0 would be like 10-8, 10-8, 13-11, or something like that. Or we go to 5 maps, and honestly, I think if we do that, they're going to be some long, long maps, because these teams do really seem like they are quite tightly matched. But also, you know, if Antisocial go up 2-0 here, momentum's definitely going for them, and Q9 might just mental boom as a result, and that third map could be a blowout. So, quite a few options right here. Kind of on the precipice of finding out which direction it's going to take.
Yeah, that's really the question. How much momentum are AS going to get? Still very surprised they lost that round. So a decent amount to talk about for them. They also got flanked by a couple of guys pushing up woods who really made that possible. I mean, that was a kind of a done deal for AS, right? They were up a man. They had Goken with the kill early on. They were able to push very cleanly in through jail into B. They got a couple of entries there, but really what caught them off guard was the flank coming in so quickly. So certainly some boxes to check. I think Antisocial have been playing this very fast so far, mostly attacking within the first minute or so of the rounds. So maybe can play it a little bit more careful before they do get in. That doesn't mean I don't want to see Goken, you know, going in and getting some big pickoffs once again, though.
I mean, we're gonna see the replay sooner or later, but even then, the flank working out and all that, at the end of the day, it came down to a 1v2 with the guy in jail versus 2 players of an Antisocial, and I feel like they should have just double swung it and took him out, because Goken went down first, and then you give him a chance at a 1v1 tournament, and Q9 will just win that, and just like that, XJ's gonna find Adrian. Now, why trying to test him out does end up finding the frag, but XMI was waiting, will be able to take him out for a trade.
It's just looking really fluid for Antisocial, isn't it? They're making the right moves together. They're kind of backing themselves, backing each other. Good shot from Goken. You know, Goken is on today, obviously, as we've seen from Port. But the riflers also are really impressing me a lot more so. I like the decisiveness with which they make that push, and great trade from White to kind of kick it off. Now the 1v3, another clutch attempt for Q9. This one looks a little bit more different, but Goken and Viana are quite low. So if LKK goes down for free, maybe there's a world. He's just dancing around that side, trying to play the high-low here, trying to play the crossfire, and does a good job of it. He's just baiting, and it works out perfectly. Shots connected by the Orman. Antisocial will go up around.
Yeah, this is the round we were talking about, Bench.
Goken had nothing to peek that.
No, I mean, he had to peek it, though, because he's got the C4. Like, they, with 12 seconds left on the clock, have to push the issue there.
I just thought he would have.
He could have thrown Y in front of him first and then peek.
Maybe, but
yeah,
you're running into the situation there where, like, a stray bullet just connects onto both of you and you're dead.
Or just bomb him down. I mean, he was just like
just
kind
hit your shot, bro.
Which
like,
is better.
Just kind of a sitting duck in jail. Like, come on, it's Goken. He hits those 9 times out of 10.
True.
It's a pretty long shot.
I guess that's the one time he couldn't hit that.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of, you know, obviously one nice clutch round, generally speaking, it's felt like Antisocial have been the much better team in this map as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every round, these executions, Q9 can't handle it, really. Even in rounds where they don't get picked off. It's just that Antisocial, their entry kills are fantastic, and their plays are great. And I think they're going to show more of that here. Got a couple of smokes over the top. one straight into computers. And really, it's up to Koi. This has been a bit of a struggle for him in terms of, getting the first shot. He's going to miss it once again, gets flashed in the face, and his helper is going to go down. Koi at least able to get one, but he just gets overwhelmed. The fast rotation comes in from Q9, and YJ is trying to hold it down from the stairs, but the flash catches him. It's a battle of trades as Gokun looking for XMY, the last guy to take out his buddy. We still got a minute left, and the bomb not planted. This could get interesting in the 2v2.
Oh, he saw one cross. He's definitely seen XJ, but is he aware of X and Y? I don't know that he was.
Whoa.
I don't know that he saw X and Y based on the way he played that, but either way, it leaves Viana now in the 1v2. XJ's going to go for a push. You see one here, you got to expect two, but a little bit of a mishap, I think, there from Antisocial. In the 3-on-3 especially, whoever the rifler was, I can't remember who it was, that took the fight on the players coming down the stairs. He didn't actually really need to over-aggress for that. Gokun's watching that line as well. You want to let them come to you and probably swing on Gokun's contact rather than being the contact yourself. It's much easier for you to trade after Gokun has taken a fight versus for him to trade you.
I think that was Lucan.
Yeah, and in that case, Gokun, he couldn't do anything because they didn't push far enough to get onto his line.
Yeah.
So, just these tiny little details that can make a really, really big difference. Antisocial, do let that round slip.
I think it's pretty clear, though, that this is a extremely close match.
Oh, for sure.
The first map, 10-8. That was the choice of Antisocial. Maybe Q9 are able to take this one 10-8. You really don't know where you're going from there. It could just go, winning the maps that you select. But, yeah, I mean, Antisocial punching first, punching hard early on in this map. Really trying to utilize the power of Blacklist on this one, and they're showing off a lot of great stuff, but Q9, they're not getting out of it just yet. We're going to see a very similar push this time around.
It almost feels as if Q9 is kind of warming up after dropping a map.
Yeah, I kind of agree that they look a little bit better in that last round. They're slowly looking better here on sub-base as we go on, but I mean, they're not looking like a super decisive team, super dominant team at this point.
Yeah. Whilst all that, Antisocial's going to burn the timer down to the minute mark. Their last A take was a little bit off. Extra swings that was not necessarily needed. However, let's see if they're able to bring themselves back together and find a round.
Yeah, like you're saying, just a little bit off. If they fix some of those things, well, there's no flash in Koi's face this time, so an extra added not great thing, but at least Adrian is able to trade it out. They're still able to isolate Koi and take him down before he gets one kill. And that's always going to be a win for the team. They have the bomb planted. There's 4 guys left here from Q9 that have to push in.
Solid stairs hold, though. You've got 3 players watching this. Antisocial, they've almost called the gam, but it works out 1-for-1. Gokun needs to find a trade here. Kalat would be beautiful. It doesn't come down to that, but the Colt's now out, and you in that smoke, still known, still spotted. Good coverage as well from ADRF on the other side, and solid gamble from Antisocial, having those extra couple of members to hold the stairs push rather than the push down from heaven. It does give them that round. Again, another near thing, though. Like, it's really coming down to, maybe, let's say Gokun doesn't hit that shot on the 3rd player coming down through the smoke. He probably goes down there as ADRF in a crossfire. And that's a round that could go the way of Q9. So, some really, really tight rounds here. And, Q9 going to get absolutely blasted. What an insane entry from ADRF.
Some parkour maneuvers and then able to find the headshot. Now he's looking for second. Eventually he's taken out by YJ. Stuck in heaven, he does find the triple kill, and the hold is good for a 4K.
Yeah, not really sure what that one is, honestly, from Antisocial. It's kind of just like, we're going to push B. Like, that's the strat. Let's just push B.
Yeah.
Not really much nuance to it. They get that opening kill, and it's almost like, maybe we could just slow down here, call the cancel. We don't need to overcommit there. We can play the 4v5 out a bit. But instead, they just keep pushing, and Q9 fast on the response.
That's very true. I think that they've been great when they have very nice planned out and solid executes, but if you're just running into Q9, like, they're just gonna tap you down. It's not gonna be that simple every time. 4-4, and every round has gone back and forth. We haven't had anyone link 2 in a row. Is a pretty good opportunity for Q9, actually, if they can link 2 from the GR side to really stake their claim on this map. It is their map choice, but we've said many times that Antisocial really have looked like the better team so far. I think a lot of that comes down to Antisocial with how aggressive they're being. It feels like they're controlling almost every round, whereas it's kind of like Q9 are just barely struggling to survive.
I mean, Antisocial will be happy with 5 rounds out of Blacklist and then going on to the global risk side of Subbase.
Yeah, I mean, it's workable on either side, but I think Blacklist is maybe slightly favored by most teams, so probably want the 5-4 if you're Antisocial. Might be tough to get now with that opening kill from XMY, especially given that it's a Y that's gone down. He's been a real driving force behind the entry frags for Antisocial in this half.
The fact that I guess Goken died in the machine room means there's just really not a lot of power on this push. They wanted to fake A and just head into B, but instead they just had no power from machine room. They had nobody there, so now only 2 guys left. It's Lucam Viana and a bomb to just slowly slink his way in towards A. Koi's going to spot this coming a mile away. And Koi says, well, there's only one other guy. Could be Vents. Not going to happen. They see both of them here on Woods. And they're really stuck between a rock and a hard place. They got to just try to force it onto A. We'll see if this works out for them.
At least the C4 cross onto the bomb site is going to be able to plant it down. However, now the leftover utils from Q9 are thrown his way. Lucam will have to come in hot and huge if they want to win the round. The spray is not there. That's all down to the ends of Viana.
Yeah, tough one, really. Has to hit every single shot here, Viana. Missed that second one. Is that the opener that Q9 needs? Yes, it is. So 5-4 will be the lead for Q9 at the half. It's nothing too significant. Still feels like it could be anybody's map.
Yeah, definitely favoring Q9, though. I feel like able to link a couple of rounds in a row from the GR side. They had a couple of great holds, and I feel like Antisocial, they didn't necessarily have to put on as much pressure as we were expecting in some of these rounds, especially this one where it's like, okay, you're just going to kind of dry push into the lockers. You don't really have anyone flashed. All 5 members of Q9 are just staring at you. That's not going to work out, right? So maybe Antisocial getting a little bit too hype, a little bit of not checking all the boxes. But Q9 now as a team will move over to the Blacklist side. Very curious to see what kind of pressure we're going to see here. Will we see some more XJ, you know, pushes through the vents? I would expect to see some of it, but how much of a thorn in the side of Antisocial will it be?
I know Q9 definitely is going to burn the timer down. I mean, on their subbase, they are known to, at least for this tournament, has been going for that, opting out for that slow playstyle. Burn the timer down, see if, since they are, you know, very competent and is confident in their aim skills, mechanics, they're willing to take aim duels at every angle possible, so they will usually go for a default split. The minute 20-second mark onto the clock is going to suggest us the exact same situation. YJ is going to send it in, using the smoke. Almost getting in there, but looks like Viana is going to swing in the right time. Picks up a huge double kill. Somehow the damage has already been dealt to the side of Q9. XMI trying to get what he can. This is going to be able to find a shot on towards Goken of all the players. Let's go down to 3v2. The C4 still needs to be recovered on the other side of mid. Makes the job a little bit harder. And look at this big flank from Lucam. He has figured out where the enemies are. XMI, quick drop, quick shot. Gets the kill onto Agent. Has the C4 now, but the cold bullet is not going to be there. Why will find the frag in Antisocial? Showing a dominant, rather, global risk side to start off onto the second half.
Yeah, I mean, the issue there, Q9 trying to push through second mid. They get flashed at the perfect timing. Excellent counter flash from the side of Antisocial. They just totally shut down the push with that one flash. As I think it was YJ, he was trying to lead the charge. He just got flashed and he just put his head in the corner, and Viana just was able to get the perfect spray down that really took so much pressure out of this. As here's XJ.
Ooh.
He's in the vents.
You know what?
And
Antisocial
it's
saw the
Adrian.
game, and they're not pushing it to vents. They're not going. They're not going aggressive. They know what XJ is doing on that blacklist side of all things.
Yeah, no reason to really overstep your bounds on this one. Can just kind of, you know, if XJ wants to take that extra step farther, then sure, you can have a fight. But if he's going to do some dance moves in here and some circles and try to force a very close pistol fight, it doesn't look like Adrian wants to take that one. I feel like Adrian is a player that would, even after seeing what XJ did, and say, hey, I can challenge that, I can handle that, but it's just not going to happen. XJ as well going to back away as the team of Q9 will prepare for what looks to be an A hit.
Yep. XJ is going to smoke off Heaven, and the rest of Q9 is going to send it down towards the Nook. The nades are good, though. Adrian and Luke Combs going to find the PCHY as well. Is going to pick up a kill before going down. And all of a sudden, this aggression is going to be halted down any moment soon here, Jordan.
Yeah, seen that position a couple of times from Y. He looks really, really proficient playing around behind that box. It's going to have to be something that, going forward, if Antisocial are going to get deeper into these playoffs, teams are going to have to be aware of, because that looks like a very standard setup on the bomb site for Antisocial, and it's worked out fantastically. Antisocial so far passing this round with flying colors. X and Y and Koi both very low on HP. They're going to try and take a risk here, push their way up. LKK will go down, and if they can find a way to get rid of Goken, that would have actually opened up the rotation into B. Instead, Viana is going to go along and pick up that position as well. Help him out. 3-on-2. Still kind of looks doomed right now for Q9, but it only takes one good kill, and that was almost it. XMY finding himself a trade. Where's the shots? Well, they're coming from Antisocial, and that's that. 6-5.
You got to defuse, by the way.
Not sure, is he saying from us, or is he saying Jio?
That was Antisocial, and one guy is going to get pretty loud. And yeah, that's going to be around towards Antisocial, and they're going to start leading out 6-5, and their global risk side is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good point, though. We've definitely heard Brazilian teams say Jio as a team just to try to shove it in their face a little bit, you know. Antisocial, though, they have every reason to be super hyped at this point. That's a big round that they take down, and they're up from the GR side. I mean, this is not the favored side, but just the fact that they're winning against Q9 again. They're really proving it to themselves, proving to everybody that maybe they are the team that everybody should have voted for, just based on the way we're seeing these two maps play out. The first one went, again, you know, the round score was close, but it still felt like Antisocial were winning a lot of them. And here comes Goken, just hanging out in the machine room. You can't give him all that space, and you certainly can't just be staring in his crosshairs.
Well, there's another one for Goken. And he's got the assistance as well of Viana, who was just watching the angle, waiting for someone to come and peek into him. Koi, though, doing some real work. Maybe starting to display some of that star power that we had hoped to see from him. Despite a good start for Antisocial, this round has actually fallen back to a 2-on-2. And honestly, it actually might just be 2 1v1s here for Q9. It's a very different setup for Antisocial in these sort of 2v2s than what we see from Q9 when they're playing on GR. If you remember on Port, Q9 just link forces and walk around the map together, but Antisocial splitting their sights.
I feel like the Brazilians do better in the smaller skirmishes instead of a big 5-on-5 all take on. Y and Adrian are both sitting comfortably at 11 kills each, and they are going to have to go on a retake. Yep. But it seems very doable to me. I don't know why, but I have this gut feeling.
Oh, I have a bit of a gut feeling in the other direction. This is looking like a pretty good setup for Q9. That smoke, Koi, I think he's got a pretty good read on where Y is coming from, and ADRF now having been spotted out and not getting that opening kill, it's going to make his job very difficult. Has to swing around the box, and it's a pretty routine hold in the end for Q9. Time just kind of getting the better of Antisocial there. I don't like the way that they played out that 2v2 at all. I just think, like, what are you really achieving by splitting your forces like that? You're not really going to hold the site. Like, they weren't even holding the sites either. They were kind of just sort of hedging their bets, but at least kind of group up and maybe you can hit a retake a little quicker. Another aggression out from Viana. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, we saw the replay. That was the round I was talking about where Viana had
huge pop flash.
Yeah, huge pop flash. Right as they come through, it's like just fish in a barrel. With his eyes in the corner. Like he's literally running into the corner, doesn't know where he is. That's how badly they got flattened there. And the double swing that came out afterwards, just really crisp stuff. It's part of why Antisocial have been looking so strong, because their Blacklist executes have been great. And we kind of always expect that, but also their GR side has been very strong as well. It feels like they have a lot of set plays ready for the pressure from Q9, so just absolutely, totally prepared for this matchup. Much better than Q9, we could say at this point. Even if Q9 does go on to win this map, still a lot closer than I was expecting. You know, I voted for Q9. I also thought it was going to be a maybe landslide victory to Q9. I thought maybe 3-0, 3-1, but that's not the way this map or this match is looking right now.
Absolutely not. I mean, I feel like most of us has expected Q9 to just close it out 3-0, but already the first map is going towards the side of Antisocial, so that dream is already broken off. And now we're looking at Subpace about to be very dicey for Q9. Sure, the last round, 2v2, won by Q9 for a tie, but I feel like every round Q9 is really feeling the pressure just on top of their shoulders.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily expected a 3-0, but I did expect a comfortable win for Q9. You know, maybe a 3-1, something like that. But at least winning their maps reasonably solidly, which, first of all, they've lost their first map. And it's not looking so great here on the second map as well. So just wondering if maybe we're going to get an upset today. I think it is fair to call it an upset. Yeah. That's a hugely decisive round from Antisocial. Not really much to it for Q9, just kind of all over the place.
I feel like that was a crucial round for Q9 to win. However, WEIBO just hold the Nook by himself, get a double kill, leave Gouken on the bomb site. He's going to get the drop. And all of a sudden, you're looking at a 1v4.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, Gouken many times will aggress and try to get the crazy flick, but that time he just stayed very calm, just hid behind the missile, just waited for the push to come in, playing the clock, knowing that the pressure is on Q9 to make the first move.
XMY is playing with fire. However, the shots were not made, and now it's Gouken going in towards vents. Is this the first time are we going to be able to see him getting counter boosted into vents and Gouken going all the way out towards alt mid?
Might just be looking for XJ here. XJ, you remember the last time we saw him on this map, he had like 18 kills. Now he's only got 4, so not quite the same performance. And as a team, Q9, it looks like they do want to angle towards this A side, but they've definitely lost a lot of momentum in this.
Who was it that was missing in that first map? Was it YJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's picked up some sort of pace, but now it's XJ going to be pretty quiet.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you can't really afford to be having someone going 4-11 after someone else went.
And then for Antisocial, you got Vienna on 9 kills.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he's doing solidly. Like, but on both of these maps so far, Q9 are kind of playing 4v5. They made it close, but if that persists, and let's say Antisocial is now up 2-0, I mean, you've really missed a trick there.
Yeah. Also, what's going on in the beginning of this round? Because I understand playing passively, trying to bait out the opponents, but they're not really getting any information. They're not really doing anything, you know? And Antisocial have read the play. They have sat back on the sites. Gouken.
He sees them.
Yep, he'll spot them coming in at least. And if they want to go down into A, he will be very ready. He's got backup from WY as well. Nade's definitely doing a bit of chip damage, but now they're just kind of caught flat-footed.
30 seconds left here. Q9
really
have to make a decision. They're going to go A by the looks of things. Rotation coming in for the stairs position. Gouken's missed his window. He's let them down the stairs. This is a real mess. The Colt comes out. But honestly, the fact that Y is able to hold on the other side, that's just insane. He's found the C4 as well. I didn't even realize this round might be over. 10 seconds for Q9 to work their way up the stairs. There needs to be assistance here for Antisocial. They need just one trade. They've won the round. There's nothing to be done for XJ. That is all on Y, single-handedly winning that round for Antisocial.
White came in hot, and you just double sprayed onto the 2 players coming down the Nook, and that was the C4 being dropped, and there was not enough time for Q9 to make the clutch happen, and it looks like Antisocial is going to find a substantial lead. 2 rounds deep in the late game. It's going to be 8-6, and things are looking... It's getting from bad to worse for Q9.
Absolutely. It feels like the pace between the 2 teams is just gigantic. Like, Antisocial are so quick, and Q9, it takes them forever to attack the A site there. Now they want to up the pace. And they do have a pretty strong push coming in here, but a couple of guys ready for it. The grenades raining down. They do push into Dale, though. A nice couple of entries here from the side of you. He's going to open up the site.
Dropped.
And this time they have the C4. Now trying to come in. Goken does trade one back, but still advantage here for the side of Q9. It's been a while since we could say that.
It's given time for Y to rotate. If he wins this duel against Koi, brings it back to 2-on-2, then there's a world for Antisocial, but he kind of has to activate. He knows Koi is close, but he can't win the duel. Q9 just kind of taking matters into their own hands there and charging down through second mid and getting into the B site. Goken, this would be the time to pull out a Goken special. This would be the round. If you win this round, make the 1v3 happen, then that's the nail in the coffin for Q9 for the map. Maybe the series as well, but bit much to ask. So faster play works out really nicely for Q9, but they were at a couple of rounds deficit, so still some more work to do to bring this back to bear.
A little bit more of signs of life for the XJ side of XJ as well, picking up 2 more kills for himself. Went from a 4K to a 6K, but now Vienna's getting aggressive, going to the faces, and Lucom's going to swing out. And this round just might be it. Adrian with a huge double kill, and Lucom with a kill onto XJ. All of a sudden, down to UNYJ for the 2v4.
Anything you can do, we can do better. That is what Antisocial have just said to Q9. What a blazing, blistering response.
Yeah, I mean, this is so obvious that Antisocial are just the better team tonight.
Yep.
Like, just watching the sub base to me just proves it. You know, this is the first choice for Q9. They look lost, and Antisocial came in so prepared. They are playing so confidently. From the Blacklist side, from the GR side, they are the ones controlling the pace every single round. And Q9, they're kind of bumbling their way to some wins, and it just doesn't look like the same Q9 we saw.
The Rusty Jab will hook you right up, and somehow YJ is going to find a drop, but the trades are still there. As long as Goken finds the cold shots, out of bullets, has to reload, but he jumps out at the right time. Gets the headshot. What is Goken doing? He's so good.
Why? Straight up in for the trade attempt. Hasn't quite landed his shots there, but honestly, the way he is playing right now, you might back him in this 1v2. Honestly, I think he kind of has to just keep pushing the issue here. Doesn't want to get stuck on the corner, and fair enough, but it does go down. So Q9 still alive in the fight.
Oh, they're calling something.
Yep.
You know what? Like, even if they end up going into overtime, I feel like Antisocial just will win it in overtime just because of their current form being so darn good.
Well, not over just yet. I think they've got the info there, by the way. They've spotted Q9 on the cross. There's lots of words being yelled for Antisocial right now, desperately to try to get down to that A site. They've got Y there to anchor it, but here comes Q9. They're picking that pace up. These last few rounds have really been high-octane plays on both sides. B completely open, but for Goken, who does hit the shot. XJ trading one back down. It's 2-on-3. Overtime awaiting, unless Goken can activate round the corner. He's low on HP. He's got to win this duel, and he does, but now has to turn back around. Goken! It's a Goken moment. 180 flick. And XJ is now tasked with the 1v2 to keep Q9 in the map.
Ring around the rosy, XJ and Goken's in cross paths. XJ is going to find himself in Machine Room, exiting from B bumps that is a blacklist, which is weird to say, but he's going to do that. There's still a minute 30 to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long rotation for him. He's definitely got that time, but again, in the 2vX, Antisocial plays split. And Goken's position here, in theory, XJ can just walk in wood, find him, and kill him. He's got the time to do it, so it does kind of concern me. It really comes down to the decision that XJ makes. He's going to go down into A, which is what Y is watching, but he's tasked with watching a couple of angles. So if he gets his timing wrong here, XJ gets a freebie, but he won't. It is 10-8. Antisocial are up 2-0. Well, here we are with a very tantalizing prospect ahead of us. It is now 2-0 for Antisocial, and if we were not believing after map 1 that this was doable for Antisocial, maybe we were starting to come around to it. I was thinking, well, you know, they do win map 1. Maybe there's something in it, but I'm not going to draw too many conclusions from a 10-8. Now, we have 2 maps that have gone that way, and that's got to be a massive mental boom for Q9 right here. So, series is very much alive for Antisocial, and it is kind of looking down in the dumps for Q9.
Yeah, Antisocial definitely keeping this one alive, and maybe the 1 point viewer picked on is Rookie team, Q9. Maybe the mentality game is just not at the top level, and and now they're really at the edge. Losing the series 2-0, this is where the pressure really just kicks into their mentality.
Most definitely, but the thing I have to kind of highlight is in both of those maps you had, at least for Q9, one player kind of go completely missing. Map 1 it was YJ, map 2 it was XJ, and he has somewhat inflated his stats a little bit right on the back end there by grabbing a couple of kills in those last couple of rounds, but it really wasn't looking good for him. He was mostly a non-factor for Q9, and again, Antisocial only able to kind of just get it over the line 10-8. Makes me wonder, you know, if we get into the next map, which will be Eagle Eye, and we have all 5 of those Q9 members firing, is there going to be enough firepower there for Antisocial to go up against that?
Yeah, it really does feel like Q9 have gone missing, and Antisocial's Gouken going to pick up the set MVP once again. Not a big surprise. It is Gouken after all. Not having too many Gouken moments, but that's just because the entire team is playing really well, right?
He did one big one.
Yeah, he did have the one big one. That was very important to close it out there on the final rounds. So still very clutch, still being Gouken, but you know, guys like WY, guys like Adrian to start off the map. We're just putting up huge numbers, and even Viana, you saw the entire team after Viana shouted a bunch of Jayos across the stage, of course. The entire team is just like poking him in the chest, like, you're the guy, you're putting up the numbers. And honestly, he has been outperforming a lot of the IGLs that he's going up against, and he's been having a great tournament so far.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot more to be said, of course, about this series, but it might still be a long one. So we're going to take a short break here. Don't go too far away. Map 3 is coming up right after this.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Well, now it is really make or break for Q9 as they have no chances left in this series, but the upcoming map of Eagle Eye. Antisocial are up 2-0, and this is not a scenario that any of us would have called. I think we all obviously went for Q9 in our prediction. That's one thing. But even if we would have said, oh, you know, how do you see the series playing out? How many maps do you think Antisocial?
3-0.
This or that. I don't know that I would have said 3-0. I
would have.
I might have lent 3-0.
Yeah.
For me, it was always either 3-0 or 3-1. I think Antisocial's a good enough team to maybe take one, but I never foresaw 2-0 lead for Antisocial. So we're in uncharted territory right here, and Eagle Eye's coming up next. Now, we were having a bit of a chat with the Chinese casters over there, or actually the Chinese analysts, and you know, obviously a bit of banter. You know, I was saying, hey, what do you guys think? 3-0. They said no. Yeah. They did kind of indicate that they think Eagle Eye is a very good map in the Chinese region. So they think that Q9 is going to win it.
But then here's one problem with Q9 with that plan. Gouken is definitely live from the get-go. He was very alive on the first map. He was doing great on the second map. And now you go into Eagle Eye where armors really do shine. If Gouken just continues to put out the numbers that he's been doing, then it's not going to be an easy fight for Q9. Sure, they will be on the upper edge still, but it's not going to be by a lot of margin.
Yeah, but what's your take on this at this point, Valdez? Because I think we're at the point now where talking about regional strength and this and that, are you good on this map, are you good on that map, becomes a little bit less of a factor when you're getting deep in a best-of-5 series that is now already 2-0, especially in the fashion in which it's played out here for Antisocial. Two grindy maps that they've just gotten over the line. It's really going to be a mental battle more so than a skill battle, I think, at this point for Q9.
Yeah, and this can be a strong map for CFPL and all the Chinese teams, but there's a reason why it was picked third by Antisocial, and that's only after their port, is because they really love this map. They have great results on it. We just saw it there. They're feeling strong. For me, coming into this one, we always say it at the beginning, like, we can make predictions, we can kind of have an idea of what to expect, but it can totally change as the louder Gyos came from the Antisocial side once again, as they really try to intimidate them. It's been working. I mean, Antisocial came in stronger. It is close in terms of the round score, but as I said multiple times during the match so far, the round score looks close, but even the ones that Antisocial are losing, they still look like the stronger team in my mind. They look a lot more prepared. We'll see if they can do it here as we move on to map number 3 of Eagle Eye.
Yep, this is where the fun begins, if it has not begun already. I think the fun certainly started over in South America. I'm sure the fans over there are having a grand old time. But Q9 starting off on GR side here, already suffering a bit of damage. Koi down to about a quarter of his HP. Antisocial not pulling any punches.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a nade stack or...
I think it was some nades, yeah.
Couple wall bangs coming his way, but Koi barely alive. Definitely going for the double setups. Eagle Eye is definitely one of those maps with longer range fights to be picked up on. Also that, after some damages being traded, looks like Antisocial is going to linger outside of B Hotel. It's the usual tactics that the Blacklist would go for. Just see if they can find anyone on the rotation, anyone swinging out a little too wide. And also that, Gouken is comfortably chilling by middle. See if he can catch anyone coming out aggressive, but that's not going to be the case. Q9 is under pressure, and they're not going to risk it. And just as I say that, XJ and Koi is going to start swinging out wide, and that's a good frag on towards Gouken of all the players. And now, look, Antisocial is going to be left with 4 riflers to work with.
Yeah, it's definitely a very nice pick off early on, taking out Gouken like that. And also going to spot a bunch of the members out here. Okay, well, that was... Not sure about that one. Tried to go for the double peek. They were still all there, still looking at that bridge area. And that means that all of a sudden Antisocial able to trade 1 kill back, and they have maximum control over the map right now.
Gotta come back for the C4 at some point, though. So this little bit of look in through middle from Q9 could work out. White, with a job to do, can't actually land his shot. And that'll make retrieving this round a little more difficult for Antisocial, having lost that map control, first of all, and now the numbers advantage. Fiona can't equalize. 30 seconds left. Kind of just have to send it into B now. There's no other option, and I think you're not going to read that pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, this seems almost 100% they have to just run into B. Like we're saying, seems like Q9 a little bit slow to get over there. Finally, they will be in position. But this bomb is already on the side. Very crisp shot here from the side of YJ. So they're going to make things very easy for them. And Koi going to get a shot. Viana, the one guy left, picks up one. Gives himself a chance. Pushing in. Picks up the AK.
Hold on.
1v2. Looking for the one tap. It's not going to happen. Nice double swing from the side of Q9. As it's getting feisty out there on stage.
Not a round that I think really tells us a whole lot, but I was looking back at the stats of these two teams on this map in the event so far. They've both only played it once. Both did win, but both a 10-8 victory. Q9 was over Vasco. Antisocial was over SGJ. So, I haven't really been tested too hard, but debatably of the two, I would say I think that Q9 over Vasco is a little bit more of an impressive result. I don't want to draw any conclusions, but my real takeaway is I would look at that and say I think we're going to see another pretty close map here. Just feels like both teams, again, so evenly matched. The stats are kind of mirroring it. I feel like we're going to very much be going back and forth for the majority of this series.
Antisocial is going to find a failure down towards B. Is going to be looking for an A take coming into round number 2. Lining up the nades, lining up the smokes, but it's going to be held out by 3 players. X and Y with the initial contact, most likely. Just going to pop flash and get up and over onto the bomb site. And now you will have to hold onto the pressure. Agent swings in, is taken out, but is quickly traded out. Somehow XJ and YG is going to find the piece each. Down to Y for the clutch, but he's been doing it time after time. But XMY on the bomb site is going to be able to quickly find an off shot. And Q9, the players at Q9 now, they're going to start really voice up on top of the stage.
Yeah, that's a really decisive round from Q9. Honestly, might be one of the best rounds we've seen from them in the entire series. Back to the drawing board for Antisocial, but no attack timeout being called just yet. Suspect if they get 3 or 4 rounds behind, we'll see it getting picked up pretty early on in the piece, but going to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room to maybe just grab one here, keep the conversation going without investing in that timeout just yet. Big nade stack over toward the A site. Lots of smokes.
XJ pushed so far out there. He's going to isolate a 1v1 against his counterpart, Viana. And now you're in a position where Antisocial, they've been forced into these pushes for 3 rounds in a row. They're going to have to go for it once again. At least they're not wasting too much time looking for the 4v4. And Y has pushed through mid. Oh, but the wraparound here, very nicely done. They stopped the push in its tracks. Only WI gets through. He gets knocked down. And unless Goken's going to actually 1v9, it's not going to happen. 3-0, Q9 looking much better on this map.
Yeah, not even looking close, is it? This is the Q9 that we thought we would get from map 1. Still no timeout from Antisocial.
It's about right timing.
Too late. It's too late. I think if you're going to do it, like, why do you call it with 2 minutes 30 left on the round? If you're going to call it in this round, leave it till 30 seconds is left and figure out, you know, do we need it? Are we going to win this round? What if Antisocial just goes on to win this round now? And you maybe don't feel like you need it. Strange.
Maybe they called it before the round was over, but it went through after the round switched. But nonetheless, Antisocial right now feels like Q9 is manhandling the pressure coming out from Antisocial right now nicely, but Adrian just continues to find some success. Quick headshot to XJ. I mean, there was no valid reason for XJ to go 100%. Out that wide.
Yeah, that's a wild push from XJ. That's a bit overconfident almost from Q9. It's kind of like, yeah, we're dominating, and this element of hubris is kind of creeping into your gameplay there for XJ.
Yeah. Maybe just a bit of, okay, well, I was able to isolate the 1v1 last time, but I think you got to know, you guys are definitely right, like, you got to know that, especially after you isolated the 1v1, they're not just going to leave Viana there alone next time.
Yep.
The next round is going to look very different.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Also, he was even more aggressive this time around, so very interesting.
Yeah,
Very
XJ
weird.
was not respecting on the side of Antisocial. But the catch is that they are down 2 maps, and you need to pay respect to your opponent if you're down 2 maps. And just like that, YJ swings out from middle, goes down to Gouken. And Q9 is down 2 players.
And this is where you have to wonder, like, do you actually want the timeout now as Antisocial? Because it seems like they've already made a change, slowed things down, and it's already started to work. So unless they still go on to lose this round from a 3v5, in which case they'd need the mental reset, that may well be valid, but you already know that now that there's 30 seconds left to go and things have eventuated in this capacity. Lukum looking for 2 there, but I think the better strat here is to just slow things down, hold this angle, allow that plan to go down on B, play out the 3v2. So I'm glad he's taken a step back.
I mean, Lucam can fall back even further.
Yep.
But decides to hold that angle. He has the support from Gouken in case he gets taken out.
Not quite.
Rather, that was just a ledge he was standing on. It was pre-fired.
It is a little bit strange, isn't it? Why sit up there when, you know, you could go back and play with your teammate, and you has managed to get himself a kill there as well. So it's on to Gouken. He's playing an off angle, granted, and it could be the Gouken special here. Needs to be. He knows X and Y is there. The shots aren't in. You just got to hide here. You just got to hide. Trades out for the M4. Spamming through the box. X and Y goes down. Gouken saves the day. Finally, Antisocial have a round on the board, but it was like pulling teeth to get it, man. They were up 5 on 3, and they only just won it.
And based on how shaky that round was for Antisocials to win, maybe the pause really provides some value, finally.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to say, you know, on the side of Antisocial. Coach is going to have to go through it all in a very short amount of time. Q9, they were getting very far ahead on a lot of those rounds. It was very predictable as to where Antisocial were going to attack from the Blacklist side. And I think that even Koi's got a lot to say here after the way that this has been going. They lose that last one. Surely, I think the XJ kind of crazy push needs to be addressed. That's one thing to go through. Still feels like the overall vibe on the side of Q9's stage not feeling too good. Whereas Antisocial, they know they have a big buffer, but this is their map choice, Eagle Eye. We talked about how if they were going to win this series, it's probably going to happen on this map. This is probably going to be the 3rd win that they do take if it ends up being a win for them before they have to go to Ankara, before they have to go to Compound. So for Q9, they must know that this is incredibly crucial. They'll be able to hold on to their timeouts. And Antisocial, we'll see if they can, you know, their executes looked much better on the first couple of maps.
Yeah.
This time around, it's like they're getting red every single time. So I think they really need to figure out how they're going to have much cleaner engages.
Just slowing it down really seemed to make a big difference immediately for Antisocial, as it were. But I wonder if that maintains its validity if Q9 also then slow things down, because they didn't slow down in that last round. Q9 gave up the opening kill.
Antisocial's going to send it quite rapidly down towards middle. Just the question is, which side do they want to take? Is it going to be A or B? Quite so close with the arm shot. Now YJ does spot the tip of the head. Now he gets spotted out. Could be swung any moment soon. It's going to be taken down towards B. Asian's going to find the opening frag on towards YJ. Lucam with a huge double kill is going to change atmosphere right here. Somehow Yu's going to find a piece, but he's got 4 more players to go through. And I don't think this is an easy task here, Jordan.
All right, well, maybe the Antisocial that we were used to seeing from those first 2 maps is back. That's just a decisive hit. They back themselves, they hit their shots, and there's not much more to say about it. Timeout working perfectly for Antisocial. Still, it feels like they're kind of standing on shaky ground at the moment. The map has been, eye test-wise, dominated by Q9 so far. I need to see another couple of rounds here from Antisocial that is going to build a bit of confidence back up in their play.
At least for Q9, I feel like everyone is kind of putting out the numbers here. No one really falling behind. Koi on 3, XJ on 3. YJ, though.
Oh boy,
this
here
is
we
going to
go
be a double aggression from XJ and YJ. Lucam has to hold this one down. He can't. Now it's down to Adrian to hold the aggression. And somehow XJ with the M4 is going to find a huge double kill before going down. He's still got 34 HP, so he's still fine. It's going to be 3 on 5.
Yeah. Oh, the timing. Very nicely done. I feel like this is fine if you've got backup. You know, the two of them able to push out. The timing was much better. It was quicker.
Yep.
And it was safer, too. It wasn't just XJ kind of flailing his arms around. So, nicely done. Q9 able to get in their face. And really does feel like whoever takes the first step, whoever's the decisive team in any of the rounds from either side, from any map, they're the team that's winning in these rounds. And it really does make sense when it comes down to the potential of these players. Goken trying to push in. That shot was just dirty. Goken picks up 2 and opens up the A site by himself.
A is open indeed, but he does not need to overcommit right here. Oh, he's going to go looking for more. Scares me a little bit. What if it's a big brain play? What if the master stroke is
lucky timing?
Wrap into B.
I say lucky. It is Goken. He understands the universe.
Why's got to get a move on here? I think he's waited too long. Q9, you know we're going to get active. I mean, he spotted XJ. You have the C4 here, man. You can't be taking this fight. Even if you win it, I don't think that's the right decision. What is he sticking around for? Back it up, man.
Even if he wins it, you're right. That's very dangerous. They don't know where Koi is.
And he stays. Like, why do you stay? You found the 2v1. That's got to be
big yikes. That was a big yikes. I guess that's the only way to put it.
Yikes to the max.
They don't know where Q9 is. Why are we trying to take solo fights at this point, you know? Just don't understand it. Goken's put you in a position where you can win this round. You even overextend, win the 1v1 yourself. Just run over to Goken, play it out 2v1 instead of, again, continue to take the 1v1 fight. It's like you just have this ego that you think, I'm going to win this game for us. But it's not the fundamentally correct way to play, and you get punished for it. And now, Antisocial have to work hard again for another round. It's 2-on-2 as far as the trades are concerned on the way in. But finally, a little bit of team cohesion from Antisocial. Much better than that last round. Goken, a bit careful with XJ looking in his direction, but there should be a plant on offer.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I'd say maybe the one thing is maybe he didn't know he had the bomb. Even then, it's like you don't have to do that.
But you have three teammates who are dead, whose whole responsibility in that case is to make sure you don't screw that up.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got no other valid information to give you.
Yeah.
They just have to make sure, A, you reloaded your gun when you need to reload, and B, if you're holding onto the C4, that you're not literally throwing your life away, which is what he did. Anyway, enough about that. 2v3 right here. Looks like it's going to be locked in comfortably by Antisocial, so...
Yeah, a much cleaner round that time around. I mean, that's what I want to see out of Antisocial. Quick, very clean engages, executes onto sites.
The other thing is
get that smoke deep and just run at them.
In that 2v2, it kind of felt like Y and Goken were on two separate pages. Like, Goken's sitting in a corner, hiding, kind of like waiting for Q9 to make a peek, and Y is actively choosing to fight. So it's just a mismatch, maybe, miscom, I don't know. But either way, Koi can't quite double down, but he does get out, and that's good enough because he's got a teammate there to help him out. Goken will trade one back. Still numbers advantage persisting here for Q9, and doesn't remain easy for Antisocial. Ooh, okay. Goken bringing it back to 3-on-3.
Yeah, just to go back on what you were just mentioning, like, Goken was playing passive. He was sitting on top of that connector, and the other guy, Y, actively looking for fights. And the worst part is that if Y was trying to pick fights towards where Goken was, then it could have been a different story. But they were on literally the opposite ends of the map for a bomb site. And you're basically giving up the chances, the percentages. You're giving a 1v1 fight. If Q9 wins that first one, then it becomes a 50-50 from there on.
Yeah. Either way, I think we've talked about it enough.
Yeah.
Move on here into what now has amounted to a 3-on-3. And Q9 are doing more or less what they've been doing the entire time in these kind of XVX situations on the GR side, and that is going for a push. I feel as though Antisocial are waiting for it. Lukum, he's been spotted out. Wide swing and gets the double. That's insane from him. Wide swinging the line when there's an orb already set up on it. That should never go as cleanly as it did, but it has. And it'll give Antisocial an inroad back into this round and maybe even this map. It's been a real struggle for Antisocial, but they can secure 4-4 and fight for 5-4. Well, still anybody's game.
Yeah, it feels like the first 3 rounds, they were definitely an outlier. That wasn't the way that Antisocial were winning against Q9 on the first 2 maps. So they took the timeout. The timing, you know, we talked about that as well, but they won the rounds. They took the timeout, and since then it's been a much better look for the side of Antisocial. Here comes XMY, not going to land the shot. Takes a bit of damage. Y is looking for a little bit of an extra push. Doesn't have to, and I think, you know, he has been pulled back. And there you go. Another round over to the side of Antisocial. Goken on a big heater this time. I think he's 12-4. This guy, 3 KD. You know, Y was having an excellent second map especially. I think in these cases, just let Goken do the job. You know, you don't have to go crazy, especially when he's having this big of a map so far.
I mean, this map is meant to be for those snipers, right?
Yeah.
Now XJ trying to get aggressive. Somehow the flashes are good. Luke Calm's going to find the drop.
Oh! It's overstepped there. Koi waiting for him, but good trade. This is still not bad displays from Antisocial. As long as they're swinging together, trading for each other, they do have the ability to kind of take it to Q9. And again, we're back to 3-on-3, so the round feels very similar to the last.
However, Antisocial is going to lose their rifling core. It's Adrian and Lucom that are down. And Y is having a bit of a slow map.
Goken's waiting for this push.
Ooh, yeah, he is, definitely.
Patience may well be rewarded. Again, Antisocial reading into what Q9 have been doing, and they should have been rewarded for it.
How did he miss that?
Goken misses the shot. Viana, though, set up to deal with it, and he knows he doesn't have to watch his back because Goken is. It's a great setup here from Antisocial. Huge, huge read. And really have to give them some credit for it. Again, info there for Goken. Viana, honestly, no need to really swing this one, I don't think. Still got plenty of time. Don't give up the 2-on-3 in this moment. But now's the time to kind of take that C4 and get a bit of a wriggle on because, you know, you found that advantage. You got what you wanted out of that setup. Time ticking away. Let's start to make our move.
And they're going to head towards A here. That is the correct read. As I feel like the reads from Antisocial have been great. You know, they're going fast. They're slowing it down immediately after the initial push. What that's doing is it's forcing Q9 to try to push out and try to get information. That has been the way they've always played, as you've pointed out many times, Elfish. So I just feel like Antisocial, again, they're just so prepared for this one. Let's see if they can win in the 3v2. XMY going to get smoked off a little bit, but he's pushing out. Viana taking a bunch of damage already, but that is going to be the kill from Goken. One shot from XMY, 15 seconds. They still have to either pick this up and plant, which they will be able to, it looks like here. But they still got to deal with XMY even after they do get this plant down. XMY looking for the pick-off, but he'll go down. A 5th round in favor of Antisocial as they take the lead on Eagle Eye.
That's a solid half after losing 3 rounds straight. They're going to pick the pace right back up and look calm. Just
look at this.
Wide swing and a double kill. Almost Q9 just lined that up for him to take. But now we do see the switch insides as Q9 is now going to be on the blacklist side and Antisocial will be on the global risk. And as opposed to the playstyle that Q9 was putting out on the global risk, I feel like Antisocial is going to play far more passive.
Yeah, probably, but we actually have a little bit of aggression out there from Y, and I don't mind trying to activate Y. He's been pretty fantastic in this series so far, having a bit of a rough one on Eagle Eye, but still gets involved early, get some confidence built in this second half, maybe even get Antisocial up 6-4, and the pathway to victory is most definitely being built by Antisocial right here.
Absolutely. He doesn't have the numbers, but that is the way to utilize him, right? Yep. Even when he's not putting up the numbers, just put him in. You know you still have confidence in him. It builds confidence in himself when he can get big rounds like this. And it is able to be traded back by Q9 just a bit, but they're still down a member after that initial push out of A long from their side of Antisocial. Now we got a guy in mid, Lucom on the flank here. They have no idea. That is a huge trade back. It's all up to XMY.
I don't like this. I don't like seeing him take this 1v1. I mean, Goken's there. He's healthy. You've got to get him involved in this. And he does. Very, very well done from Lukem.
Nice.
In the end, he almost overpeaked it. Almost have to be critical, but just decided to buy that time and allowed Gokun to come swinging in and find the trade. That's good. Don't want to be seeing those same mistakes happening again that we saw in the Gokun clutch.
Absolutely. Well, will they push once again? I mean, Antisocial, this is how they're getting wins. But this round, they are going to take it a little bit slower. Big presence outside of Hotel here from the side of Q9, as they have been mostly stumped in the last 3 or so rounds. Adrian still peeking, still getting info. Are they going to expect this? The answer is absolutely not. Even if he was looking back for Adrian, Adrian just so quick on the trigger, and he gets out alive.
Looks like the problem will just continue on to the side of Q9. XMI goes down as Gokun was just waiting with open arms, ready to give a big hug, and apparently Q9 is now down 2 players. Have to go on a 3v5. This is not the easiest task to make some rounds back on, and they're going to call the pause, but it just might be a round too late.
Well, never too late in my experience with this funny little game. But this is looking really good for Antisocial. Their GR side is really looking quite indomitable on Eagle Eye right now. And we might be saying goodbye to Q9 much earlier than anticipated in this tournament. Gokun will seal the deal on another kill. And that more or less should clean up this round. A 2v5 feels a little bit out of the ways of possibility right now for Q9. It's really funny to think about how the story has changed from what we were talking about on that pre-show, where it's like, I don't know if any Brazilian team's going to make it through from this knockout stage. Well, the first team to make it through might actually be a Brazilian team, and in quite dominant fashion as well. And it'll be Q9, one of the favorites for the tournament, that are going to be suffering at their hands.
Absolutely. I mean, Gokun right now 17-4. And a lot of the rounds, they don't even need him to go crazy. He's just been very consistent. It's really just a team diff right now. It's crazy to say, but nobody on the side of Q9 has been able to step up to the level of a Gokun or a Y or an Adrian. It just feels like all 5 members have joined together for the full fist punch. Whereas Q9, they've had their moments, but it has not been nearly as good as Antisocial. This is something like 4 rounds in a row now.
And Vienna's gonna use that timeout being called by Q9 to bring out his strategic books and deliver that right into his teammate. Yeah, I mean, whether the rounds be dicey or not, still at the end of the day, it's going to be Antisocial to pick up the rounds. It's gonna be 7-4, and Q9 is now really shaking to even stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, we're going to be getting reamed out by the coach right now. This is unacceptable for Q9. To go down 0-3, I mean, it's unacceptable to lose this match in general, but in this fashion.
Rough tournament for China, eh?
Honestly, rough year, if
as
we're
I
being
turn
real.
into a Canadian. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean,
this is Baisha getting knocked out of the CFS Summer Championship in group stage. That's what this is. But it's happening again. And it's kind of like, well, all right, what happens now? Evolution Power? Are they going to get knocked out as well? Maybe it comes down to AG once again. We'll see how that plays out, but post the TAC timeout for Q9 here, can they make any kind of difference happen, or is it just going to be easy street for Antisocial? This has been, so far, the most one-sided map that we've seen. We haven't actually seen a 3-round deficit.
Yeah. It's been very back and forth. It just feels like Antisocial, they took a timeout, and since then, they have really separated themselves from the enemy team. Again, I still feel like they were dominating on the first 2 maps, and now it came into this one, it was looking a lot closer, but now they're dominating again. Q9, especially from their blacklist side, it's not their strength, and they only kind of just barely got across the line from GR, down a round. That's not really what you want if you're a Q9 fan. That feels like struggle street for me.
Q9 is going to start forcing it down towards A, but Y will pick up a huge double kill of Vienna. Picking up a double kill of his own. It's all down to XMY. And are we looking at something great happening in front of our eyes?
I think so.
That was a couple of huge vamos there from the side of Vienna. I think they can taste the victory. Look at that, 6 rounds in a row.
Yep. I don't want to curse it, but this is feeling pretty done.
Goken's got 4 of his names up on the board.
Q9 are just absolutely missing. Antisocial, they're feeling confident. They're going to throw in a faster play, and it's going to work out phenomenally. Q9 are getting decimated on stage.
It's turning into a madhouse up there. Understandably so. I mean, they come to China. They were not the expected victors. Of course, the Portuguese language casters, they knew the whole time. But none of us were able to predict that this would happen. 9-4. Unbelievable.
I mean, this is it. This is do or die, make or break for Q9. They have nowhere else to go. They are literally standing on the edge of their tournament life for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
It's been an absolute masterclass from Antisocial so far today. All it requires is one more to seal the deal. Y goes forward on his own. Does well enough to get at least the 1-for-1. Won't be enough to confirm this one just yet for Antisocial. Q9, they have a small sliver of hope, a 1% chance of still winning this series. As long as they're not dead yet, there's still some semblance of a hope. So, see if they can make some magic happen, or if they're just going to go back into their shells. They're looking quite passive in this round. They're looking quite scared. They don't want to go anywhere near where Antisocial territory is.
No, not at all. But looks like after multiple failures down towards A bomb site, Q9 is going to try to go for the B take, but Twist that's being held down by the one and only Vienna, and also Adrian, who has been popped off in the past couple maps, just a little quiet coming into Eagle Eye. Q9, they're gonna dry peek into this one. Somehow Koi is able to get on top of the bomb site without losing his life.
They just kind of waltz on into the B site. They're just kind of taking it. Vienna not going to hit the shot. Smoke now in their face.
Oh, Golkin found the drop onto the C4. That is a big kill. You will go
Massive,
down.
Yeah.
40 seconds and ticking, and Q9 is at risk.
4v3, 35 seconds left on the clock. Don't really like the looks of this one for Q9, but they are getting the bomb plant down at least. Here's where the onus shifts back onto Antisocial. Will they do it right here? Will they shatter the hopes of Q9 at the 2024 Grand Finals? XJ pushing his way forward. They stay alive. They keep themselves in the fight. And Antisocial will have to go at least one more.
The problem for Q9 is they will have to pull that off 4 times in a row. And even that last round didn't look so strong. However, round 1 is round 1, and Q9 still has the breather on. Just, we don't know yet how much longer.
You got to start the music again.
It's almost like they're listening to you.
Yeah, you know, I had to remind them. But that's fine. 20-5, Goken. Adrian.
Or KD. What a number.
It feels like he hasn't... I feel like his KD should be higher than this, Adrian, at least. I don't know. But he's had some big moments as well. And already, Antisocial have laid the groundwork for a 3-0 here. This time they're just going to play more passively. They've got Adrian in Hotel. He's pushing out, doesn't see anything. Easy shot here for Vienna. And they have the crossfire, quite literally. The 2 snipers just hunting them down.
2 players remain for Q9. C4 pushing its way forward, but it's now down to just X and Y, and it feels like it's all but done. We have it locked in. Antisocial will once again, as the legends of the game from Brazil, find their way to a playoffs 3-0 over Q9. That was easily the best game of the tournament as far as I'm concerned. What a massive upset we've just seen from Antisocial. But hey, maybe it's not an upset. Maybe we just got the read on that matchup completely wrong because Antisocial... Yeah, I mean, fair. But hey, Antisocial just said, hey, it's a 3-0. It is what it is. That's kind of just a normal day at the office for us. It looked almost like a foregone conclusion there on Eagle Eye. What a great pocket pick. And yeah.
Oh boy. Just rubbing it.
Here we go. Just don't even move. Nah.
Yeah.
Don't swap it over to the next page. Yeah, we kind of got it wrong.
Just the Portuguese casters got the win here, but
yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, when it had to come down to the best out of 5s, when it had to come down to the end game, the veterans really put in the work and come out alive from the bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the experience factor kind of coming into play. You were kind of highlighting that even at the start of this game, and I was like, no, don't worry about it. These guys play CFP all the time.
I mean, it was this fan, right? At Fan F.
There you go.
He knew. He was like, you know, the Youth Storm, they have all this momentum from China. These guys are great. They're very capable, but they're going up against a team of veterans.
It's a big butt.
It is quite a big butt. I mean, because you think about it, they have all the strength, but you look at the side of Antisocial, and it's just like, you got Viana, one of the most experienced IGLs in the entire tournament. You've got Goken. This guy has played internationally. He's done kind of everything in the scene that you can do. He became a streamer. He joined so many different teams. He played in China. It's like, what can't this guy do? And then you think about everybody else. They're all so experienced as well. And they didn't even really need to rely on Goken for the majority of that series, outside of when he, of course, put up the 4 KD.
What I will
in
say,
map 3.
What I will say is that he can't do is win a CFS. He hasn't won a CFS yet, so
yeah.
I know it's too early to say, but it might actually be if he can pull off this kind of performance on a consistent basis.
420. 420.
Exactly.
He's winning.
He could find his first CFS title. I mean, he wasn't in any of those Brazilian squads that did it. Viana, LKK, and ADRF all have won themselves. But Goken, I think the best he's placed is second.
Yeah.
You know, look, early days, obviously, because we're not even like remotely into the playoffs just yet. We don't know what any of the matchups are going to look like. But the way that Antisocial played today, particularly there on Eagle Eye, that's a team that could win this event.
So, what does this mean for 3BL? How strong is 3BL?
True.
Just 2-0ing Antisocial, no big deal. Snare looking much better than Goken in that series. What does it mean?
Jeez, that's a hard question. It's a loaded question, right? Because like,
are 3BL going to win the whole thing?
Maybe. I mean, look, 3BL, they do look good as well. I think this is the beauty of it, right? Like, I will say I don't think Antisocial looked this good yesterday. I really will say that.
No, they
but 3BL also are looking fantastic, and it kind of gives you the hope that if this can be an upset, and if Wolf Empire can win Summer Championship, and we can see some of the upsets that we saw last year, like Ranking doing really, really well at CFS last year. Gone are the days of these being like super easily predictable matches. It used to be just like, if it's a Chinese team, pick a Chinese team. If not a Chinese team, pick the Brazilian team. If the Chinese team is versing the Brazilian team, you pick the Chinese team. That was pretty much all it came down to.
The tree, like
right, like X is greater than Y is greater than Z. But in this case, it kind of feels like we really have such a diverse pool of talent now, and regions that are kind of growing and building and looking better and better, that it's not as easy to predict anymore. And then it comes down to, are you good enough on the day as well? And I feel like today, Antisocial was definitely good enough. And obviously, it's easy to say that Q9 was not. Yesterday, I don't think Antisocial was good enough, and 3BL were hitting, I would say, some of the best form that we've seen from them. So it can be just down to a day thing, and who knows? Maybe there's a world we see Antisocial and 3BL play again. The result could be different, but 3BL, I mean, just to kind of give them some credit, I think they're definitely looking good enough to go deep in this tournament as well. So this is a great result for Antisocial, and it's a tick in the book of 3BL as a de facto as well.
I mean, that's the beauty of competitive esports and competitive LAN, right? Like the factors you've mentioned, you have to. I mean, sort of everyone was, picking the upper region, so to speak, for the talent predictions. But, this is what happens. An upset will come right at your face. You have to take into factors of who's going to do better on the day, who feels better, and who can really hit the shots. Those kind of questions really come down to the wire. And today, Antisocial looked so much better than what they were putting out on the group stages. Of the 6 days of the group stages.
Yeah, also something to always keep in mind is you know, teams can look really dominant and strong when they're the heavy favorites, right? You think about, you know, how we thought about the group's strengths coming in, like the strength level. We called Group D the group of life, right? Because it was the easiest group. It didn't have a Chinese team.
In theory.
Yeah, in theory, right?
In theory.
This is what we were thinking without having this information now. And we were saying, hey, that should be an easy group. But at the end of the day, you look at Group A as well. Q9, we assumed, is incredibly strong. Is going to make that group very hard, but they kind of just stomped over all the other teams, and they looked fantastic because of it, but maybe the group wasn't all that strong at the end of the day. You know, like rankings seriously underperformed. Everybody else kind of looked just whatever, and so Q9 looked like this giant powerhouse coming into this match, when in fact maybe the fact that Antisocial lost the 3BL is a lot more important to look at, because maybe Group D was much stronger than we thought, and Group A was much weaker than we thought.
Think about all of this. We're like kind of going through these like mental calculations off of just one knockout stage match. We've still got 3 more to go. So it's kind of a tantalizing prospect going forward. This is only the beginning, I think, of what may actually end up being the most exciting playoffs we've seen in a long time in CFS. Certainly, that's what this feeling is, you know, giving me. Last year, it did. Look, it did kind of feel like maybe we were still kind of Baisha AG, they're better than the rest. You know, like there was this understanding
it was easier.
Those two teams were going to really just walk their way to the final, and everyone else was kind of battling for 3rd, 4th. And there were some interesting results in that 3rd, 4th discussion. But this year, like I don't think there's one standout guaranteed team that would go, yep, they're making the final. Right now, the closest to that probably is Wolf Empire, but they're playing against Imperial, and look, I don't half mind Imperial. I think they've had a bit of a shaky, rocky kind of up and down group stage, but they're a team that if they're hitting their peak in the same way that Antisocial have today, I could actually see them beating Wolf Empire, for sure.
Maybe Brazil as a region, they've gotten so strong that now they're kind of like China, where they go into group stage and they kind of underperform and kind of like pretend and not really show much, and then they come into knockouts and just absolutely crush people.
I mean,
because that's what China used to do as well, where it's like, oh, are they really that strong? Oh, they are. They're even stronger than we even imagined. They're hiding a lot of stuff in group stage. Maybe this time around, Brazil looked weak in group stage because everybody's just hiding everything and they're not playing at their top peak.
Maybe. I mean,
they look much better in this match, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial, let's say Imperial gets that upset over Wolf Empire. That's Wolf Empire also missing out, so that'll be the 2 top seeds from Group A and B. 3BL versus Vasco. You know, 3BL's looking good and definitely looking better than Vasco, in my opinion, right now, but Vasco I can see winning that series, and that would be the Group D first seed missing out, and Evolution Power would play All Gamers, and that's also a matchup where the 2nd seed could beat the 1st seed. We could see an absolutely crazy playoffs here.
Yeah, a lot of upsets cooking in the pot here for the knockout stages.
Well, to be fair, we didn't get many upsets in the group stage, so I guess we're kind of due for some.
Yeah, because group stage, it was basically done for a lot of teams, but then again, coming to knockout stages, and the first one of it, the first one to begin off, is an upset, and I guess, like you said, it's due for it.
I mean, is that the biggest upset of the year?
Probably is.
Go back and look at the Summer Championship. I guess, like, in a way, it is and it isn't, because Baisha getting knocked out of the group stage of Vietnam is like the biggest upset, but that's multiple results. That's not just one.
It's like Baisha upsetting themselves rather than like one team overperforming and creating an upset, you know?
I mean, maybe Wolf Empire over All Gamers in the grand final of Summer Championship. That's like a pretty
after getting 3-0'd earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably fair. So, yeah, let's put it top 2. Let's put it top 2 for the year at international events. But, hey, that ain't too bad. That ain't too bad at all.
I'm worried for China. I mean, Q9 fell this easily. AG aren't looking 100%. Evolution Power, they're good, but are they like a championship team? I think in a lot of people's minds, the answer is a resounding no. And they would put Brazilian teams, Vietnamese teams, heck, even like 3BL maybe over EP. Really depends on the way the rest of the matches
It's
go.
weird, isn't it, though? Because I feel like we're kind of down on EP a little bit, and I think largely that's coming from the series against Ubek that they played, their first series. They lost a map there.
They're still very good.
Yeah, but the rest of the run has been pretty clean. They did go 10-8, 10-8 against Imperial, to be fair, so pretty close result there. But I just don't think that EP maybe have the same aura Like, you know, bringing the Zoomer terminology on the Boomer desk again. Do they have the same aura?
Do we even understand what it
you guys
means?
know what I
Not
mean?
really.
You guys know what I mean when I say that? Like, you need me to explain? Yeah. I just don't think they have the same aura that, certainly not that AG have. Like, AG have this legacy built up. They're one of the most storied organizations.
But they're losing their aura.
They are,
AG.
definitely.
Like, I don't know.
But now Wolf has picked up their own aura
Yeah.
to actually have a good chance of winning the tournament. And does Evolution Power have it to go against them, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a potential question mark. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, are we even potentially going to see Evolution Power up against Wolf Empire?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, we're now guaranteed to only have one Chinese team going further forward, right? Because Evolution Power and AG have to play against each other. So the hopes of that entire region are now pinned on whichever team ends up winning against.
It's a lot of pressure after they had a lot of disappointing results already.
We could have one of Vietnam, Brazil, West, China.
Yeah.
That could be our top 4.
That's awesome.
I think
for
that's
us.
really cool.
That's very diverse if you think about it.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Chinese side isn't really going to enjoy that
Nor
that
is
much.
the Brazilian, to be quite honest, because they've still got the chance to have 3 through.
That's true. A lot of top 4s have looked like either 2 or 3 China and then like 1 Vietnam, or like 2 China, 1 Vietnam, 1 Brazil, I think was last year.
Yeah.
So it's like the slow change. It's 3 China, 4 China, top 4.
Last year's top 4 was Baisha, All Gamers, 2 Chinese, Vincent, which is Brazilian, and then ranking top 4.
Exactly.
So the competitive landscape is definitely changing up here.
Yeah. What was Vietnam? Let's have a quick look there.
I really do hope that we get 4 different regions in the top 4. That would be the most interesting.
That was
I
what we
think.
had actually in Vietnam. I didn't even think about that. We had Vietnam, China, Brazil, West, top 4. So that was pretty cool. But enough talk from us. We've still got one more best of 5 to get to, so we'll take a break. Send you down to the stage for an interview.
We have Gokun storming with his team, Antisocial team to be exact, into the playoffs. Congratulations. I think people would have been brave to say that was going to go 3-0 to Imperial. I know you'd be confident you could win. Did you think you were going to do it 3-0?
Nós sabemos que vocês estavam muito confiantes, né? Mas não estávamos sabendo que poderia ser 3-0 assim. Vocês pensaram que ia ser tão fácil assim?
Para ser sincero, eu estava muito confiante, eu sabia que ia ganhar essa partida, mas não esperava um 3-0. Eu achei que seria um 3-1 para a minha equipe.
Honestly speaking, even though we won the game, we didn't expect it to be this easy, 3-0. We thought it would be 3-1.
3-1, yes, a few thought 3-1, a few thought 3-1 the other way. You seemed, Gokun, in map 2, it seemed like you came alive a bit more, like you started playing more confident. Did something change for you in map 2 in particular?
No segundo mapa, né, vocês já, como tiveram a primeira vitória do primeiro mapa, no segundo mapa pareciam mais confiantes ainda. Vocês fizeram alguma modificação tática?
Acho que não teve modificação nenhuma pro segundo mapa. Nós ficamos muito confiantes depois de ganhar o primeiro, é claro. É muito bom vencer a primeira partida para que a gente possa ficar mais confiante no resto das outras.
Actually, we didn't make any major changes or differences after winning the victory, so that means we are more confident in the second map because we are more guaranteed to the victory, so that we are more confident.
Okay. Tell me about this. This I love. Tell me all about your lucky car.
Você poderia nos falar mais pouco sobre esse carrinho que você está segurando na mão?
Brinquedo do meu filho, eu trouxe a primeira partida que eu jogo com um brinquedo dele e eu joguei esse jogo pensando nele.
This is the toy of my son, and in the first map I carry this with me, so I carry this along with me. I think this is my mascot.
Your mascot means a lot to you. I understand. I love it. I will ask you, you're probably going to fight up against Wolf, Empire, or Imperial Esports. Ooh, Brazilian team. Do you want Wolf or do you want Imperial, and why?
Na próxima partida, né, que pode ser tanto com a Wolf ou com a Imperial, queremos saber qual das duas equipes você prefere jogar contra.
Para ser sincero, eu prefiro jogar contra a Wolf, porque jogar contra o Brasil eu sinto que é mais fácil ser counterado, porque eu treino muito contra eles e faço muitas coisas novas e acaba ficando com o que eu deixo para fazer aqui na CFS as minhas melhores coisas.
Pode me explicar o que é alterado?
Alterado.
For us, we'd like to first confront with Wolf because for the Brazilian team, I think that is not very competitive for us. I think we want to first conquer the Vietnam team.
Conquer the Wolf team. Interesting. Interesting. Sometimes Brazilian teams want to face each other, sometimes keep them apart for now. We know we have to the big stage. Antisocial team. Gokhan will be ready with his Brazilian friends. Obrigado, Gokhan. We will see them in the playoffs in the top 4. And don't go anywhere, as another match is coming here on our knockout day 1. We'll find out who else will be joining Antisocial team in our playoffs this weekend.
Cảm nhận của em khi nhận được giải nhất danh hiệu chức vô địch là em rất là vui, và em không nghĩ đến là em giành được chức vô địch sau bao nhiêu năm em chinh chiến trên đấu trường quốc tế chuyên nghiệp. Đánh bại người Trung Quốc thì cảm xúc của em rất là vui thôi, nhưng mà đánh bại người Trung Quốc để giành chức vô địch thì em càng vui nhân ít 10 lần. Đến bây giờ vẫn còn vui. Em đang ăn mì tôm. Buổi sáng mới dậy nên là ăn tạm có mì tôm. Một ngày bình thường của em thì em ngủ thì sẽ rơi vào tầm 12 giờ trưa em dậy, và em sẽ ăn trưa. Thì có những hôm thì em sẽ ăn ở ngoài, có những hôm thì vợ em nấu ăn. Nếu như hôm nào vợ em bận công việc hoặc là mệt quá thì em sẽ đi ăn ngoài hoặc là ăn mì tôm cho nó nhanh và uống thêm một ly cà phê.
là một người rất là kỷ luật và chăm chỉ tập luyện. Còn đối với đời sống thì quan hệ với mọi người thì Lucas thân thiện và hòa đồng.
Lý do để em đạt được chiến thắng và giành chức vô địch là team em 5 người đồng lòng. Dù có thắng hay thua thì chơi hết mình là được. Mục tiêu tương lai của em là vô địch thêm một cái CBF Grand Final. Bất cứ là năm nào cũng được, nhưng mà nếu mà hay nhất thì là trong năm nay. Và tương lai của em thì em sẽ muốn có thêm nhiều chức danh hiệu hơn, vô địch hơn. Tình nghĩa của em, một kết của em đối với em đó là tuổi thơ và thanh xuân và cả tương lai của em. Lucas xin chân thành cảm ơn các fan hâm mộ đã đến nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ và các fan hâm mộ đã theo dõi Team Boss Empire qua màn ảnh nhỏ. Lucas một lần nữa xin cảm ơn và mong rằng các fan hâm mộ luôn theo dõi Team Boss Empire từ nay về sau.
Man, and that's actually a nice timing on it from Ranking, but Action just delivers an absolute.
And he eventually does go down. Oof. I think he could have doubled the C4. The Swan.
Vocal down.
Swung, and it is good for Fenton.
Take out the two snipers as Slayer. Here comes WY, is going to push in.
All the way around. Long takes the challenge and wins it.
Pushing out ahead, Adrian. Very risky.
Whoa.
Oh, hits him in the foot. Diana does clean it up, but now we got WY.
Off angle. Cheeky. Bartel with wow.
Another duel happening. Looks like the swing might just not be there for Lotus. YTK comes around the corner, will be able to find a triple kill, and somehow he finds 4K.
Push, he's got a great angle, and now he's got a lot of help from his team as well.
Host the utility to slow him down, but it will be.
Gets a quick scope on, pulls out, not gonna happen. ZY's gonna find a trip. Fine crossfire. ZY picking up, gets one. Looking for second, gets one. Looking for third, gets it. And all 4 kills are gonna be wiped down by.
Oh, Knockout Day 1, Match 2. Get ready for this. This one is got some venom behind it. Expect an intense battle, great skills, fully packed energy, and some motivation. On one side, the summer season champions. On the other side, the team they beat to get to that grand final, who would love to get some revenge. Here we go with the unstoppable Wolves and the Legends of Brazil. On one side, we introduce the only remaining team from Vietnam and the summer season champions, Wolf Empire! On this side of the stage, the team who were knocked out of the Summer Season Championship by Wolf, their revenge is in sight. It's Imperial Esports! Oh, there's a lot going on here, and not just the revenge, but the only place available in the playoffs goes to one of these. Come and get it, teams. They are going to unlock the future.
Yes, indeed, the future is slowly but surely being unlocked in front of our eyes. We're getting a bit of a better idea of what our playoffs are going to be looking like. Antisocial absolutely blasting away Q9, and they've locked themselves in as the first team into those playoffs. Now we have to find out who will be facing them. Will it be Wolf Empire or Imperial? We've got Sneaky and Neo back on the desk to change things up for our second and final game of the day. But lads, before we get into this one, obviously I want to hear your opinion on that last series, because that was kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just like how I predicted, I thought Q9 was going to win the entire event, and then I feel like they crumbled in the quarterfinals. And I think I was having a conversation with one of the Chinese casters actually, and it kind of felt like the amount of pressure that the Antisocial was applying on Q9, who were kind of used to the slower pace, used to just, playing around the map, and it seems like Antisocial, who took the fight to them, the pressure was too much for Q9.
Yeah.
Antisocial masterclass is what I saw. Q9 disaster class on the other side. Heartbreaking for them, though, not to be able to play in front of the crowd, right? I'm sure that's probably the main motivations for them. But moving to the here and the now, we've got Wolf Empire, of course, up on your screens. Arguably the favorites of this entire tournament. Number one team at Summer Championship. Number one team in terms of the performances so far as well. And these, of course, have been their ratings. Everybody having their moment to shine, but in particular, Ice Cube and Dola looking insane.
Yeah, I think it's been an amazing tournament, really, from Dola so far. Obviously, when we're looking at this team, we're typically going to be talking about Ice Cube, sometimes, obviously, Shady and Rambo getting their highlights as well. But I think Dola is someone that doesn't really get talked about enough, and I'm kind of glad to see him having the success that he is at this event. Hopefully, for Wolf Empire, that's going to continue as well. Like, these are great numbers coming through from all of your roster. Basically, this is exactly how you'd like to see it be playing out. You've got Dola and Ice Cube, one Rifler, one Sniper, doing really well for themselves. Then you have the round out of Shady and Rambo. You can obviously pick up the secondary Orb there, but also kind of getting it done with the rifling. So the sniping's working nicely, the rifling core's working nicely, Lucas there in support, everything kind of going to plan there for Wolf Empire. On the other hand, for Imperial, also not too bad, but they have, I think, been, a little bit more hot and cold. There have been definitely elements for this team that have gone missing at times, but by and large, on average, across the group stage, their numbers actually looking pretty damn good there. And if they could, again, maintain that into this series, they're going to be a pretty tough team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, everyone above 1 KD for the side of Imperial. I think the group stage that we expected from the Brazilian team obviously was a bit underwhelming, just like how we said. I mean, Ubek taking a map off of them, and you know, the other squads. Actually, it was only Ubek who took a map off of Imperial. Actually, never mind. There is Evolution Power. I forgot Evolution Power existed in the group, and then they also beat them in that one. But we're gonna take a look at the team data, of course, from the tournament so far, and yeah, it's just been W's for Wolf Empire, man.
I would say that the run for Wolf Empire has been more impressive, no doubt, for this matchup. Obviously, easy to say when they went through their group 3-0, Imperial went through theirs, you know, 2-1. But even just looking at the teams that they played against, I actually kind of put a little bit more stock in that of Group B. Wolf Empire beating all gamers, that to me is more impressive than if Imperial would beat Evolution Power, first of all, which didn't end up happening, obviously. But that, first of all, is a very impressive result. I think Unknights and Swamp, I'd probably put above A Lotus as well, quite frankly. And Ubek, they were a bit up and down. I think they could kind of get thrown in that conversation somewhere, but I just in general kind of feel like Wolf Empire have been a little bit more tested in this group stage than what Imperial have been. Key players for this matchup, Dola and GDSC, a couple of riflers, I think a very, very good choice. We were sort of highlighting GDSC in terms of his impact rounds in one of the previous matches that we saw from Imperial. Dola can be thrown in that same conversation as well. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think Wolf Empire have maybe had a little bit of a quote-unquote tougher run?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, not many people can beat North American CrossFire. You know, the kings of CrossFire. The GOATs, some would argue, in some ways. So, yeah, but I would probably agree. I think Unknights are better than a Lotus. I think Swamp Gaming are better than a Lotus as well. The argument, I think, is then just in terms of the caliber of Ubek. I would actually probably say, from what I've seen so far, I'd actually probably put Ubek above both Unknights and Swamp. I actually think I liked what I saw from that team. I think they actually have a lot of potential. And probably a team that we're going to keep an eye out for the future of those guys. But in the grand scheme of things, Imperial shouldn't have lost. I think just fundamentally, like, this is a side who are meant to be group stage merchants. They're meant to be able to go through #1 seed. They probably should have avoided Wolf Empire for as long as possible. That would have meant going against all gamers, so it's not exactly an easier matchup there. But the fact that he picked up a loss and a 2-0 loss to Evolution Power was pretty concerning. Of course, the matches to you here is pretty favourable for the most part. You know, you look at this Wolf Empire side who've got the most recent back-to-back wins, right? Of course, at that Summer Championship, that's what I'm taking stock in. You can talk about the group stage back at the Summer Championship in 2023. That's so long ago for me.
That's pre-Ice Cube.
Exactly, it's pre-Ice Cube, so who cares, really? That's when Ice Cube's back on ranking. No one really cares about that. We're talking about the games which is these five players in these lineups, and also it's in this calendar year. It's only a few months ago. It's back-to-back wins for Wolf Empire. All expectations should be Wolf Empire in this case, and you know, I'm assuming basically everyone's going to say the same, bar the Portuguese stream.
Somebody, according to Valdez, apparently did predict Imperial. We'll have to wait and find out who that's going to be. Sneaky's got a bit of a grin on his face, so I had a feeling it might be this guy here. So do you want to take us through that prediction, Sneaky? Because that's kind of against the grain. Look, I will say straight up here, I don't hate it. I don't think it's impossible for Imperial to win this, but what's your take?
I think, not gonna lie, it was a bit of a Hail Mary. I think I'm really banking on you know, the players on the team actually performing as expected, right? I feel like Seven, obviously, you know, at the peak of the Summer Championship, he was actually the highest rated player in that entire tournament, and I feel like it's just really up to the other players to kind of step up to the plate, right? Obviously, Ryuzao having a better second half of the year compared to the first half, and I feel like overall, if Imperial peaks at the right time, then potentially we could have an upset.
I definitely agree. I think
like your Hail Mary of Q9. Some would say.
Yeah, well, that one's kind of in the bin at this point. But look, again, I've always had a lot of respect for this Imperial roster because I like the kind of game that they play. I think they play quite intelligent, and I think they have the pieces that they need to be a world-beating team. But it just hasn't really seemed to have come together.
Sure.
And again, on the same side, Wolf Empire, I mean, they're having a phenomenal run this year, but they have always been that kind of influx team where they're sometimes a bit up and down. Maybe if things aren't going their way, I could see an upset coming out today. So there's by no means a cut and dry result here, but obviously the major favorites are going to be Wolf Empire, having beaten Imperial back-to-back in an international event already this year, having a bit of a better run in the group stage, having won Summer Championship. All of the ticks are in the book of Wolf Empire, and Imperial are hoping here to kind of cause, I think, what would be a pretty hefty upset.
I would say, though, as a counter-argument to that, I don't think, in the calendar year of 2024, I don't think Wolf Empire have lost a game that matters. put it that way, right? Who cares that they lost a ranking in the domestic finals? It doesn't matter, right? Because, they've already qualified. It's not a game in which they have, it's not do or die. It's not life on the line. That's the difference for me, where I feel like for Imperial, they've lost all the games that matter. That's the standard story for them. We talk about Summit Championship, getting knocked out in the fashion that they did as well. And, for me, the way I look at it is that when you look at this Wolf Empire team, when it matters most, they always step up. In this groups, for example, they had to take down the big guns again, arguably the favorite prior to the tournament of all gamers on home soil. And they did it, not with ease, but that map number 3 was pretty easy.
Well, this is a do or die. This is a match that matters, right? So
and that's where I worry about Imperial, because we spoke about this when they lost in the groups. For Imperial, it seems like when they start losing, they don't stop losing until the tournament ends, right? Whereas Wolf Empire, they can bounce back, but more often than not, they don't need to bounce back.
All right, let's have a look at the maps and see the matchup there as well. By and large, you look at that graph and you think, that looks pretty favorable for Wolf Empire. Again, you have to sort of bear in mind, I think the general level of Brazil is probably a little bit stronger than the general level of Vietnam. Maybe the peak is higher in Vietnam, but I think just as a base level, Brazil has a few more competitive teams. So that may bring the numbers down a little bit for Imperial, but both teams looking pretty solid on most of the map pool.
I mean, the good argument for this is that the #1 team from Vietnam did go 0-3 in the group. So that is probably the perfect argument to justify that, I would actually agree the base level in Brazil is, I'd actually say probably quite considerably higher if you think about it. A Lotus were incredibly underwhelming, if I'm being completely honest. And basically everybody that
Next
from
top
Vietnam,
also.
Yeah,
Hey,
next top.
don't talk smack about my go.
Yeah,
poo.
I'll start talking smack about next top. That's for damn sure. So that's the issue, right? We've got kind of what it feels like incredibly top heavy to the point. There's actually only one team that are even remotely good from Vietnam. So that's good news for Imperial, right? When they got good stats across the board on a variety of maps, and they actually have a lot of depth in their pool, I think that's actually a really big thing to look in for Imperial, which is what makes it actually scarier for Wolf Empire, because it's a best of 5, because it's a series that could have a bit of longevity behind it, because it's actually this is going to be a battle of fatigue. I actually look at this and say that's the clear, distinct advantages for Imperial. Domestic reps against good teams on a regular basis and putting up good stats along the way. Whereas Wolf Empire, they probably have to beat some pretty bad opponents, and you can't really take too much away from that, basically.
Well, we've already seen one upset today. We've already seen one kind of wild result. Who's to say we won't see another one? I think a lot of it obviously is pressure, right? Like this is kind of the same as last year. We had like this incredibly critical sort of couple of day window. I think it might have even actually just been one day where we had that third place playoff, where each team from the third place in their group got to play off for the one remaining slot in playoffs. And here we have, instead of that, we actually have the knockout stage. It's kind of the same vibe though. It's like you have one chance, one day to either make or break the rest of your tournament right here. So that's a lot of pressure. You can just be done in 3 maps, as we've seen from Q9 in the blink of an eye.
It's best of 5s, man. There's a different vibe entirely, in all honesty. Take a look at the map picks, of course. Not going to be surprised if Imperial bans out the Black Widow, because that is going to be one of the more clutch maps for the side of Wolf Empire. For Wolf Empire, priority is going to be probably attacking that Mexico, but to be fair, Wolf is also really good on that map, but at the same time, do you want to risk having a Mexico in a best of 5 against a team who's also known to play that map? No, of course. So yeah, I'm just expecting maybe Black Widow Mexico for the first 2 bans, and maybe the priority for Ankara is high for both teams. I mean, that's going to be very interesting, in all honesty, that both teams actually play Ankara good. But whose style is better here?
Well,
Wolf.
We've had sub-base in every single series from Imperial so far at the event.
I wouldn't be surprised if they insta-pick into it.
Wolf, I think, might not be a bad shout to go towards something like a Black Widow as well, honestly. They've looked pretty good on that. True.
Actually, Wolf might ban Eagle Eye here. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
I think that's good, actually. I was going to touch on this. I think the Eagle Eye ban here feels pretty good. Honestly, the Eagle Eye should have been banned out by Q9 in that previous series.
That's true.
I don't know why they left it in. You can't leave an Eagle Eye open against a Goku.
They thought they were dead.
You can't leave an Eagle Eye open against an Eagle.
I was talking to these guys over on the Chinese analyst desk, and they were saying CFPL, Chinese CrossFire, apparently it's the best map there.
Evidently not.
I mean, it's the wrong 2-letter team.
Yes,
it's not
exactly.
EP. It's Q9 that we were talking about there.
Exactly.
I just don't know why they risked Eagle Eye in the first place. Mexico, of course, not going to be too bad of a shout for Imperial. It's a map where they do very well on back home, and especially with the Animals' style of micromanaging his teammates, I think it's very fitting.
I gotta say though, with this Mexico, I don't think Wolf Empire are too upset with this. They play it domestically. It's a map in which at least is pugged quite a lot domestically as well, so I think they're relatively happy with that all in all. But I do think that Eagle Eye ban is actually really smart. Then we're going to get the sub-base pick, so I didn't expect, in all fairness, Wolf to pick into sub-base. But do you think, well, I'm thinking this has got to be reactionary off the back of the EP game. That has to be, right? Because I actually think Imperial were incredibly underwhelming. I know it was only a 10-8 loss, so if you look at it on paper, but it's the fashion at which they lost and the way in which they lost. So that's actually where I don't hate this being picked in here. I actually expect it to be picked second wave by Imperial, in all fairness. But then we get the Ankara pick. That's kind of this sort of trading picks. I sort of thought that would be the other way around, basically.
I think both teams are really good on that map, so not a surprise that they do want to kind of break the monotony, especially in map 3. Not a surprise in sub-base. I mean, being the second and third best team on that map in their entire group. Of course, the best being Ubek Maniac, because they haven't lost a single sub-base this entire tournament. It seems like maybe Wolf is trying to attack their weakness from what they saw in that series against Ubek. So it seems like they're going to try and attack that. Map 4 most likely is going to be Compound if they do want to play it safe. Yep, there it is. And there we go.
Kind of having some flashbacks to last year, though, if you remember when Wolf Empire was called House 2L. Obviously, this is prior to Ice Cube coming into the picture. They did have Mexico in that map pool. I think they might have even actually picked into it against ranking in what was basically the decider match for who goes through in a better seed in that wildcard playoff situation. They actually ended up losing it. So sort of same kind of situation, and we're seeing a sort of similar map pool. That was, of course, a best of 3 back there, but Mexico was in there, Compound was in there, Ankara was in there. Ankara looked fantastic for, at that point, House, but now Wolf Empire. But Mexico and Compound were a little bit shaky, and it was a pretty surprising loss. I think most people went into that one expecting House to win that matchup, but they didn't. Just, you know, drawing those parallels once again. Same sort of time, same sort of place, same kind of team. Is there a repeat here where Mexico starts poorly here for Wolf Empire, and that sort of sets us off on a bit of an awkward tangent for the best of 5?
I mean, Mexico as a map, I think you guys can feel the vibe as well. It's not really a map-on-map, right? It's not. You don't start off the series playing Mexico.
No.
So, yeah, it seems like Imperial, they want to start things off on a good note in this series. However, just like I said it, man, Wolf Empire, they also play the Mexico map. So, Imperial, they still have to keep their wits about them. This is not the map where you can just easily get it out of their hands. And, yeah, I mean, hopefully we do see some really good crossfire. I feel like despite the vibes of the series of like Wolf obviously playing slow, Imperial is going to be playing a bit slow as well. I feel like this is going to be one of our faster series actually, because I feel like Wolf, you know, once they get the ball rolling, they start moving a bit more forward more than usual.
I do agree with that. I do agree that Wolf tends to play a little bit slower, a bit faster rather, when they are feeling it, when they start winning. They're kind of going to be, I think, in that same vein as maybe what Antisocial were in the last series, where they can throw in a little bit of a change up here and there, and particularly when they feel like they're on top, they will just kind of run at you and dominate you in a lot of cases. But on the other side of the coin, yeah, Imperial is one of those teams that just really likes to slow it down. So it may be like these two forces working against one another. One that wants to go fast, one that wants to go slow, meeting in the middle and see what happens.
I'd be super surprised. I probably disagree with that. I actually think because of just specifically Imperial, whenever on the BL side, nothing's going to happen for the first 2 minutes. We all know that. Even if Wolf Empire go aggro on GR, they're just going to run away, right? That's sort of what Imperial do. They just fall back. We know they like to really play the clock as a big part of their playstyle. And this map specifically is incredibly slow. That's just inherently how it's played out. So I'd be very surprised if this one's even remotely quick. But the series as a whole, I just think when Imperial are ever on that BL side, they always slow it down. So that's where I maybe think it could be the side. But again, when Wolf Empire on BL side, we should get a lot of quick rounds.
It is funny that you should say that, though, because in the series between Imperial and Ubek, when we did get to watch Mexico, Imperial actually, funnily enough, kind of played a little bit faster on Mexico on BL.
But do you think that was disrespect? I thought that was just them being disrespectful.
Than any of the other maps. Like, it's like, what's going on here? If you're going to play fast on any map, why is it Mexico blacklist side? Like, I don't understand that at all. But I think it's just like they feel confident on this map, and, you know, maybe we will see an element of that come back here once again in this game against Wolf Empire, at least for map 1. But
I always thought that was kind of like, we're just so much better than you.
Maybe.
Like, let's get this over and done with. This is a waste of our time type vibes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You can't think the same thing in this matchup against Wolf Empire, that's for sure.
Exactly.
But I do think that this first map is going to be a real sort of trendsetter for this series. Like, this is going to tell us whether or not it's actually going to be possible for Imperial at all. The map was actually very similar. Last time we had Ankara sub-base compound Port Mexico. Just the rotations changed around a little bit this time. So we get Mexico, which we didn't actually get to see in the Summer Champs matchup that they did play. That was ultimately the remaining map that didn't get played. So we'll see if that makes up any difference here for Imperial. But I do think it's kind of a must-win for Imperial to get themselves off on the right foot. And we don't have to worry about it too much longer. It's time to get underway with map 1 of our second knockout stage matchup. It is Imperial and Wolf Empire.
Welcome in to Mexico. I am very interested to see how this is going to be played here. Smoke down, and Imperial going to go through it. That's a little bit quicker already, and a lot of fights early doors, so maybe it wasn't just disrespect to Ubek, they just think they're better here as well. Talk about setting the tone. They've left Ice Cube all alone. 1v4 turn 1v3.
Maybe they learned a thing or two from the Ubek Maniac boys, actually, because I feel like they're kind of matching the pace from what we saw in that last series, but Ice Cube, of course, always a factor when it comes to these rounds, but he's going to get away in time. C4 is going to go down, but with a sniper, this is going to be gosh darn difficult to get back into the A site, especially the angles that they're holding. There's a guy in Fork, there's a guy inside of the site, and Ryuzao's already spotted Ice Cube, actually, so this is looking like a lost cause.
The shot once Ryu's out in Forklift, Natal bank over. I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference. And it is Imperial who do start well. Very quick round. They gave Ice Cube a bit of a moment, but in the end, there was just too much to do. 1 versus 4. That was a pretty big ask.
Well, what did I say, though, about Imperial on Mexico? They just come out the gates really, really fast. Same as what they saw against Ubek Maniac. I think Wolf Empire needed to be prepared for that, for sure.
For sure.
And maybe weren't quite. But it is only 1 round. However, it is 1 round on the blacklist side for Imperial, which is a pretty significant win when you're really talking about maybe 3 rounds on this half being a good result.
Sending it, holy. They're just sending it. I mean, it seems like they didn't get the memo that the BL does have the disadvantage here, but it seems like Wolf Empire is going to make them known that their defense is going to be strong, at least for the Waters position, and every single member just fell for Imperial. And
wow, timeout, Siri.
I had to look behind me. I was like,
yeah,
is
they
that
actually
real?
called a timeout. I'm assuming this is a. I'm looking at the coach now. He's speaking. Is that Dola? I think I can see the top of his head. Oh yeah, I can see it on the screen. I was looking towards the stage, but I don't know. This is meant to be a tech.
Tech?
Yeah.
I think it's a. Yeah, I think it's a tech. So I think
I can only see the top of his head from my angle on the stage here. You can just see like a bit of the white hair and the headphones. But I'm assuming this is a tech. I mean, okay, let's just assume that it's correct and it's a timeout. That's a very interesting call to make, and one that maybe to a degree I can understand, because they're probably saying, okay, guys, maybe the Ubek thing wasn't, wasn't like a one-off. Maybe this is sort of how they play.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the case.
Not so sure. I guess maybe Dota did something wrong in the prior round that maybe the coach could have pointed out, but
maybe. But
I don't know. But just
on the other
pulling
side,
the trigger on a round 2 tack is just not it. That's for sure.
Yeah. No. I will say though, on the other side, because round 2 was actually super conclusive, flawless round coming through for Wolf Empire. There's a world in which now Imperial slow it down and say, okay, the quick round works. We caught them off guard. Now they're awake. They're playing guns up. We actually now have to try and default and try and execute a little bit more properly, I guess you could say.
Yeah, very strange. Very strange to call a tack timeout right there.
Okay, I think it was.
I think it was a tech pause. Yeah, I really do. It's kind of the vibe, but I don't know if that, like, because they've now called the attack timeout, like, does that count as their attack timeout, or do they get that back? Or
I'm going to assume no. I'm going to assume that was just like a by accident type thing.
Yep. I mean, the coach is talking. My opinion, he shouldn't, because it is a tech timeout. So
yeah,
true.
No yapping allowed. Yeah, I think they're trying to fix Dola's screen, maybe.
About time he turned it on.
Yeah, true.
Silly, mate. There's a game on.
Yeah, important match as well.
Yeah, we might need this.
It's crazy that they're playing on like 480 hertz. I think they unlocked the... if you guys don't know, for the people back home who are kind of used to the client of just getting up to 144 FPS, kind of dependent on what your resolution is. It only goes up to 200 in the local client, but the tournament client, if you guys do not know, it is unlocked. Or you can kind of cap it actually if you want to just cap it to 480 and.
I'm assuming most players will cap it.
Yeah, I think they should, because I think if you have any additional frames, the game is going to be a bit wonky.
Dude, I remember when I got a new PC, this is like start of 2023, I think it arrived, like January 2023. It was maxed out, 4080, everything brand new, the top of the range. And I played a few games where I uncapped the FPS, and a few of them were going over 1,000 FPS, and my game was just like bugging out.
Yeah, you have to cap it, man.
Bearing in mind, I have like a 270 hertz monitor, so it was just like complete.
270?
270?
Yeah.
That's weird. That's a weird number.
Weird, I know, exactly.
Where did the 10 go?
I got gifted to me by a rival company, so I won't mention their name. But yeah, it was like got given over, and it was 270, which
270
or was it 265?
270 is such a specific number. I'm kind of used to 280.
270 or 260? I know it's not
It's
280.
144 hertz.
No, I know for a fact it's not 280.
I think it's 240 hertz. I think
No,
it's 240.
I honestly I think it's like 270 or 265, something like that. I'll find out now. But it was a weird number where when I saw it in the settings, I was like, is that right?
No, but what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure 240 hertz is like the standard for that like tier almost. It's like that's the normal. Anyway, we're back into the game here. It's a pretty quick one again from Imperial, at least in some aspects. It's gone the way of Wolf Empire, that early exchange. So seems like Wolf Empire are sort of clawing their way back into this map after a disastrous round one there. Looking a bit better.
Yeah, now that Dola's screen is on, it seems like he just sent it absolutely in towards long. That's one way to do it. I mean, an immediate 4v5 at the start of the round is definitely how you want to start here on Mexico as that GR. And now Imperial. I think they have plenty of nades to set up still for a singular take, but I mean, without Eagles, man, this is going to be a bit tough. Or E4S, it's going to be a bit tough. Oh, they bogged-downed it. Not much. I really didn't expect this much sniper action in Mexico, especially as of recent. You don't really see it. Shady will get GDSC. Lucas gonna go aggressive just as usual, but Rambo gonna get the trade. This is standard Crossfire we're seeing here, Jordan.
Yeah, pretty good standard stuff from Wolf Empire. Nice spacing. Credit where it's due. I think at the end of the day, if you can do the basics right, you can go a really long way. And Wolf Empire, over the last sort of 12 months or so, I think have gone a long way in switching the narrative around their team and around their region, in that it used to always be very chaotic. But I think Wolf Empire have started to get a lot of those basics right, and that's really nicely done from Rambo. He doesn't quite get the finishing blow, but does a lot more damage over to 7. So Plant's going to go down, but this will be a really tough one for him to crack.
He's low, but it's not impossible. Even an AK, I felt like it would be possible. One tapping away, but on that corner, Labour Spray, not to be. Good round. In the end, therefore, Wolf Empire actually just play off each other quite nicely.
Yep.
And get a little lead here, which is exactly what we expect on that GR side. Also, just confirmed, it's a 260 hertz monitor.
260?
That's
so specific.
260. Yeah.
Like,
I generally thought it was quite weird when I saw it, but yeah, 260.
I mean, you gotta get what you gotta get in terms of monitor, especially if it was free, man.
It was free, dude. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say no.
Yeah, for sure. But
I got 2 of them, so can't complain.
What?
Yeah. What can I say?
Damn. But it seems like yeah, they slowed down. I think Imperial's got the memo at this point, right? That they're like, yeah, we cannot play fast 24/7. I think let's change up the pace a bit. Take mid in a lot later of a time. But it seems like Wolf, they're willing to fight for mid, or as most people call it, center road, but I'd rather just call it mid.
Let's call it mid. We know it's mid.
It's in the middle.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Sneaky. You are not wrong. Bars. Double stack here in that corner. And so Rambo's a bit of a first contact. Well, now he's smoked out, maybe not so much, but He was a bit of a first contact, and that's where we can see the likes of kind of a Dola and a Lucas play off each other. A lot of flashbangs in towards mid or center road, and they'll get it for free, actually. And now we get a bit of a wealth of a choice here, but this is sort of still fine for Wolf Empire because they've just tucked back, nobody's fought, and they've actually got the alleyways themselves held, every single one. On the wrap, the mid play as well towards B, even the wrap in towards alley where Shady's here for contact.
And you've even got the potential for a quick flank from Lucas. If he wants to, he can walk in through sewer on this timing. He's already sort of half cleared it out, so that might be an option for Wolf Empire. Aggressive push in from Shady. He'll get the information, and Lucas has another bit of a look and decides, I'm not going to push.
I don't like this.
I'll back off. Ooh. Not the same case for Shady, though. 1 for 1 for him. Went on his own. Again, looking to gather that info. Now it's Rambo's turn. You do wonder, why do you go 1 by 1? Why not go together? Rio's out. We'll bring it back into a favorable position for Imperial.
They just hit A. When there's players towards A, they've not exactly got the healthiest of holds here because a lot of angles to try and lock themselves down for. Dola's got to wait here. He cannot go alone. He has to get the support of Ice Cube. And at range, at least he's got that going for him. He's posted on the angle. He has one towards backside. It's a pretty standard place. That C4's gone down. Forklift, a pretty common angle as well, as you can expect. It's all being pieced apart here. An overswing, though, on towards Ice Cube. You don't want to give him chances to pull off these sort of clutch scenarios. He's very good at isolating fights. He's scared of the flank, but he has to be careful. Time's starting to tick a little low. Already halfway through. That timer, wanting towards Ali, missed shot. Swing on towards Forklift, won't go well. 2-all. And 2 out of the first 4 rounds on BL. I don't mind this. It's not that bad at all from Imperial.
Yep, it's a good start for them for sure. No doubt about it. They're in a good spot.
Yeah.
I think that, for me, the real mistake is the Shady Rambo play. Like, if you're going to fight together, or just don't fight at all. But fighting 1 by 1, I don't think is worthwhile there.
Yeah, I think, honestly, after that Shady kill, I didn't think they should have just gone for anything after that. I think I'd be happy with the 4v4.
Fall back onto site.
It's like 2 dudes.
Put 1 forklift, put 1 on towards site, and then just hold the wrap in. Because that's sort of what they'd already done. They gave up mid to sit back and allow them forward. And you're trying to catch them off guard on the swing. That's a little bit better. This is sort of the exact play we wanted, right? Sit back on the site and wait for them to make the mistake. Because that's actually how you beat Imperial in this map, in these sort of situations.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough, though. Honestly, I mean, Imperial has found ways to kind of break open a passive defense, but so far, Wolf Empire has kind of fought back most of the time, but Imperial did a good job of kind of drawing out some of these players out of the sights, but I think the instructions now from Shady is to just, we already got the man advantage, we already got the animals, might as well just sit back, but even with the animals being dead, that means he can be fully focused on calling this Imperial squad, where are they going to go? So it seems like they're going to have a bit more synergy this time.
Ice Cube. He's put an outline there. He might get one. If he, there's no time. He swung on towards 7, which he does. I don't know if 7 needs to peak that.
7? That you got to remember, that's Ice Cube, brother. That's not PM.
Yeah. What are you thinking? Who's the PM replacement? We were discussing it. I was saying the same thing. I like Tom, man. I think he looks pretty solid. And also, I think for me, the reason why I think he works in that team with, you know, Humeo, Doc Tuan, for example, quite aggressive. They need an aggro Orm player, where I think for PM, he's a little bit more passive in his approach. There's nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't work in their style, in their system. They need Tom who's like kind of flashy, likes taking his own sort of space. And I think that it feels like there's still got a bit of a hole left behind by Ice Cube, who was an aggro Orm player himself.
An Ice Cube-sized hole in a ranking. I do understand that. I feel like Tom is the missing puzzle piece, but it seems like Ice Cube gonna look like PM for a second there. He's gonna miss a shot, but Dola.
Good timing on Dola here. He should get 1 at the very least. Maybe even 2, actually. There's one other player open towards the site, which he decides not to take. C4 planted, but numbers favour that of Wolf Empire here.
They got 1 flash, though.
True. Here it is.
They better make this count.
Don't just throw it in randomly. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. It's Eagles, 1v3. He's tagged. He's dead. All right, nice shot.
Yeah. Guess Rizal was like, was probably thinking, oh, we're in a 2v3. I need to send it. Maybe I can get 2. At most, I don't get anyone, and it is my homie in a 1v3. And obviously, Eagles could not hold it on its own in the middle of the site. So it's going to be quite the tough one to try and figure out. But 2 and 3, Wolf more up their alley that this is the scoreline, but they're going to need to get a few more rounds on the board. 6-3 definitely isn't going to feel good for the Vietnamese squad. 7-2. I'm alright with that. I like the difference between like 6-3 and 7-2. The vibes are so different between
Honestly,
those two scores.
If you get 3 on this first half for Imperial, I think you're pretty happy, man. I don't think you're too upset with this.
Yeah, but Wolf Empire definitely a team that can get it done on the blacklist side of this map as well.
Oh, for sure. Especially when Dola's on.
Yep.
Dola, Lucas. If Shady can get involved as well, he's going to be a very dangerous man in this map.
Yep. Now Imperial are going to take it slow. But Wolf Empire not interested in that. It might have been a bit of an overreach though. Danimals, 2-man spray down. Brings it right back in the favor of Imperial. They'll take the A site. Will attempt to. Probably. Slowed back down though. Thought they might just try and speed up off of that advantage, but again, we are watching Imperial, so that might have been wishful thinking.
Yep. Imperial, the closest thing to a Humana team that is in Brazil.
Yeah.
They play exactly like this back
They
at
just
home as
love
well.
On Nights.
Just huge fans of...
On Nights, Pietro's biggest fan.
Actually, ironically, I think Wolf really does model their game back in the day when Danimals was still in Vincent.
Yeah.
I see the similarities, actually, between the two teams. But I feel like Wolf has kind of just refined the system better.
Yeah, that's how you need to sort of beat them. Fight fire with fire, in a way. Only thing is, when you play super aggro on this GL side, I must say, it's tough, right? Because, you know, one overextension or one mistake can be so costly, as with where they are right now.
Not done just yet. 20 seconds. Things can definitely go wrong for Imperial. They're already tossing their util in. Wolf Empire relying on Rambo, and he's unable to deliver this time.
The team play is on point for the Imperial squad, but Shady's going to try to bring it back, of course, but it's a B site, man. This is going to be very tough. Got no long control. You have to go through entrance, and that could be a 3-man swing from Imperial. Seven's going to be the one peeking first in the credit card angle, but GDSC in the corner. Just patience from the anchor. So we're going to take a look at the 3-3 scoreline. Imperial seems like they want to keep it competitive here in Mexico.
And so far they are. Wolf Empire, this scrappy sort of back and forth is good on basically more or less every map, bar this one. This is the only one where you're just saying this is not worthwhile. Rizal is very lucky. He gets tagged all the way down there to 1 HP. Incredibly lucky. Oh, Danimals is inside. They are inside. Imperial have gone. It's super quick here. And it's worked for them. They've got an opening kill. They've got the site. And it could even get even worse for Wolf Empire. Rambo jumping in. But the kills are going back and forth. And Imperial maybe a tad too fast this time as Rizal.
Yeah.
All to do.
They kind of ended up just like fish in a bowl, fish in a little barrel there. And Wolf Empire tossed all of their nades, their util, right into that backside position, which is where there was this big clump of Imperial players. And they had nowhere really to go. Leaves Ryu's out now. He is 1v3, which is unlikely to happen even at the best of times. So Wolf Empire strike back, and feels like at the moment this map is still kind of hanging in the balance. Imperial may be slightly happy with the proceedings so far, but if Wolf Empire can close out this half, I don't think that that's going to really tell us a lot. That really feels like a bit of a pass score on both sides.
Yeah, 6-3. I don't think both teams are too annoyed with that. So what we're like, you know, it's a bit of a handshake on Mexico as things go. Wants to get quite quick, but the trades are pretty even in the end of things. GDSC takes a little bit of damage as well, so maybe advantage Wolf Empire in that sense. But then again, we speak about trades, and pretty good.
I mean, honestly, I'd be happy with the 2v2 here. If I was Imperial, that means there's going to be one player on each site, and I like my chances with that. Problem is, Ice Cube is going to be one of those players on those B sites. So is this just going to be sending him back to A? Yeah, that makes sense, man. You don't want to run into Ice Cube in B.
You'd rather test Shady all day. Ooh, just take a little bit of damage on the cross. They know he's on the site itself as Ice Cube is sort of coming to support, and he himself is getting a little aggro. I don't hate this. Shot is great by Shady. And the one man, GDSC, he's barely alive, and he's not alive. Great round from Wolf Empire. That's a good response, especially considering the quite scrappy situation they were in.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good hold by Shady, in all honesty. Didn't overcomplicate things, just stayed in his cover, went into Forklift. And, yeah, nothing too complicated from the side of Wolf Empire. To be fair, Mexico is a fairly simple map, and you don't have to, you know, overcomplicate things. Sometimes Imperial, they just like to send it mid, and then they're going to fight right after. But same thing with Wolf Empire as well. They've been pretty feisty in this game, but that's one of the main reasons why Imperial even has 3 in the first place. Getting too feisty even.
Yeah. Like we said, one more round for Wolf Empire. I think they're pretty happy. Another round for Imperial, though. They're extremely happy.
Oh, they win the map.
Yeah, maybe, actually.
Brazilian masterclass today, maybe. We'll have to see. It's a good opener. Oh, not quite a very good opener, as Dollar's able to just wrestle control of that alley position back away from Imperial. Lucas wants to have a look himself. 4v4, though, with Dollar being very low. Actually not a bad shout here for Imperial. Lucas, he wants to reaggress. He wants to do what needs to be done for his team. That's a sneaky cross.
He just stayed there, honestly. The Animals didn't swing.
That's a good angle. It really is.
Yeah, but does get punished by Eagles eventually. That is wild. I think Lucas should have just stayed. I think he was getting a bit too antsy there.
Yeah, you can see he wasn't confident in the position. I think he thought he'd been spot on the cross. And, well, he hadn't. If he just stayed tucked, he would have been fine. It's an angle very often overlooked.
Yeah. 1 minute left on the clock. If they go A, it is a 2-player setup, and you've got Dollar involved here with the Orm. He's going to have to get more than just involved. He's going to win the round for them, and it's not exactly easy. So this will be Imperial going to 4, which will mark a pretty damn good start to the map. Pretty damn good start to the series for them.
Oh, but Rambo, of course, being the OG sniper here for Wolf Empire. See if he can bring those years back. Try to make this 1v3 happen, and it seems like we're going with the option of Imperial being extra happy with this half.
Yeah, they're not doing too bad at all. Just getting up towards a 4th like that really changes the weighting of a half. You know, the same way we were talking about the difference between a 7-2 and a 6-3, you talk about the difference between a 6-3 and a 5-4.
Oof.
Vastly different. KD's better for Wolf Empire, but
I mean, it should be.
Yeah, the vibes feel good towards Imperial.
Yeah, should be even better than that, quite frankly. We've seen things like 1.5 to 5 at the halfway point of a Mexico map, so
5KD is crazy.
1.5
to 5.
To 5.5. You knew what I meant.
I mean, to be fair, Goken had like a 4.20 earlier.
Goken was close to 5.
Wild.
It's true. That's going to be, I think, probably the highest we've seen. Because Do he had one map which he had like a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, was it Koi, I think, also had like a 4 at one point as well?
Yeah. Then Goken,
in a map, I think Goken's probably the highest rated map we've seen so far.
Goken just had to, you know, kind of break the monotony there. Add an extra 0.20.
Yeah. Just to really prove his worth. And hey, they're now in the arena, which I don't think many people would have expected, or any people would have expected prior to the event.
I feel like they could win, honestly, the way that they're playing.
Wrong.
They just need to avoid this team, which is on the left side of the screen, which is Wolf Empire. I feel like stylistically that could be their biggest weakness.
Sure.
But let's see if they can go through Imperial. Looking at Eagles, of course he doesn't miss that shot. And another one right in the femur, man. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, gotta be said as well. You know, when Viana calls for those rushes, you know, Shady's gonna be ready for that. He's gonna be like, yeah, sure, why not?
They love that.
Come at me, bro. This is what I get. That's what I face all the time back home.
I like this CrossFire, man. They're just testing the waters in mid, but the Animals, he's just going to be sitting in the corner. But I think they expect it. They expect that there's going to be another player here, Dola. Everyone is actually going to look away because of the flash, and the Animals has already done his damage. Wolf is wounded. What can they do?
Yeah, great counter util coming through from Imperial. That's a sharp pre-fire, though, from Dola, who continues to just put together this purple patch at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. He's barely had a bad map. But I don't know if this one's going to be good enough to win it for Wolf Empire. Into the B site they go. Eagles really under pressure. 13 seconds left. They have been allowed into the site, but the plant has not yet gone down, and they're losing members all over the place. Ice Cube now has to convert a 1v3, which feels impossible. Should have been done there, but it doesn't matter. Shots are through there from Imperial, and 5-5 is the score.
Dude, I'm so glad that Eagles just didn't commit to the cause on the site itself. He just like, all right, I'm going to just fish you in to this long position, get a better angle. And GDSC, as that was happening, he was already running through mid, getting that flank kill. Very impressive for Imperial at this very moment. And it seems like the vibes have shifted. Wolf Empire, it is now a tie game, and you are on the BL side. This is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, it's not easy. Wolf need to put up probably the best Mexico BL half we've seen all tournament to be able to convert this in their favor. And it feels highly unlikely. Not the start they wanted. Ryu's are going to get one and going to get out as well. There's the lack of spacing and trading we kind of talk of.
Jeez, I'm actually surprised because their default is so close together, right?
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that Ryuzo got away with that. Ran back so fast on the site, couldn't catch him. And what is Wolf Empire going to do? They're going to take over mid, but I feel like Imperial's just willing to give this, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you're 5-4 up. You don't really need to be overcommitting for any map control at this point. Just play your sites, play your trades. Imperial have looked pretty switched on in this map, and the first round of the GR side was really quite comfortable for them in the end. You've even cleared out Sewer now as well. Whether that turns into a push from Danimals remains to be seen. Looks like he's just happy to clear it out and back off. Back over to the A site.
Oh, look at this angle from Yuzhao, man.
High-low setup from Ryo Zhao and GDSC. So nice setup. Flashes are going on into the site, but it won't blind those players. And there's a big swing from GDSC, who will grab himself a couple of kills. Looking too easy at the moment for Imperial. Attempted a bomb plant, but it's going to be cut short. Wolf Empire are feeling kind of caged in on this A side. I don't think they feel comfortable with their positions right now at all, but they do manage to at least get that plant down.
Yeah, I was scared of that HE. Might fly in towards his head. GDSC, though, was so well played. Not revealing Ryuzao's angle there in that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is cooked. Cooked, sauteed. Yeah, there we go. Well done.
Oh, Imperial getting loud as well. I'm not sure if that can be heard on stream, but these guys are getting fired up. And that's where Imperial becomes scary. When they start really getting loud, really saying, all right, we're here to play. That's when they do their best work. They're great to see. 6-5 lead for Imperial. 3 rounds in a row now, that one right at the tail end of the half.
Didn't expect this to be a Ryuzhao versus Dota matchup, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And credit to him. You know, Dola's doing his best, but he actually doesn't really have that much support behind it. You've got Rambo, Lucas, and Shady on 4, 5, and 6 kills respectively, falling quite significantly behind that rifling core who need to support the stars over towards Wolf Empire, but they're quite isolated at the top.
Especially Lucas, man. He hasn't had I couldn't recall that he has had a good game.
He's 0.96 overall in the tournament. He's the only one negative for Wolf Empire, which is actually kind of crazy. Whew. That's patience of Eagles. He spots one cross, and he just doesn't panic. He waits for the second guy, hits the shot, falls away. That's so well played.
Playing like a veteran, honestly.
Yeah.
Here's a chance for Imperial to make a statement as well, by the way. If they can really lock this map in, make it a convincing win, a 10-5, something like that, just shut Wolf Empire out. That actually kind of changes the ball game. It changes the mindset for the rest of the best of 5. Going to sub-base with that mental edge. And we know Imperial play a bit of sub-base, so it's not out of the realms of possibility that, you know, they could kind of follow in the footsteps of what Antisocial have been able to do already today.
Yeah. Especially Danimals is a preparation monster, man. From what I've heard in the interview, they actually prepped for Ubek. That's why the second and third map were so easy. Wow. Of course, you can't break the sub-base win streak. Still got that.
Yeah, sub-base definitely looked like a bit of a weakness for Imperial. So that's maybe the response and why Wolf have picked into it themselves. But either way, Ice Cube needs to be careful. Oh, maybe the other way. Clip 7 there. A lovely shot. At the 35-second mark, though, Wolf, we've got to make a move now.
Still 4v4, though. Doesn't really open it up all that much. Particularly if they were to go A. There's a big stack over on that side of the map. Imperial making a well-timed push into alley to get the info that there's nothing over there, but it is going to come down to the B hold once again from Eagles. Needs to be landing these shots. And in fact, actually gets a bit of backup from Ryu Zhao, who's going to double down and give the numbers advantage back over to Imperial. Ice Cube, again, on for the clutch. This one feels a little more doable. He has more HP, more time. And it's only a 1v2, not a 1v3. Can't land the shot onto Ryu Zhao. And now, the distance having been closed,
wow,
is a death sentence for Ice Cube. 7 for Imperial.
And the energy is, the vibes, everything is going right for Imperial. Everyone's screaming. And you already know when the Brazilians start to scream, the momentum starts to mount. The energy comes up. And Wolf Empire, just like I said, it seems like they're stuck in a cage here in Mexico, and this could be the right choice of starting off in the veto with a very powerful map for their sake, because Subbase is going to be up next. It's not going to be too favorable, but I mean, with the amount of momentum that you get from Mexico, I feel like they're going to be motivated for that map too, that's for sure.
Yeah, we know Imperial, you know, in this tournament have picked into it, right? So we know they are generally quite confident on it, especially domestically, but also in some of the international tournaments throughout this year. So even though it's picked against them and it's been a little bit of a rough showing, you've got to factor in that extra 20% when it's these guys fired up. If Wolf Empire were to not make it to the arena, that would be a huge upset for them. Reigning champs off the back of a flawless group. You always assume that Wolf Empire would sort of bare minimum make it to the final, basically.
Early days. But this is a best of 5. Map's not even done just yet. It is definitely leaning significantly towards Imperial. But we could have a long day ahead. Particularly if Wolf Empire are going to employ this style of gameplay in the rest of the matches. It's a bit of a slower approach from them on this blacklist round. Starting to get some util into middle though, and Imperial are going to be running out of theirs shortly, so it'll be go time for Wolf Empire. Having a little bit of a look in. Danimal's giving them a bit of a, bit of a tickle on the way through, but nothing to be too worried about. Now Wolf Empire have their options open to them with that mid control established. Might just end up being an A split by the looks of things here. A few through alley, couple through main. That'll help. Nice work from Ice Cube, catching Danimals, but they've still got to catch another couple. It's again the high-low setup from Imperial, and again it will work out. GDSC holding alley like a man possessed.
Bit of a gap in the bricks, but doesn't spot anything. Tough 2v4 here. And Imperial can play this quite patiently. They can wait as Ice Cube is holding for the X out of the door. They drop a flash to try and slow them down. I mean, they're letting this C4 tick down quite a bit. They know there's not any playing. Now, jumping through the door, Eagles crosses. With one man left alive, Shady's got to go huge. 1 versus 4, turn 1 versus 2! Shady has gone absolutely nuclear there. 1 versus 4, which he had absolutely no right to win.
That is the best clutch of the tournament so far, easily. And in a high-stakes match as well. What is that going to do to the mental of Imperial? Can they just bounce back from it, or will that be the resurgence started for Wolf Empire? They're still going to get 4 on the blacklist side, but man, that's going to get them hyped up.
Jeez. I mean, maybe that is the round that could get them back into the swing of things. Granted, it's still BL.
That's a momentum shifter, though, isn't it? That sort of a round. I mean, you could just see how quiet and shell-shocked Imperial looked.
Is it a momentum shifter, or do we have to wait and see how this round goes? Because if the response is immediate and swift from Imperial, it's almost even worse for Wolf Empire, you know, to have that excitement build up, that hope build up once again, and then just have it crushed straight away. But if Wolf Empire can replicate that, get themselves the 7-7, then we're on, I reckon.
would be an interesting one if we make it to 7-7, that's for sure. But Imperial instant reaction. There's gonna sit in a very advantageous position. The Animal's actually occupying the exact same spot that Silva was in Vasco's game in Mexico, where he was just sitting in front of the smoke and entrance, and as soon as that smoke goes down, just starts spamming whoever is in front of him. Not much interaction between the two teams though, but I feel like this could cause Wolf to use a lot of utilities just to get into mid. And they're going to have to decide immediately where they're going to go. But 7 is willing to fight for this, actually.
He's going to have to as well. 4 players here. Don't want to take a bit of contact as well. 7 trying to catch them in a cross spot. My God, Ice Cube's quick. What a shot. What an opener. Imperial start to shift around a little bit. Don't want to panic too much, but you still want to try and compete in these Angels. If they were to wrap towards B, this feels like their best option right now.
This could really be the start of something special for Wolf Empire. There's Shady, and replicating some of his successes alongside Lucas will break open another kill for Wolf Empire. They're all over the map, though, honestly. Looks like A is going to be the call, but they're going to have to be quick. Dollar's got a scurry over there. He's got the C4 in hand.
Oh, my God.
Should just be getting there in time.
3. He's got it.
Was able to cross the doors. There was no one watching in time for Imperial, and a 3v2 post-plant. Should now be the round for Wolf Empire, which will mean equalizing the scoreline.
Big nade.
Said. You say. Nade comes through. Back to 2-on-2. All it takes is a couple of good shots here from Danimals and Eagles, but time starting to run down, and they're going to have to go in and have a bit of a look. Lucas taking that first fight nicely. Eagles with an Orm will find it difficult to multi-frag right here. Probably have to go for the Colt. Has decided to pull that one out, but it's done and dusted. 7-7. Another close map.
This could actually happen if you're a Wolf. I mean, maybe that insane round from Shady, as we're going to take a look at it again. Look at this masterful spray control, plus the Colt is going to come out.
I'm telling you, this is the momentum shifter, not because of what it does to Wolf Empire, it's because of what it does to Imperial. When a side that get as fired up as them, the second they lose a round as bad as that, it's a real kind of trip to the ego. It can hurt so much, and it makes them doubt themselves. And even these small things, we saw it in the opening engagement there. They do sort of start to doubt themselves in their playstyle, and this is where Wolf Empire can punish. They themselves also love to roll with the momentum. It's like 7 wants to fight. He will do a decent job as well. He needs to see if he can stop this onslaught on towards the site, which in itself isn't exactly easy. C4 should be able to go down now. And the Colt getting aggro, running out of ammo. Ice Cube's in trouble, and down he goes. 2v2 again.
2-on-2. Health advantage definitely there for Wolf Empire, and you're trying to retake this site. Double Orm. Eagles, I think, has maybe gone to look for a rifle. I'm not sure, but how do you expect to get in here with 2 Orms? Retaking like that is not going to be easy. You can see Imperial really waiting down that timer, hoping that they're going to get a peek from Wolf Empire. It's just not going to come. The jump spot from Form is enough information. Dola jiggling. And 7 has now been spotted pushing his way forward. The shots are not connecting on the behalf of Imperial. Rambo puts his head down and waits the timer out. There's no way to win this round for Imperial. Wolf Empire will take the lead. And it's off the back of a really great call. They've seen Imperial multiple times try to push into that alley position with a couple of members. They set up the firing squad and wait for that push, and Imperial falls into the trap, and it opens up from there for Wolf Empire. So now the pressure's really on Imperial. 3 in a row for Wolf Empire.
That's some of the best calling we've seen so far. These last few rounds, it's not a bad way to start things off, though. I mean, just peeking it towards Eagles feels like a death sentence in itself, but losing Ice Cube in that opener is not what you want.
Yeah, I did mention earlier, right, the BL side of Wolf Empire, we've already seen it in Vietnam in this particular map. Not just that, in the regional finals as well. They know how to operate in these tense situations. But it seems like Ice Cube got a bit too excited and gets melted at the start of the round.
Yeah, a bit harder from Wolf Empire now.
Double sniper in this map is psychotic, man. Actually. But I am not the animal, so I think he's seen what I don't see, that's for sure. Usually you would prefer like 5 rifles on this map, but it seems like snipers can do the best work maybe when you're anchoring certain position, just like how 7 is.
Well, it's worked in this round at least. Animal's going for an info play. No one there to back him up, so he just gets taken down. And Wolf Empire, we're very pleased to see that kill given over to them to allow it to go back to 4-4. Sure, it costs some HP there on Shady, but numbers are now even at least.
On 3 minute again. Sort of for Shady here, it's the vibes of it. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. So they are going for the slightly slower takes while they get mid control and then make the decision off the back of that. C4 is isolated for now. Rambo just having a little look. Gotta make a move though, guys. 1-for-1 trades aren't bad. Still a 3 versus 3, but 30 seconds and you gotta get past the Eagles. Not always the easiest. He does get out alive, which in itself still sows the seeds of doubt. And down goes one. Oh, down goes Eagles. This is a good round. Now it got it done. We gotta get that bomb down, or we don't even need to. Map point Wolf Empire. What a BL side.
Yeah, Imperial would have hoped it wouldn't have come to this, but this has been a fantastic Blacklist half.
I'm just saying, boys, I think this tag pause is too late.
It is.
Too little too late. They should have actually called it the... Or you can't call it after the 4K, but yeah, the round after the 4K, call it there and say, we cannot let them build momentum. If they get a couple of rounds in a row, which by that point they would have, at least we can shut them off there and still keep this lead. But the fact is they've called it after 4 consecutive rounds on the BL side for Wolf Empire. That's too late.
It's not out of the realms of possibility to put 2 on the trot here for Imperial, but...
Yeah, I need to see that replay, man, honestly. I think those 2 shots by Dota, especially the second one, instantly taking out Eagles in the credit card angle. It's so thin. But how has he done that? The double entry from Dota. I mean, it seems like Mexico is his comfort map.
I mean, is it though, or is Dota just insane? Because
Dota could just be insane.
Kind of doing it everywhere.
Jeez, the AK work from Dota is masterful. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think this would be a real punishing blow for Imperial if they were to lose this one. You know, go into sub base. Wolf Empire going to be high on the momentum.
I do think this as well, touching on that Dola point, you know, we brought it up in the pre-show. You know, he's a guy who I always think has been quite underappreciated because he's always been really solid, right? But I think obviously because Ice Cube takes so much of the limelight, it's just he's always been playing second fiddle to the star.
Yeah.
But I think this has been really breakout for him individually of saying, I'm actually the star. I can do this. I don't, you know, as much as Ice Cube obviously still puts up great numbers, Dola's been consistently putting up great numbers. Multi-fragging, left, right, and center.
Yeah, could be his best tournament, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I think at the moment, he's averaging at a 1.46 coming in towards this game. And I mean, that rating is going to be higher here. So he's going to go up to, well, at the moment, he's going to be above a 1.5 rating off the back of this map. No matter which way it goes, unless it goes like double OT and he just completely falls off.
Just dies 5 in a row.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Then ends up in this map, which I think I'm right in saying would make him the highest rated player of the tournament. Because before that, it was Koi. And obviously, you know, no more of him.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, so... oh, actually, no, Gokun. Gokun was second or third.
He's probably gone up after that last series,
exactly.
for sure.
So Gokun actually might still be top right now.
Dota's trying to chase for it, though. Would be interesting to see a rifler actually topping the KD charts.
True.
It's not common. Except for Famous, because, you know, it's built different, I guess.
Might just be my goat.
You can feel how tense this round is, actually, all the way from the casting desk.
Yeah.
No one's going too far forward. Everyone's holding their angles, but...
Good thing is they get mid actually completely for free here and really early, Wolf. So that's already a little bit of a difference compared to the previous rounds. They've not been required to fight too much or use too much utility for this. Imperial, off the back of their attack pause, they've made the decision to just shell up on the site. And in comes the attack, but it's actually a split back in towards B. And a clearance, a 1-for-1 trade there. Isn't bad, but a response will come through the doors. That's going to change things. Dola and Ice Cubes, the 2 stars, the superstars have to step up. And they can't clear back site, miss shots. Imperial make it a 1-round game. That's better. They sit back, they wait, and they expose.
It's a bit of a weird round, really. It looked like, I think actually at some point Wolf Empire just got confused halfway through.
The Animals was right next to someone and he had no idea.
Yeah.
It's very funny, but...
So a bit of a throwaway round for Wolf Empire.
Yep. Kind of weird for Imperial. I guess Imperial, they did give mid for free for good reason. I feel like it's more of a bear trap, right, for Wolf Empire to commit for one side of the map. And it seems like just the better positions, being able to be closer to the door, to rotate in between the sites, it's made the defense a lot better for him.
When you go one or two ways here. Wolf Empire closes 10-8, a scoreline that has plagued Imperial throughout this tournament, in all fairness. The amount of maps they've lost 10-8, more than any other team. Or overtime. Another thing that over the last couple of days we've become very acquainted with.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, but if I was Imperial, I wouldn't want to go up against Wolf in OT.
Was it 100% win rate?
Well, if the alternative is losing the map 10-8, I think you'll take it, right?
That's true.
But with their 100% win rate...
Would you rather do 13-12?
It's the equivalent of losing.
Yeah, maybe.
Is 13-12 more heartbreaking than 10-8?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you have to work harder. You know, the mental fatigue just to lose. It's probably slightly, ever so slightly more tilting. It's like I always say, I'd rather lose a map 10-1 than 10-8.
Yeah.
It's like your last penalty in the Premier League, and you're like... all of the hard work in the year just is down to one goal.
Yeah.
And then Cole Palmer Panenkas it and knee slides in front of you.
Bro's just yapping. I don't even understand any of those words. But
sorry, I'll speak Aussie football terms for you.
Yeah.
That's a good start. Ice Cube's dying a lot at the start of these rounds, but it seems like Teamwork makes the dream work in this site, but they're going to have to go straight into the site. They cannot fight door. GTSE's going to go down. And that could have almost been disastrous for Wolf, but they made it work.
They've won every single round from this position. Post-plant, whether it's numbers advantage or 2 versus 2, Wolf Empire have not lost in this sort of spot. We're plant on the A site, and once again it's Eagle to 7 in a retake. They've had 2 of these and felt both.
And Dollar's the insurance fund here as well. He's been pulled out into alley. 23-11 right now. He's heard Eagles, surely, and he's ready for it. Easy kill for him. 7, the last man standing, but he will not be standing for long. This is surely a Wolf Empire map victory in the making. Time ticks away. 7, he doesn't have any of it left. It's over. Wolf Empire, even if they lose their players, they won't lose the map. 10-8. Wolf Empire steal it away from Imperial. Map 1 goes the way of the Vietnamese squad. There you go. A bit of a disappointing result in the end for Imperial as they work so hard, but they get nothing for it. Ultimately, Wolf Empire walk away with the 1-0 lead in this series, even though Imperial get all the way to 10-8. But it's going to be all too familiar territory for Imperial at this point. Lost a couple of maps 10-8 in the group stage as well, and that curse might be starting to haunt them a little. But Wolf Empire, on the other hand, looking... will I say fantastic? Maybe not quite, but Dollar's still going. Things are working. They work hard to get over the line on a bit of a question mark of a map. Now moving into their map choice and Ankara, which are 2 maps we know that should be much better for Wolf Empire. It's looking good.
It is looking very good. I think, you know, there's 2 key points here. The inevitability of a Wolf Empire post-plant success. They were so good when that C4 got down. You saw it time and time again on the A side. I think for Imperial, I mean, it's continuous heartbreak for them because that's like either their 3rd or their 4th. And they're 2 back-to-back 10-8 losses against Evolution Power, and maybe even another one as well within their game against Ubek. I can't remember exactly what the Subway scoreline was, but 10-8 seems to be very... Yeah, it was 10-8, wasn't it, right? So yeah, that's their 4th 10-8 loss that they've had. So it is the definition of so close yet so far. And I think after a while, I mean, even after the groups, that's going to be so mentally straining to be like, oh my god, if I just did one thing different, we could have gone to overtime. Or if they, a couple of things different, we could have actually been 10-8 ourselves. But I think the main takeaway is just look at that streak at the tail end for Wolf Empire. You get 5 out of the last 6 on your BL side. That is an incredible run.
Yep, can't complain about that one at all. And Dola, well, can't complain about him at all either. 2.0 KD, 109 ADR, nearly a 50% multi-kill percentage. Like, that's insane. That's actually the insane side. Pretty much, every second time he gets a kill, he's actually going to get 2, more or less, is what that's saying.
Yeah, and Wolf Empire, and last time that they did go up against this Imperial squad, Dola was the MVP, and he's the MVP for this set, of course. And it seems like specifically against Imperial, he just does really well.
Yeah.
Maybe he is just the Imperial kryptonite.
He's getting the opening kill as well in 5 of the rounds too, so 5 out of 18 rounds, like,
it's not bad.
What's that, like nearly 25%, let's say?
Yeah.
He's getting the opening kill, and he's multi-fragging nearly 50% of the time as well. It's just like, bro, what's going on here? This guy just cannot be stopped, it seems like. I guess that's the big question mark now, though, for Imperial is, can we stop Wolf Empire? Because moving on to sub-base, as you can see here, a bit of a scary prospect.
Honestly, it's just not been a good map for them. They're 0 for 2 so far in this tournament, Imperial. As much as they like to play it, and I put that in air quotations, it is the fact that they like playing it. It doesn't mean it's good, right? They've had a lot of struggles on this map, and I think on the flip side of Wolf Empire, they have really shown a lot on this map. We saw it at the Summer Championship, maybe not to the kind of same level, but when you look domestically how dominant they have been, I mean, even there, right, we're talking about the GL side, right, and talking 75% and higher in your win rate. That is absolutely ridiculous. So, I don't know. I think we're in trouble. I really feel like this is... I'd be so surprised if it doesn't go 2-0 to Wolf Empire, and then you put a lot of weight on Ankara. And I think Ankara is always such a good litmus test of what your level is. And if we're just talking about raw level, that's where Wolf Empire then again are the better side. So, all roads seem to lead that Imperial in trouble here. And I felt like they needed that Mexico. That was, that's always the map for Brazil, where it's like, okay, we'll give you this. China don't play this as a region. The other regions who do play it, they don't have enough quality to get good reps on it. You guys have sort of honed this as your own map, and now you've lost this. That really throws a spanner in the works of the series.
The thing I'll say about Ankara when we do inevitably get there is, at this point in the competition last year, again, we remember the 3-way tie situation for that playoff spot, Kara House played ranking on Ankara, first map in their series, the tiebreaker series, and they won it 10-0. So it's more or less the same team. We talk about in a world where we go from map 1 going the way of Wolf Empire into sub-base, they pick that map up. If we get to Ankara, like, there's no doubt that Wolf Empire, they don't mind that map at all. And I think at that point, the 3-0 is definitely on. So for me, if it wasn't going to happen on Mexico for Imperial, it really needs to happen here on sub-base. They need to find a way to turn their form on this map around and get themselves back in this series before we get to Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, granted that the last time that both of these teams actually met on Ankara, it did result in a 10-2 in the favor of Imperial. I feel like their Wolf Empire's Ankara's league is different now compared to from what we saw back in the Summer Championship. And yeah, I do see the point. I mean, if Wolf Empire can attack the weaknesses of Imperial on sub-base, I feel like just like how I said it, they're getting a lot more predictable in that map. And of course, the Animals, who is a big fan of just using defaults over and over again, as Shady, you kind of say, hey, this is kind of easy to read. We can just have a good time. We know what sides to hit.
It's true, and I gotta say as well, when you come back in the fashion that they did, right, 5 rounds on your BL side, on the hardest BL side in the game, I think there's probably gonna be part of Wolf Empire's mental, which is gonna be like, I don't think we can lose. I think we've just done something. We've just done something which most people chalk up to be like nearly impossible. Getting 5 rounds on that BL side, we were even praising Imperial up the wazoo, saying 4 rounds, congrats, that's a sick. We were saying like that might be unlosable from this sort of spot, and they did. So that's where I think the Wolf Empire, you don't want to get ahead of yourselves. And that's the main thing that Shady's going to instill in the team, saying, guys, don't come into this overconfident, don't try and do anything too brazen, but there's going to be like a slight thought, if you're Dola, if you're Ice Cube, thinking, man, like, I am just better, and I don't think I can lose here. I mean, especially Dola, the tournament that he's having, I think he's got to be coming into every map and be like, who can stop me? I don't think anybody can stop me.
Dola's him. Dola is him for this event.
Yeah. I mean, I can't blame you for thinking that there, Jordan. I mean, Dola, just like how I said it, I think this is his best tournament, even better than what we saw back in Hanoi, because obviously Ice Cube did pick up. I feel like that's Ice Cube's best tournament. I feel like now is Dola's time in the spotlight here in the biggest stage, and yeah, it would be nice. I mean, Dola could pick up, MVP of the tournament, and I feel like he's chasing for that exact right to represent the, to represent the riflers who are kind of falling behind in terms of the stats because, we have the entry first. The snipers, they get to save their KD a bit. So it would be nice to see if he can go all out.
Yeah, proving that the crutch of the Orm isn't everything. If you're just that guy, you can also have your form as well. So this is the big thing. And not even then as well, even when we talk about Dola and having this sort of breakout in a sense of like incredible tournament, Ice Cube's still putting up pretty insane numbers too. So it's not even like he's a sort of second fiddle who's having his moments, but here and there, he's still looking really crisp. You've got Shady playing, I think, better than he normally plays in terms of his just raw impact, his fragging potential. The only thing I need more from Wolf Empire, the only thing is just a little bit more of Lucas.
Yeah,
he's the only weakness I think I've seen on that side. A below 1 rating coming in towards this matchup, and even in that game there, yes, he plays hard roles, but he still feels a little bit timid in terms of some of his fights, which is rare for Wolf Empire. They're a side who are super confident. They kind of always seem to back themselves. If we just get an extra 10-20% out of Lucas, I don't think they can lose.
To Imperial or at all?
Maybe at all. Because AG looked rough. I think with the addition of GA coming through rather than Jabal, I think they've actually regressed rather than progressed.
Right.
And I think you're looking at the teams left in it. 3BL, I'd love to see them win for the West. That'd be sick, but obviously it's quite unlikely, especially, I feel like they're in their early tenureship and they're in the infancy stage in terms of their international career. You've got Antisocial, who, Goken's playing out the wazoo too, but they still obviously have weaknesses, and they're still, I think, against, if we're talking about raw setups, I think Viana's style of calling, I think Shady can very much play around that pretty easily. I don't think that's going to be too big of a hassle for him. So I think right now, the way things are set up, Wolf are the only side who actually feel like potential champions. Every other team, you can talk about clear weaknesses.
I mean, I definitely pick up on that. I mean, another one that you didn't mention, Vasco, they've been all over the place. I think they're a real
They're lucky to
team.
even be here.
Honestly, agree with that. And I don't know that they make it any further. It depends on, obviously, that match tomorrow against 3BL. But, yeah, that's a real question mark. And the only other team that we haven't mentioned in that discussion is Evolution Power. And I don't know if I'm super sold on that just yet either. So
I think AG should beat them. They kind of seem to always have their number, you know what I mean? As much as it's cool that they've made it here, it always feels like that head-to-head has been solid. Either way, we're about to get live towards map number 2. It's Subbase coming up next. Imperial need a response. I don't know if they'll get it.
Here we are, on to Subbase, map number 2, and it feels as though it is a bit of a must-win for Imperial if they want to really keep themselves alive in this series. I mean, dare I say we could see 2-3-0s in a row today to start off the knockout stage. That would be
You've cursed it.
Something else.
I wonder who has the strongest curse here. And I feel like all arrows point to me at the moment. But yeah, I mean, stable start to the round. Classic Wolf Empire, classic Imperial. Would have expected Imperial to be a lot more aggressive in their control in taking that second mid position. But still a lot to think about. I feel like Imperial, especially after that last map, the Animals is like, all right, we just got to respect them fully. In all honesty, but Ryuzao is going to be first contact in this entire game. Shady is going to take a bit of damage, but Ryuzao still, he wants to hang around in lockers, man. He doesn't want to let go of this, actually.
No. I don't blame him. It is a timid, slightly tepid start here as well, but not expecting a lot in the early part of these rounds. Imperial did go very aggro to start off Mexico. This time they're saying, I'm just going to slow things down for a brief moment. See what the setup's looking like over towards Wolf Empire. Inside of that minute mark now, though. So we do need to be just a little bit careful. Pop flash coming through. Danimal's going to get out as well. Trying to find that first, and he will do a good job of it. 1-for-1s aren't exactly bad as Wolf Empire left down to 2. C4's down, but can be collected. And this feels like I'd be surprised if, unfortunately, Lucas can pull this off. It's just not been his tournament thus far. But this is a time to maybe prove the haters wrong. Here's the first. Not bad. For the second, and again as well, Lucas, don't start playing with my heartstrings here, my friend.
Hang on.
1 versus 1 against GDSC, and that bomb's got a lot of time left on it.
He has no idea where GDSC is, though. You can see he's trying to checking out jail. He's checking out the site. He's still got to clear out lockers. He's spotted him now. And that cross from GDSC almost could have been the undoing. All it needed was one good shot. Lucas can't get it done, but flashes maybe of something yet to come.
Yeah, that was scary for GDSC, man. That could have gone easily in the way of Wolf Empire. Lucas got a clear shot on the last player, unfortunately. Sometimes you miss. So
that is true. You do sometimes miss.
Oh, but there we go. 1 for 1 at the start of the round. More like it in terms of the pacing. A lot more aggressive map control, but Dola is going to go down as he's trying to trade his teammate out. And Wolf is going to start things off with a 3v4.
Dynamos is really trying to lead by example here. He's really trying to get into the thick of it as early as and say, all right, I need to be the difference maker. Especially if we've just had a couple of pop-off moments from Ryuzao, for example, and it's not been enough. I need to support him. And so far, 5-1. Not a bad way to start for your IGL.
Will have to be maintained over the course of the map and probably the series. Easier said than done.
What?
That's quick. That is very quick.
Lucas is looking on this map, actually.
Probably heard Neo.
Good. You spoke about the caster curse. There it is.
You're welcome.
Your reverse caster, Kristen.
Yeah.
Absolute magic.
Vietnam, you are so welcome.
Yeah, but the E4S is going to back off all the way in Machine Room. Not going to get involved after seeing his friend getting tapped out. So I think A-side's going to be a safer option for Imperial, but safer means you're going to have to run into Ice Cube. Or it could be Lucas, actually, but Lucas, just like how he said it, has been hitting a lot of shots off angle as well into control room. Almost getting 7 as the Animals does fall, but Rambo going to have a quick response from Lockers. Does confirm that there's now 2 players running around in Woods and in that Heaven position. But look at Ice Cube. He's covering himself from Heaven, but has to be careful. I think he really wants Rambo to re-clear the second mid, but it's going to be a hard time.
Timing.
Oh, 7 down to 1 HP. Does finally get taken down, and I feel like this is going to be a quick scope. No, maybe the Colt. No, none of them are hitting, man, but Eagles down to 1 HP. Ducks down to avoid the headshot, and well played from Ice Cube, and that's just it, man. I mean, they don't want to go B. You go A, you run into Ice Cube. The options here.
It's a good recovery. Definitely a good recovery from Wolf Empire. It's been looking a little bit shaky to start things off on sub-base, but they've got the ball rolling early. Won't be needing to play catch-up maybe in the same way that they did on Mexico. And if they can front run, then that puts a lot of pressure back onto Imperial. Look at this double setup at Wood from Wolf Empire, and it's not going to work out at all. They've just been absolutely blasted. So ends up looking a little bit silly. Lucas trying to do anything, something, but this round's a write-off for Wolf Empire. As soon as those 2 players go down as quickly as they did, it's pretty much round over.
Oh, Eagles found himself on the outer position with the sniper. Ice Cube trying to go aggressive, but it's not going to happen. Rambo, I think he might have raised his head a bit too early here. That is a bait position. You're going to have to trust your teammate to try to do as much damage as possible, and you clean up right after, but it seems like there was a bit of doubt in that angle in Woods, which is never good, in all honesty. But Ryuzao, of course, fast control into the Woods position. Not going to have any players that far forward just yet. It's only going to be him, but Rambo and Shady going to take a bit of a trip in the vents, and at least they're going to block that off if Imperial does try to go for it.
Well, once again, a little bit quieter. Ice Cube. Oh, swing and a miss. He sort of had to hit that. Getting a bit of pressure himself. They might try and fight, but he's got the support of Dola. 2 for 1 there is not bad at all.
C4's dropped, but they have managed to bring it back to 3-on-3 there, Imperial. It's not going to be an easy position to grab the C4 from, particularly if Shady's able to retake control of Jail. Ice Cube on the wrap behind. This is interesting from Wolf Empire. They're being really active here. Try and catch Eagles off guard. He's low. Spotted one out, though. Oh, misses his shot. Critical miss. Shady will be traded at least by GDSC. Information there, of course, for Imperial. Ryuzao, don't mind this position from him. Cheeky little angle. Good crossfire setup for GDSC and Ryuzao as well, particularly if Ryuzao's not cleared. This is going to be doomed from the start for Wolf Empire. They're going to swing the shots from Ryuzao. Somehow get it done.
Jeez, down to 4 HP. That could have easily went in the way of Wolf Empire, not gonna lie. Taking a look at the replay here. Of course, lots of pressure, lots of fights actually going on in the machine room position, and this round was no different. And the margins of these rounds, man, they are so damn close. I mean, the last player is down to 4 HP. Another 1v1 in a round prior. So, Imperial, despite the wins, they aren't as convincing as they were in round number 3, where Wolfus ran into second mid and absolutely died.
Yep.
But other than that, it's just pure clutches.
That said, the scoreline's 3-1. So
it's not bad.
A win is a win.
Imperial kind of bringing themselves back into the conversation after losing map 1 in unfortunate fashion, let's say.
I will say, though, you know, against Evolution Power, they had a pretty substantial lead and let that one slip. They petered off quite massively towards that tail end. So that's the thing that worries me about Imperial. We kind of saw it in towards Mexico a little bit as well. Started super strong and we're doing okay, and then started to falter a little bit flat. So it's all about keeping that consistency up throughout the game, which is the big hope. Lucas under pressure here, trying to bound back towards Sight, and he will actually be given the cross here, so at the very least that's going to help, but he's now just playing a bit of nuisance, trying to slow them down. He eventually gets caught. And at the same time, 2 kills come through quite quick succession. Ryuzao, who jumped out of vent, he's actually got a really strong position himself. This could be awkward, but no, good response. Actually was low, but he does well.
Yeah, super well played there by Lucas, right? You have to recognize as the middle box player, when do you back off, when do you fight, and backing off in time, Lucas was just delaying that entire push from happening. And meanwhile, the rest of Wolf Empire has already rotated from heaven into the site, so really good delay there from Lucas. Huge round from him, but Imperial realistically still in the lead in this game, could still lead the charge with a good round, but, I mean, Wolf kind of give them, that's the thing as well in Mexico, right? Give them a bit of motivation. They feel like they can win the entire thing.
Animals up close in vent. One round at it as well. If Wolf Empire can make it 2 for 2 in quick succession, it puts the pressure right back on Imperial.
As long as Teddy wins the race, though.
It's true.
They will take lockers through.
Who wins the race if, like, both of them are the tortoises, man? This is, Oh, Doda, never mind. He's being a bit of a hare. Very fast flank, and Shady's gonna get GDSC. How has this happened? The entirety of the backline has fallen apart. The Animal's the only one left alive, and he's probably scratching his head. How has that happened?
Hey, I mean, you'd be looking at that and thinking Wolf Empire might have been the team on Blacklist side, but they weren't, obviously. And Shady getting in behind in that sort of control room lockers position, and Dola doing the same at Wood. It's just gonna send Imperial's head spinning a little bit. That's a very wild round.
I was just wondering, like, how has Dola done that when there's like 3 dudes in machine room? No one foraying the window whatsoever. Ice Cube trying to do his best snare impression here, going to the rifle. Tried to see if he can go a bit aggressive in machine room, tried to take 2 down, but unfortunately, I mean, 1 too many letters in his name, you are not Snare, my friend, and he's going to go back into the site. He cannot, this is the problem, he cannot switch his weapon anymore, so he might have to ask one of his other teammates to switch to the sniper. But I think it's fine to have 5 rifles at the moment. I mean, with the way that Wolf is set up, their priorities are not really in jail. Instead, it's taking control in lockers, but I think Imperial's going to recognize that. They're like, oh, no sniper shot so far. Let's try to see if we can get second mid.
All right. Smokes deep. Once again, mid control. Rambo caught by that flash. He's going to dip away. He was trying to get aggro upstairs there. Ups against it for now. Just pulling back a tad. Luke is in a little bit of an exposed angle. He needs to be careful. He needs to hope that Dola can hit one. That's where they're going to come alive here. Luke's and Dola doing very well to try and shut down this jail aggression. The trades are okay, though, from Imperial. And a 2 versus 2 still arise. You've got Ice Cube at range, and they dropped out. He probably actually would be better off with the M4. And a re-peek in will cost him his life.
Yeah, another critical round right here ahead for Wolf Empire. It just feels like they can't find any consistency at the moment on this GR side, but it was a 2-on-2. Now, unfortunately for Shady, not the case. Still going to retrieve that C4 from jail. GDSC and Eagles now given away where Shady is. finding it easy to close that round out. So 4-3 advantage. Imperial maintaining the ability to front run in this map, if not honestly this series. They were kind of front running most of Mexico as well. Not that that obviously helped them to close it out, but it does relieve a little bit of the pressure.
It's true. I saw the idea there from Wolf, honestly. I think if you guys don't have control, if you guys are running that 5 rifle setup, most likely you're just going to anchor yourselves in lockers instead, because you can't really take any long range fights, at least in terms of sub base. So the idea was good. Execution was could have been better from their sake, but I think Imperial just got the instant read when they started hearing no shots, no spam from that sniper whatsoever.
Dola wants to play up behind those smokes. He can do a bit of damage onto Ryuza, but he dips away in time. Gotta start trying to re-aggress on this map control a little bit, I think, for Wolf Empire there. Giving Imperial a lot of room to maneuver around before they then go for that late round execute.
Yeah, the Animals is probably parsing information from every single member of Imperial here. He's trying to make sure that the right decision is going to be made. A-Take is going to be a bit tough. Lucas, of course, has backed off all the way. Metal Box is no longer the angle he's playing at. He's rather would focus on Missile. But a minute on the clock, and I feel like Dola, if no one's making presence in locker, second mid's probably going to be the one point of attack.
Yep. He can easily swing and have a look in that direction, but maybe a little bit too little too late if they already get their way into window and start to push down to A. Dola keeping an eye on that smoke now. He's going to bloom in his face, draw the attention over of Rambo, who's caught by a flash somewhat. But Imperial still not going. They've really given away where they are. Dola ready for it, just the 1-for-1, but rotation should come through thick and fast here for Wolf Empire. Ice Cube wanting to lock it down on B. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade until that re-aggression up in through A, and that will give the game away. Wolf Empire now going to have to retake the A site. Good decision being made by Imperial. Great shot though from Shady. Again, puts it back into a winnable position here for Wolf Empire, but I'm just not sure they're going to expect Eagles on this angle this late in the round. Surely not.
Oh, they're going to sandwich them too. This is going to be a sandwich, but it actually turns into something else. It's a 1v1.
Shady can just run and defuse. No, he's going to come back for the fight. Oh, he takes it and wins it.
Oh, it's so smart.
Mind game.
So smart. Because he cuts the noise as well as he hits the stairs, because he knows that when he's down, obviously, he has to get rapping. He could have just run and stuck it as well. I mean, both sides probably would have inevitably ended up in a win there.
Dang.
That's really well played.
They were about to get sandwiched, but Shady said, hey, this is a bond me, my friend. This is something that's more up my alley.
Bars.
4-4, man. It's just incredible that Wolf, like, no matter what round it is, no matter how down they are, their mental composure is just the best in the business.
Shout-outs to Vietnam.
Yep. They got it down. They got the mental game down to the T, man.
Yep. Rambo in the vent. Haven't really seen much vent play at all in this matchup so far. It's not a bad round to bring it out in. Last one of the half. Take a little bit of a cheeky risk if he pushes at the correct timing. Can really do a lot of work in the back lines of Imperial. As is the standard for Imperial, they will take it relatively slow in their initial approach. Still over a minute and a half on the clock. Haven't worked their way into wood. They have at least taken control room. Shady with a duel. Neither player really walking away from that too damaged up.
Well, I think Ryuzan just assumed that Bullet can refract off of metal, trying to get his homie in that vent, but that's not how this game works. But I feel like Ryuza does have a rough idea that Rambo could be in here, because he has been in here for, I mean, past 2 rounds. But I think they spent so much time trying to figure out whether or not there is a person in vents. There's only a minute left on the clock, man.
True. We've got to make a decision. Where do we want to go here? Locker split towards B feels like the move that they're at. Ice Cube. If you can hit one of these, we're doing okay. If you didn't want to fall away, it's a pretty perfect hold. Missed shot, though. He'll dip down. Flashbang going to come around as well. He might try to just stick up high. I don't even mind this. Normally, you expect them to fall away and drop down. He has the rifling support, but 7 gets him below. And 7's doing very well. Colt pulled out. Will find ahead as well. And this is probably game set in this one. 2 versus 3, but they're so low towards that of Wolf Empire. It feels like it shouldn't be a possibility, and it isn't a possibility. 5-4 for Imperial. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, but in saying that, I've always felt that Subbase is a little bit of a BL-sided map, so Sneaky, I want to get your take on that. Is 5-4 enough for Imperial here?
I think might not be enough, in all honesty. I feel like Wolf, on their BL side especially, is a very dangerous team, as they know their executes. Look at how equal the KDs are, man. 1-1. Like, that's how equally matched we are right now. But just like how I said it, man, back to the point, I feel like that isn't enough for Imperial, so they're going to have to set up their best defense ever if they do want to close out this half, or risk being down 2 in a best of 5. Ugh.
And if we want
that's so good.
evidence of where Wolf Empire looks on the BL side, I mean, just go back and look at Mexico.
That's a harder BL too.
Yep. They looked really good.
Let's see. Yeah, Imperial definitely had their weaknesses. Slow once again. I mean, this is what worked really well for Wolf Empire in Mexico, slowing things down and sort of waiting for Imperial to get a little bit giddy and overextend. Especially in those last sort of 6 rounds or so. You got 5 of them on the BL side. Nothing offering up early. It feels like 7 has a temptation to maybe go for a peek. He is playing up close. But if he can't even get just 1 here, he would struggle. If he gets 1, gets traded, falls back, GDSC might get overlooked.
Well, Rambo trying to sell a B-take here. And it seems like Imperial, yeah, they're going to greet it. Oh my god, there's so many players baited in that site, and GDSC the only one, and they're going to check him. He is busy looking at the ground, and Heaven's going to get cleared out, and look at Rambo. Rambo is ready, and look at the animals. He's so paranoid about vents, but that means they get the plant.
That has gone about as poorly as it possibly could have for Imperial, and they've still got to try and clear Rambo out of these vents before they can even think about going down into A. It's looking like a pretty damn doomed round here for Imperial.
He doesn't have to go out too. He can just stay there.
Yep. He literally does not have to do anything until this fight starts, which it really hasn't. Imperial are taking their time, and I think they might have just left it a little bit too long. That's nice and clean, though, on the entry, so maybe still a chance, though. They have lost that window position, and they are struggling to clear Lucas out from the site itself, so
playtime,
as evidenced, that time always going to be a factor, and it's too much for Imperial. 5 apiece is the scoreline going forward. First round of the half for Wolf Empire.
Despite that, man, Rambo wasn't too happy about it. And I can't blame him, because that almost actually fell apart. That stairs position falling down so quick wasn't part of the game plan. Good thing Lucas recognizing early that, oh, we have time to just burn on the site. I'm just going to hide in missile, let Rambo do his thing from that heaven position. And that's a round for Wolf, but still looking kind of shaky from the Vietnamese squad, so they're going to try to fix it in this round.
Well, for Imperial, I wonder how long it takes before the nerves really start to take over. We saw how they crumbled in that fact on Mexico. I didn't mind that double setup over towards stairs. It just, the idea was nice. It's the execution that seriously let them down. So I'm going to come over. Lucas still holding as well for himself, and Eagle's not done anything. He's not even spotted any recross yet, so he's not got a lot of information really to work with or to relay.
Another similar approach from Wolf Empire. A few players in towards middle initially. A couple watching wood. Lucas set up for success in this fight, just not caught by that flash at all. That's gone horribly wrong again for Imperial. The first 2 rounds of this GR side have been an absolute disaster. No wonder we're going to get the instant tack timeout after that. This is looking really bad for Imperial right now.
Yep, and the good recognition of the nameplates, honestly. The animals, if he does go forward on that GR side in sub-base, Ryuza is not too far behind him, so it's very nice for Lucas to recognize that there could be a second player in that smoke around that corner. Very similar to, ironically, actually, how they got caught earlier in this game where they were just kind of hanging around second mid. Rambo refuses to duck his head.
Yeah.
And 6 and 5. It's a story of Wolf Empire. Second half, once again.
I'm looking towards Imperial. Gotta say, the vibes don't exactly feel fantastic over there.
Kind of hard to gauge Danimals' vibe.
Yeah, a couple of long faces in the rest of the team, though. Some of them feel they're quite expressive. When things aren't going well, it's quite obvious, you know what I mean? And
yep.
Yeah, tough predicament they're in.
Okay, pan the camera to the Animals. Let's see how lethal
yeah.
that eyebrow game is at the moment, because he is locked in, dead serious at the moment. And even if they win, he's like locked in immediately right after it. So see if they can get back into the swing of things. But this time out could be actually really good for Wolf, because all they have to do is just refine whatever they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, they look pretty chill, actually. A couple of words from the coach on the behalf of Wolf Empire, but nothing really too outrageous. No reason really to be too concerned if you're Wolf Empire here. First 2 rounds of this half have looked actually quite easy, so don't need to really change anything up necessarily, and keep on keeping on. Imperial are going to make a change up of their own, and that is some aggression on this GR side. It's going into control room. They do take that area of the map, but I honestly don't really get the feeling that Wolf Empire wanted to fight for it anyway. It looks like they're just happy to let Imperial have it.
Dola doesn't want to pop through doors just yet. But they don't actually have Eagles holding for it. He's playing down now towards a site. I think this is probably reaction off the back of him playing in towards wood and not actually having a lot to do. So they've changed it up with a bit of a rifle stack instead, and they're going to leave the Eagles down there. Let him do some of his best work. Since A site's a bit of a regular occurrence for Wolf Empire, that's where you can get arguably your main man in the thick of it. Because he hasn't really had too much to do or too many chances. 7 and 8 right now in terms of his KD. He's not exactly fantastic.
Util's a bit short here for Imperial. I mean, they have 3 smokes, 2 nades. Not much to work with compared to Wolf at the moment. Ryuzao, of course, just going to go up the lockers, get a bit of an off angle going. But Wolf has really not made any presence in towards this woods position, and I'm surprised that GDSE hasn't checked up at least once. But I think after how the last round went, I mean, Wolf can be in any corner, but smoke's going to go through, so that's the fake smoke for Lucas. But it's actually a B take.
Smokes everywhere. Couple on A, couple on B. Straight into B we go.
What?
But back in toward A.
I love it.
Wolf Empire playing chess right now, and Imperial, mate, they haven't even heard of a checkers board before. I think they're just still in their playground at kindergarten. They're being bamboozled by Wolf Empire. Barely even any kind of an exchange, right? Wolf Empire more or less just kind of walk their way in, and even on top of that, they've still got a player over on B.
They got control room control. Oh, this is going to be amazing. I mean, as long as Shady and Dola can actually hold this, Flash is going to go through. Dola on the underside. A lot more luck this time with Shady. Great cover coming in from Lucas. And here comes Rambo, of course, activating late, but Ryuzao does take him down, but he's barely breathing at this point, so it's going to take a headshot for him to get back. But of course, behind a wooden box with an M4, you do the equation. It ain't working.
Lucas is having his form, though. He is having those moments which at least make up for some of these sort of slightly weaker maps at times. And 2 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away now. Lucas 14 for him. This is what we wanted to see. It's the Costa curse or blessing, I guess you could say.
This one's for you, Neo.
Yeah, I wanted to see more from Lucas, and we finally are seeing more from him as well. This is much better. And Imperial again falling flat. And this has been the classic Imperial. Start strong, finish really poor. Eagles will have his moment though. Finally in towards wood, he gets a bit of an opener and something to fall back on, and advantage towards Imperial.
Yeah, importantly, it's Lucas that is taken out of the... I will say though, it doesn't really feel like it's a hugely impactful pick right now. I think Wolf Empire are looking really confident and almost back them to get it done, even though it is 4v5.
Yeah, I think they're trying to anticipate whether or not anyone from Imperial is gonna go too far forward. For Rambo. What is this? That is the fence smoke on the A site. So GDSC, you're gonna be on your own, buddy, unless someone else is in the site itself. GDSC, see if he can live this. Does make it to slow, but look at Shady. He almost takes out the animals. But what's important here is they got the site take.
Yep. 4v4 post plant. Wolf Empire have actually looked really solid on the post plants as well, especially on this A site. They've not lost one so far. And Imperial have a tough road ahead once again. Smokes are keeping them at bay from working down from heaven just now. Inevitably, they're going to have to go. Ice Cube is low. Shady goes down, but Ice Cube still holding strong and dancing around on that silo. If he gets one more, it might be the round done and dusted. Ice Cube keeping it alive somehow. It's 2v2. Very quickly brought back to 1v2. Rambo dropped. Defuse on just in time for him, Imperial. And they get over the line, but by the skin of their teeth.
Close, really, really close. I think we've got to play a little bit more standoffish there, Wolf Empire. Sit back. I mean, maybe even a bit of aggression over towards stairs, but I realized nothing was there in that late round, and we could have actually just parked up a little bit more.
Should have not worked, honestly.
Yeah.
4-man retakes all the way in control room. Yeah, you should just be able to kind of just funnel them in one position and get it done quickly. But it seems like Wolf Empire, everyone's collectively missed on the site itself. Dola got instantly taken out by the animal, so he just went rabid on the site. But 7-6 is going to be the score. Imperial not going to take this lying down, that's for sure.
We got a game on our hands here, just like map number 1. This one also got some legs behind it. Double stack up early. Danimal's playing stairs and more back sight. But still not a huge amount to work with just yet.
Every round kind of feels the same, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like it
slow start, bit of
slow
map
start.
control, late round do something.
Yep. Maybe a little bit of like skirmishing early in the round. If Imperial try to throw a spanner in the works somewhere, but largely it's just, yeah, Wolf Empire kind of setting up in mid, just outside wood, and then going with about a minute and a half to a minute left on the clock. And here they go again. This time they're going to try for an A hit. There's a couple of players to defend. GDSC will be cleared out easily, and so will Danimals. That is a huge loss for Imperial. They just cannot seem to hold even this A site, regardless of where Wolf Empire are coming from. It doesn't matter if they're coming down from wood, or if they're going in from heaven, or going through second mid, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It seems like it's a huge problem point right now for Imperial, and Wolf Empire are just exploiting it.
Yeah, it's that kind of a replay of what we've seen from that Ubek Maniac game. The A site is going to be wide open time and time again. And it seems like Wolf learning from their fellow Southeast Asian brothers here, but yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. 8-6, Wolf Empire. Despite what happened in that last round, just like how I said it, man, that mental fortitude, they forget about that loss very quickly and lock in for that next round. And man, that A-side defense is needs a bit of improvement from the side of Imperial, honestly.
I know they're winning, but I got to say the comms are so chaotic towards Wolf Empire. You take your headphones off and just listen to them over there. It is so much going on, but it's working. And a rush towards A once again. They are saying this is a distinct weakness. We're going to keep trying to expose it. Lucas continues his form up to 16 now as a late flank by Rambo. Any moment he pounces now, he could get a couple of kills, never mind just one.
He doesn't even need to pounce though, that's the thing. Like, they've got control of the site. It's actually more valuable for him to just sit here and wait for the post plant.
There's an angle too. I mean, you kind of just inch forward and you can see the right side stairs.
Yep.
There we go. There it is.
Oh, they held for him. They did a little check, but it doesn't matter. Danimals get seen off. That is a super clean round by Wolf Empire, and that is just quite clearly them saying, your A-site hold is dreadful, and we're just going to keep going at you on it. We're just going to keep fighting you and say, I don't think you can stop us.
Yeah, apparently they can't.
It's the matter of simple versus complicated, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I say the Animals is a preparation monster, sometimes you can over-prepare.
Exactly.
And Shady's like, hey, your A-side defense sucks. Let's go A again, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can over-prepare, or you can just get your prep wrong, or Wolf Empire could just be better on the day, and frankly, Wolf Empire is looking pretty sharp on these entries, so I don't know if it's so much down to Imperial in some cases as it is Wolf Empire looking really solid today. And this is further proof that Wolf Empire might just be the favorite going into the playoffs if they continue to play this well. 9-6. Could be a pretty clean map in the end from them here. The likes of which we haven't seen for the vast majority of the last couple of days. It's been a lot of tiebreaker maps for map 1. But this is looking good for Wolf Empire. Rio's out. We'll have other ideas. Imperial. Look like they're going to hold strong for at least this round, but maybe Dola has got something to say about that. He's 17-10 now. He's tapping a couple of heads, and we're back to a 2v3. C4 will be easily retrievable for Wolf Empire as well, so I guess it ain't over yet.
You don't discount Dola and Ice Cube in these spots. Oh, we actually had a similar round. It was a 2v3 like this, which Wolf Empire won in the post plant on the race out of Mexico. So even though numbers don't favor them, you just got to remember who you're up against. Imperial are going to play this with the utmost respect. And there you go, swing, and a fine. Ice Cube gets tagged as well. He spots Animals on the cross. He probably has done a dusted here, and he will be. They fight together, they fight well. Imperial will keep themselves alive in this map.
Barely though in this game. Taking a look at the 7-6 round. I love these lineups, man. Double smoke, you block off the stairs, you block off the fences. Missile player is going to have a hard time trying to recoup. So very creative usage of the utility here for the side of Vietnam. So can it continue though? But speaking of utility, the Animals has been known to do this. And it seems like though that he had the idea, just not the shot.
Okay. Maybe we've called it too soon. Maybe it's not quite as easy as Wolf Empire would like it to be.
Oh, there we go.
They've got the timeout, if it's needed.
Would be funny if they just win off of this, though.
Rio's out at the moment is actually kind of isolated right here. Luckily, he's pretty good. So he ends up getting himself a 1-for-1. No harm, no foul. Still maintaining Locker's control. There's going to be a smoke tossed in by Wolf Empire, and Ice Cube's going to hang around and see if he can maybe just eke out some of that control.
Just thinking what you're saying, Sleek. It'd be funny if they do call attack pause and don't even get to the attack pause.
They may not.
They may not.
Oh,
they may have a 15-minute attack pause in between map 2 and 3 at this rate.
It's the BM tack.
That's genius, though, from Ice Cube, right? You smoke off, make them assume that you backed off, right cross into this into lockers again, and Imperial just got caught re-clearing it. Imperial's so antsy about getting map control, especially in lockers, because they want that additional layer of delay on that B site, but they got punished for it. That hurts.
3. This is really difficult for Imperial.
All right.
Good thing is they're playing them together. I think that's the right way to go about this. You can't afford to be isolated. Just expecting somebody to multi-kill is always a big ask, and then expecting the other person to rotate and clutch. But now they are starting to go on their own, and this is where I don't kind of love this, especially when you've got spray like that. GDSC.
But that's going to confirm no one's A.
It's true. Well, not yet. I mean, they're running down now. C4 has crossed, will plot momentarily. And sure, GDSC, you've got this flank in quotation marks, but they know about it, so the ruse is already up.
Yeah.
I think it's just done.
Yeah, it's cooked.
Unless Eagles can get 2. They're going to draw up together now. Double stairs play. Negative bound off the corner. Could do some damage towards Lucas, but he's full HP, so it doesn't really matter. If it was Ice Cube, it could have been a different story. That nade is super chunky. And a second, again on towards Lucas. He could take him. He's got the HP to take him. GDSC, big kill. Needs another behind it. Can't get it. Eagle spotted. They don't actually have to peek here, guys. But it doesn't matter. We'll peek, we'll find, we'll win. 10-7, 2-0. Wolf Empire.
It seems to be getting more and more decisive as the series goes on. Wolf Empire now up 2-0 over Imperial and looking good to potentially close this one out as well with a 3-0. Look, I have to give some credit to Imperial initially. I thought that on subbase they were kind of doing all right. They were doing, you know, some nice stuff in that first half, bit back and forth. It looked like maybe there was going to be a contest on, but once we got into the second half, it really did kind of feel a bit like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I think this is, unfortunately, the thing that we've seen actually with Imperial just this entire tournament. It's these strong starts, but the real lack of consistency. And it just feels like for them, they maybe like utilize all their resources, whether that's physically or I think in most cases actually mentally, in this early like opening 4 to 5 rounds, and they just completely burn out. They get fatigued in their own game plan. They overthink situations, and this is a kind of a tough way to approach it. Whereas for Wolf Empire, I think kind of what we've seen from them as a whole, they're like, okay, sure, if you guys want to overswing everything and sort of take all this control early doors, it doesn't matter. We know that we have a much better long-term plan, and obviously it pays off. Lucas, another kind of good map for him, or finally a good map. Sorry, finally a good map from him. Dola, another good map for him as well, which is, I mean, his rating just continues getting better and better and better. But for Lucas, I said coming in towards his map, I want to see more from him. It's the only thing I want to see more from, and we finally get it. I'm happy. Ice Cube also had his moments too. On the flip side, as back-to-back good maps from Ryuzao, but he is actually super isolated. 7 has been actually pretty woeful this series so far, and that map in particular was bad, and Eagles went missing. But I can give Eagles the benefit of the doubt. I always actually think Subbase is a pretty not so AWM-friendly map.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, but look, I think the real standout, of course, was Lucas. Really solid performance from him.
Yeah.
When it, well, maybe wasn't necessarily required, but when it is important, right? Like this match right here, right now, today, I think is actually more important than the opening match you play in the playoffs, because in the opening match in the playoffs, you at least have that extra life. But here, this is single elim. You cannot afford to lose this game. And Lucas stepping up quite nicely. So 2-0 lead for Wolf Empire and Imperial. I guess the question I have for you now, Sneaky, is there any way back into this match?
There's that third map, man. Ankara is going to have to be the decider here. It's a very nice map there as well, because this could make or break the series. Both teams need to go on this map. Would you be surprised if this is still going to be a close one?
Yeah, well, we will find out in just a minute. It's time for us to go to a short break, but don't go too far away. Map 3 is right on the other side of this.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Righto then, back into it for what might be the final time today. I think that largely comes down to Imperial. They've got to find a way to, first of all, mentally reset, B, kind of turn it on here on Ankara. It is their map choice. That should be beneficial, but, I mean, Wolf Empire don't mind a bit of Ankara, to be quite honest with you. So, I see in my future a 3-0 right here.
Yeah, I can't blame you, honestly. I mean, this is the Vietnam map, right? Ankara, you know, despite it being in Turkey, right, it's still a map that is very often played. In this map, it is the Black Widow equivalent of like us back in the Philippines, or maybe some of the other teams in CFWL. It's like Compound and Umena. It's like they probably know this map like the back of their hand. Look at that CFVL. 17 times they played this map.
I gotta say, I'm looking at the exactly unlock the future. I gotta say though, I'm looking at this and saying like, I don't even think it's about like the way you play the map. I think Ankara as a whole comes down to individuals, and they've just been so much better over towards Wolf Empire. I really think Imperial mentally checked out. I think they're gone. You could see sort of tail end of that map number 2. They're all over the place. I think for them, it kind of feels like, obviously we know they're top level professionals, and we know that isn't the case, but it kind of feels like they've sort of given up in a sense. Like, these guys are just too good. I don't know if we can beat them. And I think on the flip side, Wolf Empire are thinking, I don't think we can lose these guys. We are better.
Well, I mean, it's somewhat reminiscent of the series last time we sort of played against each other, Imperial Wolf Empire, at the Summer Championship. The only thing I will say is that this was actually the map that Imperial won back then, and it was 10-2, so quite a one-sided map actually in the favor of Imperial, but bit of a different ballgame because that was map 1 in the series. Now you're down 0-2.
Yeah.
Hard to pull yourself out of that kind of a rut, I reckon.
I also think this is like a different Wolf Empire now as well. This isn't like underdog Wolf Empire. This is, you know, Shady arguably being the best IGL at this tournament so far as well. And I think he's been calling an absolute masterclass. And all the players around him are playing super well. And like I said, you know, I was saying, coming towards round 2, I want to see a bit more out of Lucas. And then we've got 3 kind of star players that we can rely on. And Rambo, he plays tough roles, so you're not really expecting too much out of him. So we're talking about how it's now Shady, who's playing well and calling excellently. One of the best snipers at this tournament, and has been so far as well, all the way throughout. The best rifle at this tournament, and probably one of the best rifles we've seen out of CFS in a long, long time in terms of the current form and the rating he's on. And then now a supporting rifler who's also putting up pretty incredible numbers too. That for me feels unstoppable, where you're looking at Imperial, and the only actual real limelight you can say is Ryuza's playing well. Yeah. That's it.
Is there any way out of this one for Imperial?
I think it's good. I'll be lying.
Wrap it up. Let's go home.
Wrap it up.
Yeah.
Get back into the swing of the thing. But I mean, maybe
Wolf Empire got
maybe
dinner
they have
plans,
one
guys.
last swing.
It's
I mean,
5-8. I think they got dinner plans booked for 9 and they want to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they have one last swing. Maybe, you know, Imperial, the ego is there. It's like, we might lose, but I don't want to lose 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. It might be like a bit of like a confidence thing and say, like, let's just try and go out with our heads held high in some way. You know, you speak about that 10-2 though. I feel like we're really going to have seen Shady put in a lot of work to say that is not happening again. This is a different, you know, Wolf Empire. This is a side who, you know, should come into every single map and say we're the best. No, not even a match, not even a series, a map, and say this shouldn't be a conversation here. And that's what they're doing so far. And I think the big thing is he would have done immense amounts of preps, knowing the Ankara's coming through, knowing that it's probably going to be playing that first 3 as well, whether it was picked by them or picked by Imperial.
Yeah.
So I think he knows as much as we know that was always going to come into the fray here. So that's where I feel like they're in a real tough predicament. They're checked out mentally. They're not hitting their shots. Eagles is looking quite rough. Now, of all the people who I think could come back alive, I think Eagles is probably the, you know, first name on my list, and saying like, if anybody's going to pop off in the map and kind of shrug off the previous 2, he feels like the right guy, but will it make a difference to the rest of them? I don't think so.
I mean, this would be another similar result for Imperial as last year. They got knocked out 5th to 8th there as well.
Yeah.
They lost to All Gamers in the quarterfinals, and it's a bit of an unfortunate perspective for them because you go up against one of the eventual grand finalists in the round of 8 last year. You do the same here, and it might be the eventual winner the way things Wolf Empire are going. But either way, we have to have a look at map 3. It's not a done deal just yet, but let's see if Wolf Empire can lock in the 3-0. And onto map 3 we go. It'll be Wolf Empire that is going to be able to dictate how this one plays out. They're starting things off on the blacklist side. I just don't think that that's a great set of situations for Imperial here, who are going to try and get aggressive, but You've got Rambo waiting for it. Can't deal with Danimals, though.
This looks quite akin to what we saw, actually, on that Mexico, where it feels like Imperial, if they want to give themselves a bit of confidence, they want to just go quite aggro in the early part, information gained, and try and fight up close. And I like that idea. I think that's where Imperial do their best work, both on the BL and the GR side. So it's not that way to start things off. It's also good information to gain just generally of what that long push is like, looking like out towards B.
Let's see. A site, of course. If you can't find anything in the map, might as well just go A, GDSC. Gonna be on the underside of those stairs. Ryu Zhao gonna be on the top side. Oh, but I like the initial throw of the nades because it makes them assume that this could be a fake. So now they're thinking about it. Now they're on their heads if you are Imperial. And look at the other side. It's so far from this ace site. This rotation is gonna be needing a super highway if they want to get back into the ace site quick. But look at this. Flash.
Gonna get the double pump.
Yep, double pump it is.
Another flash that gets tossed in for no reason, really. Wolf Empire not going off the back of it. They've got to be wondering, like, is this a fake? Like, there's a smoke behind us now. Is this a fake? Wolf Empire slowly making their way forward. It's contact play. Look at how far they've gotten before the fight breaks out. GDSC, he actually allows a player up onto the side. Can't get him as he runs up the stairs. This is already falling apart for Imperial. Trades coming through nicely for Wolf Empire on that entry. 2 for 1 is good. We're back to 3-on-3 post-plant. Imperial want to go fast on the retake. It seems they're chunked down a little bit by a grenade. And, well, they have beaten Wolf Empire for pace, who didn't seem to recognize they were coming from GR Spawn.
I think they expected him to get in for that retake a lot slower, but I got to question GDSC there for a second. What's he doing? He lets him up. I don't even think he was blind. He just sort of forgot to fight or just was looking at the wrong person. Either way,
pretty bad decisions both sides, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the real issue for Wolf Empire there is that they expected Imperial to go for a late re-execute or kind of retake on towards the site, as they did on Mexico, as they did on Port, which is, you know, let that clock tick down like 15 or so seconds and then go for the pop. Wait for that util to sort of fade. Imperial just go immediately. C4 goes down and they're already retaking 5 seconds post.
Yeah, I don't think they expected as well to every single one of them to come from spawn.
They thought there was a flank on, which I think is the issue there. Their attention's actually drawn. You got 2 players, one looking vent, one looking main, and only one looking out towards spawn.
Yeah, good read in my opinion.
It is. I think it is. I think it's actually well played there from Imperial. And this is the thing. I've actually sort of critiqued him a little bit, but I do think Danimal's calling has actually been quite weak. Hence why things have been quite tough for Imperial. But that, I think, is actually a really good call. He just says, right, guys, we've got to fight early here. Let's not let them set up in the post plan.
Yeah, and we have been kind of roasting and toasting the animals here for being a bit too detailed about his
it's like overly meticulous, isn't it, in terms of, you know, we talk about his prep and we talk about the way in which he likes to call, but that sense, it's actually fundamentally really simple and I really like it. It's just, the second we know that C4's in the process of getting planted, let's fight here, because one person's going to be trying to rotate off that, try and set themselves up, and the other 2 are probably holding for quick flanks.
Yeah, ironically, actually, like, I had a conversation with one of the coaches back in, you know, the Philippines, where that's kind of SGJ's problem as well. Stuff is overcomplicated. You know, I think Ubek was like back to basics. They got the fundamentals down.
Yeah, and that's why Wolf Empire are really cool to watch, because it is actually like quite fundamental, their idea. It's just, it is primarily just a numbers game in most of their fights. Is let's just fight as a pack and know that wherever we're going, we're going to have the numbers advantage on an execute. And we're just going to hope that we can make it work. But isolated fights are not good. You don't want to be peeking in towards the Eagles. This is the guy I said, if anybody was going to ramp up and refine their form, it would be him. Eagles, great round, great hold. He's inevitable to have at least one map a series. That is solid.
Yeah, that is more like it, honestly. From Imperial, especially here from Eagles. A lot more active in this map, hitting his shots this time. Lucas a bit slow on the trigger to just jump straight into it and try to see if he can distract the sniper, but he'd rather just take the fight in slope, which is not the best idea. But the Animal's a lot more active in this map. He wants to go for some mid control, similar to what Lucam was doing in Antisocial. But no smoke in mid, that means he's just going to back off. I don't think he's going to find anything.
All right, well, a 2-0 start on the GR side isn't too bad for Imperial, but I have to throw out I feel like I'm beating the dead horse here. Imperial start well, they finish poorly. This has been their issue throughout this entire tournament. It's not been ever about the start. ultimately it doesn't really matter how many rounds they get in these first sort of 5 or 6. It's more about how they finish the half and how they finish the second.
Yep.
Because Wolf Empire, it feels like kind of that's their thing. They always they scale up into games and they start to realize your weaknesses and they never stop punishing them, like the A hits on that sub base.
That's literally been the case for the first 2 maps of this series as well. Imperial starting with the lead and getting slowly but surely reeled back in. The only thing I'll say is Wolf Empire this time, for the first time in the series, are starting on Blacklist side. They've made their comebacks on Blacklist. So maybe that's a factor as well. See if they feel a little bit more comfortable on this side rather than on GR side. But Imperial, once again, going to be tasked with defending the A site.
Yeah, everyone is just calmed down at this point. I feel like Imperial, first rounds, they gotten slightly more aggressive, but now's the time to see if their defense does work. But GDSE wants to be the first contact here, but does get Lucas, does get Ice Cube as well, and the entirety of Wolf Empire has fallen. And Ryuzao just going to get that last kill. A no-brainer timeout here for Wolf Empire. I would be calling that too.
Yeah, that'll do it. Wolf Empire have generally been pretty good off the back of their attack timeouts, though. I think they've won both the rounds after their timeout in this series. So, at least as far as Wolf Empire is concerned, they'll be hoping that this can change the tide.
Yeah, Shady's been pretty quiet, though. I think the coach is definitely pointing out as much as possible here all the mistakes that Wolf has done. To be fair, there's not much.
Yeah.
It's just those small details in these games. It's like, I wouldn't say luck, but at the same time, you don't really expect the animal to just go out for free from exit A and just get into stairs for free. You don't expect Eagles to just be alive the entire time in boxes in the A site. So I think the call here for Wolf Empire, if I was their coach, would just be faster, I guess. I mean, why not pick up the pace? At least in terms of the side takes, maybe not the retake defense. You don't want to go too far forward, but you can't just let Imperial sit in the sites, man. That's how highlight reels happen.
Well, conversation coming to a close. Not a lot to talk about on Imperial side, in all honesty. You know, a couple of back-to-back. Well, I say back-to-back. It's been 2 A hits, 1 B hit. The A hits have been pretty rough in the sense of they've not given themselves a lot to fall back on, especially even if they get to the point of a post plan. And that B hit obviously was just a bit of an Eagles masterclass.
Just the one Ankara in this event from Wolf Empire. That was a close loss to all gamers. 10-8.
There we go. That's more like it for the side of Wolf. A lot more early fights. Now a lot more aggressive for that tunnel's control. And they know exactly where E4S is. So Lucas is actually just going to jump straight into high mid. But he doesn't crouch and avoid Ryuzao instead. That is a bit reckless from the entry of Wolf Empire here. But I mean, there's space gained, but the numbers aren't there.
Yeah, it's not going to plan right now. Starting to build up nicely for Imperial to maybe restart their chances, restart their hopes for this series. Doing a good job of clearing out the A side of the map as well. They're pretty aware that this is going to be a hit towards B. Honestly, it's a really good setup for the B hold as well. Danimals does go down though. But Eagles' hotel position is so strong in the post plant. It even gets to that point. Wolf Empire is still holding on to connector. I'm not sure about that one. Rambo easily cleaned up by Ryuzao. They haven't even cleared out the site yet either, so feels like Wolf Empire a little bit indecisive there, maybe just about getting punished for it. Ryuzao certainly not indecisive, wants to take those fights and gets it done easily. Wolf Empire lose another, and Imperial are up to a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, and this feels different now. It doesn't feel like it's a Wolf Empire building into this and on the precipice. They're actually looking quite rough.
Yeah,
it's very simplistic calls, and they're not working even remotely.
Yeah, it's reminding me of the last time that they were matched up, right? It's kind of exactly like this. And happened in Ankara. It was pure domination from Imperial. Could be a repeat, in all honesty. Oh, but GDSC with the sniper almost takes Dola's head off, but he's going to be forced to back off in catwalk A. Could have been a fast reaction from Wolf to start assaulting that ace site, but Ryuzao is a very dangerous man. He also wants to fight here.
Ooh, okay. Maybe that's the opener that Wolf Empire needs to get rolling a little bit. Just need a little bit of luck maybe to get them back into this conversation. Shady there, I think, has been spotted out by Danimals. But he's exiting. Risky position for the C4 to beat Solo, but he's gotten out.
100%, he got spotted. I saw the Animals talk 20 words as soon as he saw a glimpse of that man.
The Motormouth was definitely in effect. 7, forward hold with the orb. And a pretty nicely timed push out of A for Ryozao. Once again, Imperial working this map nicely on the GR side. 7's going to go for a re-aggression. He is sticking around. Wolf Empire going past him. They're going to have to challenge him eventually. And it's not going to work out very kindly for them at all. Rio's out fighting Rambo in middle. Losses all over the map for Wolf Empire. What's going on? They've just completely switched off from map 2 to map 3.
It's super sloppy as well from Wolf Empire. That's the issue. They're really looking super uncomfortable. One's got a back sight and a quick shot. Nice scoop. A lot that he has to do here. If he can hit this one towards Danimals, maybe a chance, but it's not to be. Great rounds from Imperial. And, you know, this may seem a little early, but honestly, this feels like maybe a 4th map might be required.
Yeah. Just like how I said it, man, it's going to be a replay of that lower bracket matchup between Wolf and Imperial, where Imperial did kind of brought it back. Not really bring it back. It was just a one-sided affair, honestly, in that map one. But I'm getting the same vibe from this, honestly. I feel like Wolf is a bit helpless here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like it's completely switched. Wolf Empire not really winning the duels. They're not finding the timings. They're not being able to execute the sights. Shady and Lucas are 0-5. Just not their day at the moment on Ankara. They're going to have to keep having a crack.
It's unfortunate because 2 guys I was highlighting as well off the back of map 2. Shady's calling Lucas's individual form, and it goes from bad to worse for all of them. Yeah. Wow, that is so quick. Ice Cube maybe gets a kill or 2 in some of these rounds, but it's just not making a difference at all. Flashy avoids, missed shot as well with the Orm, but it's a 1v5 that turned into 1v3. No legs behind it. Quick trade, easy round again for Imperial. 10-2 last time they played, and that's kind of where this is heading towards.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. Just nothing going right for Wolf Empire on this map, and kind of feels like something is against them. Timings are just horrific, and it's not necessarily a fault of Wolf Empire.
I have a theory. I feel like since Imperial, just like I was said, right, the Animals is a preparation monster, and since you're going up against a Vietnamese team, you have to have a good Ankara, so I feel like, hey, it finally paid off, man.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, especially if you're going to pick into it. But 6-0, Wolf Empire, I just don't know that you can realistically come back from this one, but they're going to keep having a crack. And so far, not really working out. A bit of a back and forth, 3v3. Rambo low, but it is going to amount to at least a plant at some point. Downwalls will back off. So Wolf Empire with another winnable round ahead, and if they want to have a chance in this map, they need to get going somewhere. Got to be here, right? Like, you know, 6-0 is already hard enough to come back from, but any more than that.
3's better than none, right, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the mindset you got to have, really. If they even get 3, that is. I have to watch this retake first. 1-for-1 is okay. No one else swinging out.
Rambo's low, and 7 is taking a long time to get over for this retake, but he does strike. Ice Cube shuts him down, and all he has to do now is play time. He's pretty much won the round. Eagles is going to have to sit the defuse. Peaks coming out from Ice Cube. It was a tap, but the fact that it wasn't a sit means that the round is over. And Wolf Empire have finally got themselves one.
All right. Finally, like we said, 3 is better than none. It still feels very difficult considering this is Wolf Empire looking really bad on the BL side, but not over till it's over.
It's going to have to a hella second half for Wolf Empire. But look at the Animals wanting to go aggressive in mid. Eagles will get Lucas. So it's a 4 versus 4. Dola does have control of connector A, but here comes GDSC. But it seems like Wolf does have an idea that there could be a player inside. Lots of presence in mid, so if they do get GDSC, opportunity to just run into the A site is there.
Remember his last round where we saw him playing Vent, he was able to, I think, get 3. Certainly got at least 2. So I'm not sure that he's going to be the easiest player to knock over in this position. I don't know if Wolf Empire even committed to this A side, honestly.
Yeah, C4's not here. I think it might just be looking and see if there's an extension already. So they're falling back though. So GSC, if he was just to peek his head round, he'd realize, and he has.
Yeah.
He's looked in and he spotted nothing. No Orm at range. No riflers setting up for Util outside. So hence why we're kind of going to try and look a little bit now towards a beast. But I wonder whether though Ryuzao decides to rotate back.
7. Nice angle from him. Nice off angle.
2 snipers too in that B site. I mean, you got tunnels covered. You got hotel covered. Problem is, tunnels is now getting pushed from Wolf Empire. But look at this. It's a very fast reaction from Ryuzao. Immediate rotation from that site. And because GDSC is all the way in long, and this is going to be a freebie for him. That's 1. That's 2. Ice Cube turning around and somehow gets him. How has that happened?
Well, I would just say this round is actually not over yet. You can get a quick plan here for Ice Cube. He can actually play out the 2-on-1. And 7's going to go ahead of the play if he somehow finds himself in a 1v1 and loses it. That would have been a really ill-advised push, but he'll win it, so we can't really criticize it.
There was a moment though, wasn't there,
Yeah.
where you're thinking, 7.
Yeah, Ice Cube just bangs his head off. He's playing that stairs position.
Yeah.
1v1. The other guy's low, I think he was, at least.
Could have been dicey, but 7-1. Again, a scoreline that Brazil normally don't like, but in this sense, they're loving it. They are loving it. Just keeping them alive in the series. And not in the series, this tournament as well.
See, the German in me understands the football references, but when you're talking about other stuff, I've got no idea.
We finally get one.
Cole Palmer being ice cold. You don't get that one.
I've never heard of that bloke before.
Never heard of Cold Palmer?
No.
Is that a drink?
Cold Palmer.
Palmy?
Is that a drink? Palmy?
Palmy? Parmigiana?
I know
it's
there's
a schnitzel. It's a type of schnitzel in Australia.
Right.
Don't make me think about schnitzel right now, man. I'm hungry. But speaking of hungry, GDSC does you want to kill every single member here of Wolf Empire? It seems like he's getting hunted, but the hunted turns into the hunter. Ryuzao in the top A, and they finally take him down, but it took so much effort for just 1 A take, man.
3v3. I mean, 2 is better than 1, I guess. Wolf Empire, that's what they've got to be saying. They're still fighting for it. I have to imagine it may not make much of a difference long term, but who knows? Every single round might matter here for Imperial. Just got to keep that ball rolling. But back to a 2-on-2. And Wolf Empire are kind of stuck in the side. I don't really quite like this post plant, though. If they win their aim duels, it won't matter. Eagles is unable to really get involved. He's still stuck behind the smoke. And bit of spam through the box. No connections on DeLucas, unfortunately, for Eagles. But 1 from the Colt, and time to factor now. He's looking for it, but Rambo playing ring around the rosy. And Eagles has not even seen him. Rambo is the Drift King. That'll be around for Wolf Empire. So they do get 2 for the half, which is certainly not anything to celebrate about, but...
Yeah.
As funny as it would be to sort of cast a curse this, and by saying it's a cast a curse, it sort of nullifies the cast a curse. But losing a 7-2 half would be incredible.
Incredibly bad.
It feels like nearly impossible, basically. Not on Ankara.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
2.1 KD to 0.48. I mean, that really sums it up. Like I said, in this map is going to be one. It's not really as much the game plan. It's more just the individuals, and that's just something we'd be missing from Wolf Empire.
Yep. Seemingly everybody's gone cold, but there's one thing you need to know about Wolf Empire. It's that they have Ice Cube.
Yeah, and he's damn good on DR side in this map, that's for sure.
This is Ice Cube's map. It has been since he was on ranking. Really, it's where he got a lot of the work done last year for that squad. That's where they propelled themselves into the top 4, and it might be where he can propel his team into the top 4 once again.
Dola's not in a nice position here. He can get surrounded, but very good off angle. The Animal's going to be the first one down. Dola, instant headshot. Ice Cube with the response as well, and it's a 2-man fight for tunnels. But they do clear out high mid, so this is going to be a safe rotation for the rest of the Wolf Empire members to get back into that site. And they have to take Hotel. They have to take Hotel right now. They need that additional weight, but never mind Lucas. He's just going to fight them right in their face. Another 1-tap for Lucas. And it seems like the Wolves, is this them awake in the second half? Is this the premonition?
Well, I'm not going to get too excited just yet. But if they can string together another couple rounds, bring it back to 5-7, I think I might start to believe there.
I'm going to say it. If you lose 7-2, that is probably the most embarrassing
proper
we've seen this tournament, I would say.
Yeah, maybe.
Because, like, it's like, you know, we can talk about the 10-1 or the 10-2 for AG, but, like, they're, like, expected results. If you're 7-2 up in a knockout game and you lose it, that would be damning. That's the one that's going to, you know, get you a bit of ridicule.
Yeah, you've already lost so much control over on the B side of the map here. Really early in the round, though, for Wolf Empire. It's going to send them scurrying. So that round we've just seen from Wolf Empire might have been a bit of a false hope.
Mm-hmm. But to be fair, like Wolf Empire, they have time and time again won rounds with a man deficit. This could be one of those times, but 7. Oh, look at the timing from Ice Cube. Unscopes just in time. And it seems like you could be right here, Jordan. It is going to take a miracle for the last 3 members of Wolf to get back into the site.
They're able to be pretty quick. There's no smoke up, so they're going to try and take this duel, try and fight. Lucas is already out. Hasn't cleared Ryu's out, won't clear Ryu's out, and that will be his final mistake for the round. Another player falls, and it's just Rambo 1v4. Seems impossible, especially now that he's been spotted out, so that'll be 8 for Imperial, and only a couple of steps away from going to map number 4.
Yeah, and that it seems like all she wrote, but I mean, knowing Wolf, they probably feel like they could still win this game, especially after that 1-round win in this second half. So Imperial are not out in the water just yet. They need 2 more good rounds. And then if they can say that we can get into compound, reset everything, we can definitely win this series. We can finally get something going. But Shady's the one on the second floor this time, but he's not going to go down anytime soon. He's just there to hold. But where is Ice Cube in this entire map? So he is holding both tunnels and that far angle in B at the same time. So it is good if Imperial do mess up and don't play their trades right. But if Ice Cube misses once, this could be a disaster.
Yeah, I think for Wolf Empire, it's really a case of if anybody misses any more shots for the rest of the map, it's pretty much over. We are asking for essentially perfection from now on out for Wolf Empire, and it's obviously been hugely lacking on this map. So, really unreasonable to imagine that they're going to be able to do it. Rambo's backing off. Mid is the play for Imperial right now, but where do they want to end?
Yeah, there's not a wealth for choice here. It's all down to this first fight with Shady, really. How he wants to play about this. Shady, yeah, falls back. Okay, they're going to at least reclaim that space for Rambo. And they're actually completely falling away from that idea. So mid to late round, we took top mid control. Didn't see anything, and because of that, we're dipping back and saying an A finish. And actually, this feels like it's kind of red. Shady's starting to rotate over himself. And he might beat the smoke here, which is good. Dola, his fight uber important, and he misses it. Now Lucas is a little isolated. Yes, he has Shady to top that stairs push, but he's going to get a couple here, and he can't. It's just not a good enough hold in that first fight, and Ryu's going 1-for-1 is surely good enough. It's a 2 versus 3. Yeah. Wolf Empire in trouble, and they're dissected in the rotate as well. Ice Cube's got to hit this. He legs him as well to make matters worse. I mean, and there he comes over, could do it. The Colt will. 2v2, not impossible. Missed shot, puts it all down to Rambo. The old on player needs to relive those years, and he can't. Map point, Imperial.
There it is. Could be a quick one, just like how we said it. Wolf Empire has progressed 1 point from their prior result in this map. So instead of a 10-2, it's 10-3. So
that's progression right there.
That's progression right there. Something to celebrate. I mean, yeah. It seems like Imperial, they've got Ankara down to the T, but the problem is, do they have Compound as well? That's going to be a question answered for later, potentially.
See, improvement from last time to this time. They should be celebrated.
If I was the captain of Wolf, I'd be saying that, man, just to kind of break the tilt. It's like, hey, guys, we got 1 more point.
Oh!
Oh, I thought they were just going to send it on spawn. Never mind. Rambo going to get Eagles, and Ryuza will get Shady in return. But he's surrounded in spawn. More than one player you're going up against. But there is another player on the other side. It is going to be Lucas. Lucas avoiding the bullets as much as possible. He's trying to see if he can just live, but it seems like it's all for naught. And Dola, as much as you are good, this is going to be a very tough clutch. You have taken down the animals.
It's the right call, though. Imperial going over to A, behind the smoke. Nade lands at the feet of Dola. 7!
Ooh.
Why are we sticking around? Dola, to be fair, just sending it through the smoke and maybe not expecting that. Ryuzao, though, to get past him on this map feels like an impossibility right now, but it's not, of course, for Dola.
Why?
Yeah, don't need to fight there. In both cases, actually, in all fairness. All we have to do is play time. He is a known quantity. That feels like overconfidence. That feels like them saying, let's just see it off here. We can win this, yada, yada. And not thinking about the potential, the risk, right? I mean, they didn't weigh it up because of the wealth of the lead they've got, which is actually a worrying sign, you know, in the more macro sense, if that's your mentality. I know they've got a massive lead and what feels like a nigh on impossible resurgence here for this Wolf side, but we'll see.
Yeah, but giving any space to Wolf is a very bad idea, and that's for sure. Shady's going to go down as he tried to get into Catwalk A with that sniper, get a quick pick, but it seems like he got picked instead. Rambo spotted on the site, instantly taken down by 7, but Ice Cube going to try to fight back, but the Colt is not going to be enough against 2 players. And Dola, Lucas, not much you can do. Lucas getting shot in the back, and Dola, second touch attempt.
Yeah, just not good enough here today. Wolf Empire on Ankara. You cannot keep relying on Dola to clutch out. 1v3, 1v4. It's not going to happen forever. That is 10-4, and Imperial land themselves a punch on Wolf Empire. Well, it's not over yet. Imperial get themselves a punch back in onto Wolf Empire in this skirmish. The question is going to become now, though, is that sort of a one-hit wonder? Is that the start of something, or are we more or less looking at that in the same way that maybe that Dola clutch played out for Wolf Empire at the end of that map, where it's just maybe a brief flash of hope, but realistically, it's still not going to come together? I think right now, you take that Imperial, you take that Wolf Empire, and you feel like, well, Imperial could actually still win this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main, the pros and the cons, right? When you talk about, like, for Imperial, the pros here, you just got to say that is the map in which they have beaten them on before, and it's sort of an expected result, maybe, in a sense. We kind of honed in a little bit on right here, right now, where the advantages have been quite clear over towards Wolf Empire, but that map against Imperial, historically, not been that great. Individuals didn't step up, not a good showing. But I think, for Imperial to get back into the series, to win it, to go 3 maps back to back to back is a massive, massive ask for me. And I think this is probably one of those where, even we saw against AG, they had a hiccup, right? They lost the map against AG in the groups, and they instantly destroyed them in the map to follow it. That's sort of what my expectations would be for Wolf Empire. Their map pick up next, right? This is where I feel like they're going to feel a little bit more revitalized. Nobody really stepped up for Wolf Empire on this map. They did better than the last time they played, but it was not a good showing. But again, another fantastic showing after Ryuzao. He continues to impress, despite what has been a tough series overall for Imperial.
Yeah, I think what else is important to mention is that 7 and Eagles actually come online in this one. I think, honestly, both of those players have kind of not been hitting their stride in this event just in general. I would actually kind of like to see it be 7 and Eagles towards the top end, and then Ryuzao, Danimals, and GSC kind of playing a little bit more of a supportive element to those two guys. Having now seen 7 and Eagles actually have a good map, I wonder if that's an insight into the future of this one and might be the avenue back into this series and honestly even this tournament for Imperial.
Yeah, but I do see the point that Neo was saying earlier, where it could just be a map where it could be good for Imperial and then they get destroyed in the next one, considering the history of Wolf Empire in this map with, you know, they did beat EG. Granted, it was in overtime. Granted, it was down to a 1v1, but still, you know, beating AG, being equal to AG in Compound in the first place is just impressive in itself. So, yeah, maybe Wolf Empire, in terms of experience, can just weigh it out. I mean, in those 4 rounds and in the few moments that I did see, you know, Wolf Empire having their moments, you know, Dolo was still hitting his shots, especially in the start of the second half. I mean, Ice Cube is still hitting. So it's not much of a worry for Wolf Empire in this series that they did lose this Ankara map. And I feel like, you know, just like as per usual, just a mental reset for the Vietnamese squad to get back into the swing of things in Compound.
I do feel one thing that they did miss for me was, I mean, Shady became non-existent. 0.14 rating overall for the map. Not good at all for a guy who's actually been probably the best like fragging IGL that we've had so far at this tournament. And on the flip side, Lucas kind of went from the one map wonder to non-existent again. We need to hope that we just rekindle that form of sub-base and don't let things slip. Of course, got the stats here for you. Both sides play it a decent amount. Both stats, I think ultimately the way I kind of learned this is like the stats or whatever, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you've got to weigh in domestic. You've got to take everything with a pinch of salt, right?
That's one factor.
The bottom 4 of Brazil, not great. The outside of the top 1 in Vietnam, not great.
That's one factor, definitely. But the other thing, I think, we're getting deep into a best of 5 now.
Yeah,
right? Like
it's about now. It's not about the past. It's about the present.
Exactly. And if this was a map that you were like really like, yeah, we're good on this, we're confident on it. Look at these awesome stats.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th map in a series like this one. It would be one of the top sort of front-loaded maps. So this is, you know, it's in the wheelhouse definitely for both teams, but neither of them really necessarily wants to go toward this map. I guess it does feel a bit more like, yeah, who's on their day at the moment, who's hitting their shots, and that, for the majority of this series, had been Wolf Empire, but that storyline, that narrative started to change, and yeah, I mean, I think that is an indication that Imperial are still not dead just yet, and they're a team that's going to go down swinging, I imagine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially it's a good start here for Imperial, right? You get to start on the GR side of Compound. Yep. You're going to play your usual style of Imperial, where you just sit back, wait for Wolf Empire to make the mistakes themselves, make sure Curve is covered this entire time. And yeah, it's not much responsibility for Imperial, especially in this first half with how easy it is to play GR side in the pro level, in Compound especially. I think it really takes like very big mistakes or very big misses for the GR side to really let go of the site themselves, especially with how easy the angles are, just like in servers, and the multiple computers that you can use as cover on the A site. So yeah, Imperial, they need to have a good start in the half. If they don't, even if it is 6-3, I would argue this could be Wolf just coming back in the second half.
Yeah, again, I want to go back to Summer Champs, and if you remember there, Neo, 13-10 was the score on this map for Wolf Empire. So, you know, if we're like taking into account how this map pool is playing out, so far it's kind of all the same, right? Like, Wolf Empire's won the maps that they won back in Summer Champs. They've lost the map that they lost, and they also kind of lost it in very similar fashion. It was 10-2 there, 10-4 here. Didn't really look like much of a contest, so just continue to draw those parallels. Compound, that actually did feel like the only real toss-up map at that Summer Champs best of 5, and it may well end up being a bit of a toss-up map here. I think Wolf Empire, they're going to rally, obviously, off of that loss. They're going to think, okay, you know, we can't just like glide our way through this series. We are going to have to work hard for it. Imperial, similarly, are going to rally off of that win and think, you know, we're still in this conversation. We're still able to make this one happen. So both teams, in theory, should come up a level into this fourth map. And if Wolf Empire can go back to the level that we sort of saw from them in the first couple of maps, and Imperial maintain, yeah, it's going to be close.
They say history repeats itself, and maybe the case here. They say lightning never strikes twice, but it might, right? And that's what we want to see. We do want to see Wolf Empire, you know, in the same vein as in the Summer Championships, be able to bounce back. But I think this has always been the thing that's good about Wolf Empire. When they have lost maps towards the start of the series or midway through, they're very good at responding and actually shrugging it off. I think this, again, probably has to be credit a lot to Shady in terms of his kind of leadership style, which is like, okay, guys, there's just no point dwelling on this. Let's sit down later and we can talk about what went wrong. But what is the point now? We know what our protocols are. We know what these guys like to do because we've done our preparation. We have beat them on this before this year, not even that long ago, and went on to win the tournament. What's to stop us doing it again? We've had one bad map. Who cares, right? So that's where I feel like for them, they're probably thinking, whatever, man. Like, you know, let's just move forward. And, you know, on the flip side for Imperial, the way you've got to think about this, you cannot think long term. That's the way that it kills you. You know, they say kind of hope always kills you. It's the hope that kills you kind of thing. And that's the thing that would kill Imperial in this spot. They can't think long term. They can't think, okay, guys, we can reverse sweep this. We can get 3 maps in a row. You can't even think a map in a row. You've got to think round by round, increment by increment, and just play in the micro sense of things. And that's how you start to build up a bit of a repertoire on your side. So for Imperial, that's the way they've got to go about it. Say, okay, cool, got a map in our favor. That's good. Let's build on that. Let's use the positive vibes that we got going in the team right now. Let's use all that experience that we know we've got in this map to our favor, and coming towards this one, start swinging once again. And that's the thing that really helped them. It was, you know, finally fixing the errors of the previous 2 maps of starting strong but finishing strong as well, and building up enough off the back of that really strong start that laid all the foundations down. There was no question marks. We were talking about like 7-1 start, saying it's basically impossible at this point to let it slip. That's what Imperial got to do best. We know Wolf Empire sort of expected to start slow because that's just sort of what they do.
Seems like
and they build into maps, and they build into games. This is where Imperial are going to say, right, if we know they're going to come late game and really start to find their form last on the line, let's make it so it's nigh on impossible for them to start to respond well. So that's the way they've got to approach it. I think for if you're Danimals here, you're saying, right, guys, we know what we're doing best. With these really aggro rounds in the opener to sort of limit test them a little bit, see what they're looking like and see what they're trying to go for as a default, and then we'll start to go round by round, bit by bit.
If there's someone we want to see come online in this for Wolf Empire to kind of bring it home, who is it? My answer, Ice Cube. I feel like he's not really been a massive factor in today's match, quite frankly, and Compound is a map where you can actually really get a lot of work done with the Orb in hand. You can work it on A, you can work it on B, you can work it in mid. He can be very active, he can be very proactive as well on that GR side when he wants to be. But quite frankly, I haven't really seen that from him today. Haven't really seen it from him too much in this event either, even though his numbers were kind of up there. He had like 1.4 KD coming into this. I don't think he's been absolutely lights out in the same way that we saw from him last year. So if there's anyone at the moment I kind of want to see a little bit more from on this Wolf Empire roster, actually might be him, because I think a lot of the work has really been done by the rifling setup from Wolf Empire today. But Orm, I think can be important here on Compound.
Yeah, I understand that point, right? I feel like we're not seeing the exact same explosive Ice Cube that we saw back in Hanoi, right? I feel like if we did see the same explosive Ice Cube, we would be home right now, or we would be back at the hotel chilling at the moment. But yeah, I mean, like, Ice Cube, we just need a little bit more juice from the start at this point, right? I mean, Dola's really popping off. Even Nukas in that Ankara map was actually hitting most of his shots. I mean, he had some insane one-taps there in Ankara. So yeah, we just need something more from Ice Cube, and we need to see not necessarily MVP Ice Cube, but an Ice Cube that can kind of just cover all the mistakes here for the side of Wolf Empire.
My counter to this, though, is I actually think it's a good thing that we're not seeing that much of Ice Cube, because it's not required. I think at the Summer Championship, they needed that from Ice Cube. Whereas actually, I think the beautiful thing about Wolf Empire now is they don't need him to go insane. They don't need like a Ice Cube 1.4 every map, because we're getting Dola online, we're getting Shady online. And I think in a weird way, it's not that he's underplaying. I think everyone else has stepped up, so they're kind of taking the kills that he would naturally get if this was to be the Summer Championship. So the way I'm sort of thinking of it, I guess it's more like a glass half full sense in a way, is that I think it's probably, in a macro sense, a good thing that we're not seeing that, because everybody else is finding their form. And I think the main thing for him, I guess his job really here is to limit Eagles. That's all he has to do. I think his hard focus has to be, I need to, in this head-to-head, just be a little bit ahead of Eagles. And he wasn't there, but nobody was, right? Everybody struggled. So I think, you know, naturally, you're never going to see him kind of fly when everybody else is really, really sinking. So I think the big thing is, yes, I agree that we want to see probably a little bit more of Ice Cube, but in a sense, I think this is probably showing how Wolf Empire now start to round out as a team, where it's no longer a one-man carry. And I think, you know, ultimately having a team that is a hard carry, you know, this is the reason why AG is so good, because it's not, as much as Du is probably the best player in the world and the best sniper in the world as well, it doesn't need him to go insane every map, because they have Jouet and they have, you know, these other players who can sort of step up and find their form. You know, ZY has these rounds here and there. So that's sort of my counter, maybe, in a sense, is that, you know, it's a good thing that we don't see him fly away, because it means everybody's stepping up in their own regard. But yeah, I get what you mean. If we do get an Ice Cube 1.4, 1.5 rating, it feels like basically it's a foregone conclusion that they win. It's just about more, for me, can everybody step up? And that was the issue in Ankara, is that everybody fell flat. Everybody kind of checked out.
I just miss seeing like the same explosive Ice Cube back in Hanoi, right? Like, we were so mind blown by his performance at that time when we were still with Laz. Laz was just absolutely screaming his lungs out with half of the plays that Ice Cube was doing back in Hanoi. So, you know, it would be a treat to see if we do spot that. But it seems like we're just going to take a bit to start here as GDSC's PC. I feel like the map has been, or the maps have been too intense that yeah, maybe the PCs are overheating because it's been a hot series, man.
I just got to turn the heater off in here.
Yeah, it's going to be 0 degrees
again.
again.
It'll get cool pretty quick. It's 10 degrees outside. Been a bit of a rainy day today here in
Yeah, it was wet when we were arriving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still can't believe like I cranked the AC all the way and it's still cold, man.
I have my AC off. My room is hot.
I've turned my AC off as well.
Yeah.
Is that the?
Yeah. Well, not hot, but it's like the good temperature.
It's the thing is, honestly it doesn't feel like it makes any difference to me whether the aircon is on or not.
Okay.
You can hear. No, like I can hear it's on. Like when you turn it on, you hear the air, but the temperature just doesn't change. I've put it down all the way to like 10 degrees, and it's not moving. You know what I mean? It's just sitting at like 26.
Sure.
And it's like
26.
Well, yeah.
You're so lucky. Mine is like sitting at 24, and I have mine cranked all the way to 35.
Yeah. See, I don't think it makes a difference. You've got yours at 35. I've got mine at 11. We're at a 2-degree deficit.
We shall test that theory. I will turn it on.
I'll just turn it off.
Yeah. Or else I'll turn it into an ice cube.
Bang.
Bang.
Ball bars. Yeah, which went for GDC. So it seems like game crash more than anything. So for the most part, it should be a quick fix, you'd hope. And then we can get the kind of the show on the road. But yeah, I think for me, that we can just take as a hiccup, a blip along the way, and they can find their or rekindle their form. This is a map in which they know and they play quite a lot, and they have you know, the confidence on to respond well here. And in a way, maybe, you know, this tech pause can be a blessing in disguise. Sort of,
maybe,
you know, quieten down Imperial a little bit, make them sort of ice out a little bit, and then go back to what these previous maps have looked like.
Here's what I want to know: Cole Parmigiana. Cole Palmy? Who is?
I'm
what
looking
is this?
that
Oh,
up, bro.
Cole Palmer. Yeah, he's a football player for
He's a
Chelsea.
player.
Yeah. He's like probably, I would say, the second best player of the last couple of years in the Prem. He joined Chelsea and he's just like made them a competent team again.
Right.
The best player is Salah.
I gotta agree with you on that one. That's for sure.
All right. Well, do you know what a palmy is? Either
Sandwich?
A palmy?
A palmy. Chicken palmy.
Sandwich. Chicken parmesan sandwich.
I could go for one right now.
Is that what it is?
No. It's a schnitzel.
Oh.
The schnitzel. We're back on the schnitzel.
Yeah, a chicken palmy.
Can you show me?
A chicken palmy, otherwise known as a chicken parma, depending on where you are in Australia. This is the one debate that people don't seem to agree on, is whether it's palmy or parma. But it's a chicken parmigiana, and it's a chicken schnitzel.
So it's a chicken parmesan. It should be palmy, right? Because that's how.
It's a chicken schnitzel, and it's got like a tomato-based sauce, and then a piece of ham,
right,
and then cheese over the top of it. It's very good. Nice. It's like a staple Aussie pub food, and I agree with you. It should be chicken palmy. I've always called it palmy.
Parmesan. Yeah.
It's a north to south thing. So the higher north you are in Australia, the more likely you are to call it a palmy.
Okay.
So Queensland, which is my state, Brisbane is the city, all the way down to New South Wales, where Sydney is, call it palmy. And then if you're in Melbourne or below, Victoria or below, they call it a palma.
Okay.
And I just don't understand why you would call it a palma. First of all, it's a chicken parmigiana. Parmigiana.
Yeah.
Palmy.
Yeah.
Just sounds better than parma.
Yeah. Exactly.
So chicken palmy sounds like it should be what it's called. That's my take.
It's kind of like the conversation between like soda and pop in the US.
I don't know. I mean, soda. We don't even call them sodas as well. We call them I guess because the long form is they're called soda pops. Yeah.
Sody pops.
But we call them fizzy drinks.
We call them fizzy drinks or soft drinks. Yeah.
Yeah, or soft drinks. Yeah, exactly. I'll put you onto a bit of an English staple that I think all of maybe one person will realize in the chat. I don't think any of you guys may not know about it. Do you know what Greg's is? No.
I've heard of Greg's.
Greg's is like, it's like a, what do you even call it? It's a pie shop essentially, and it's like super cheap. So you can get like a chicken bake or a steak bake for, and a bake being just a chicken pie or steak pasty pie for like £1.
I'm getting attacked with all these food thoughts, man.
So they're
making me hungry.
Very good. Enough food talk. I think like we're out to start. Compound, map number 4 on the cards. Imperial trying to stay alive in this series. Let's see if they can go back to back.
All right, let's get into it. Is this going to be the one that Wolf Empire uses to seal the deal? It is obviously still last chance for Imperial. They've got their backs against the wall. All it takes is Wolf Empire getting this one over the line, and they will go through to the playoffs. And Imperial will be eliminated once again in 5th to 8th place at a CFS Grand Final, same as last year.
Yep, seems like just going to be a calm start for both ends. You know, it's classic. It's usual for the Vietnam versus Imperial matchup to go like this. And I say Imperial to be specific because, just like I was said, they're the only team that plays like this back in Brazil. But it seems like it's more of a tester round, right? It's more of a tester between both of these teams that's trying to feel each other out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Imperial doesn't want to lose the first round because you already know you give Wolf Empire one round, it seems like they can win the game.
Yeah, if Wolf Empire start well, that could be, in a weird way, the beginning of the end because it's so against the grain of this series of where it's always been Imperial out the gates. So it's like a worst-case scenario is if Wolf Empire get like 2 or 3 early doors. If they get like 2 or 3 in the first 4 rounds, I already actually start to get quite worried for Imperial, especially being that Wolf Empire on that BL side.
GDSC looks like he might be the first player to receive that contact. He's trying to edge the smoke right now. And it's worked out really nicely. He gets the first. No trade available for Wolf Empire as he escapes back to safety using that smoke as cover. But Wolf Empire are at least going to be able to work their way up through curve. So they have taken some map control for their loss. Better than nothing. But 30 seconds left to go. Wolf Empire are going to have to call the play pretty soon. Looks like it'll be A. Ryu's out, goes down without too much difficulty. C4, though, is dropped. Time a factor here for Wolf Empire, but the shots are much more on point now than they were on Ankara. That much is to be sure.
This is not an easy retake at all. You got one coming through curve, that Danimals. He's going to try and wrap in. I mean, even getting into heaven's such an awkward spot. He gets in front of the smoke, which is good, but he's also been spotted in the process, so he sort of has to retract himself as he's going to play up with 7, but 7's still going the long route round, so Daniel's got to do a lot of work on the site if he can. The spam isn't bad, but he needs to hit one of these shots before 7 starts to pounce himself. A 2 versus 2 time ticking. They've got to go now, and it's not looking too good. Last man is out towards long. They know where 7 is. They don't actually need to peek him either.
Oh, he's
Flashbang bounces right in front of his face. It is done. There's no time on the C4 left. They have won it. Wolf Empire going to start on compound very well.
There we go. As the C4 does explode, both players go down 1-0 for Wolf Empire. And this was their strength, actually, which is why they won those AG series, or, multiple AG series, especially on compound, where I feel like it's such a chaotic round or such a chaotic take, but I feel like Wolf Empire does a great job of bobbing and weaving in between that chaos and somehow find an opportunity to still get numbers back in their way. And if it's not numbers, at least they would get the site and get better positions going.
For Imperial, the response feels like it's got to be really strong here. Like I said, if you allow Wolf Empire 2 or 3, these early part of the rounds, I will start to get increasingly worried. That was a very nice A hit, and actually quite a quick tempo as well to make matters just that little bit more positive for them.
Shot rings out, but no connection. Slow and steady approach really from Wolf Empire so far. Again, looking for that middle approach. GDSC again looking to contest them around a smoke. But Wolf Empire have seen that trick before, so they're going to send some util in his direction, force him off early. This time Wolf Empire won't lose a player on the way through. The Eagles can't even see anything, so this round is actually shaping up a little better than the last one started. And that is going to really put it squarely in the favor of Wolf Empire.
They've got a lot of time to make decisions here too. They don't actually have to commit, even off the back of that opener.
Yeah,
they can sort of dip away if they really want to. They can split either side and they'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, they got curve control. They split the defense in half. There's still Dudu's on the site. 7 gonna force his way into that smoke, but Ryu's out with the right reaction, but Lucas around the corner with a very nice kill. And this is what I was talking about here. Despite the chaos, they're still finding opportunities, but E4S still in C2 See if he can get out of this situation. It seems like the Colt is enough to take down Rambo, and he switches to the sniper last second. E4S with the one-man hold on the A site. Jeez.
Take it.
That's what we want to see. Just like how you guys said. I mean, E4S, if he can step up to the plate, then this is going to be quite the more equal series. But haven't seen anything too spectacular from Ice Cube just yet, so I wouldn't hold my tongue for now. Oh, there we go. It's not going to come from Ice Cube. I guess Rambo is going to get the first sniper kill here. GDSC is going to miss as well.
Still the double armors in play. It does feel like Seven has these moments where he's incredibly good, and then these others where completely kind of falls off a little bit. But an opening kill and a lot of damage towards GDSC already feels very nice indeed. The Animal's sticking up close. Be unlikely that he gets more than one kill. And going 1 for 1 still will, of course, always benefit Wolf Empire here. They can bound in towards pillars and get him. Especially if they can get him unscathed as well. It feels like the round might already be done. He can hear this, though. Hence why he's got this pop flash being lined up. Does catch one on towards Lucas, and Danimals take some damage on the retreat.
Ooh, Ice Cube shot rings through the map as he does take down E4S.
Oh, early pause. I'm assuming it's got to be Imperial, surely.
Surely, yeah. But Dola, he does see the animals. I think they have a rough idea of what this round could look like. They just have to take down the animals, and they just have to pick whether or not they want to go A or B at this point. So Rizal going to try to cut the fight short as he does move forward, but he has spotted in that curve position, and GDSC stuck with barely any HP and a sniper, complete nades, but I mean against 5 players who are pretty much healthy, this is cooked.
Yeah, it's a pretty unfortunate result really for Imperial. They just get blasted all the way through middle when they try to make something happen there. I mean, I think they're trying to recognize what Wolf Empire is hoping to do by taking that area of the map and making it their own, and try to counter that by getting a bit preemptive. It's actually not attack timeout. It's going to be a attack pause, or tech pause rather, but even still, you can kind of see that adaptation trying to be made by Imperial. Hasn't really worked out.
Is that GDSC again, I think?
Hopefully not.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Headphones are off. So it's a level 2, guys. It's a level 2.
I mean, the issue as well is even worse, compounded by the fact that it's a recurring thing.
Yeah.
It means maybe there's something a little bit larger at play than what their easy fixes would normally indicate.
Look at the gods maybe on Wolf Empire's side a bit.
Kick the GPU off of the PC.
Oh, not another PC change. That was the thing that took us a good hour to sort of fix. So hopefully kind of quick.
And just like how you guys said it, right? Dinner appointment for Wolf Empire. It's actually 10 minutes off.
They might be late.
Yeah, but I think Wolf is just going to try to see if they can keep as composed as possible. Look at Lucas, man. He's just meditating. Just chilling in the corner. But this is going to take a lot of wind out of the sails of Wolf Empire, actually. It's been quite a ways away past few rounds compared to that round 1.
I gotta say, even in the round they lost, I think the execute itself was quite nice. Like, the game plan worked really well. The ideas were quite nice. It was just that post part that sort of let them down a little bit. Well, not even really the post part, it was just that double from the Eagles, really. If they could trade him a little bit better, they probably would have been fine. But for the most part, you know, they're taking curve control quite well. The mid aggression's really solid too. So small things that compound and really positively for Wolf Empire is what you want to see. If they get 5 rounds in this first half, I think Wolf Empire in a really good spot.
Yep, I'd agree.
Yeah, I feel like GDSE is like extra pissed because he's trying to keep that momentum from that last game. But such is the nature of competition. Sometimes there are going to be hitches.
I just never really understand how this kind of thing always happens. Like, I mean, I work a lot at esports events, obviously a lot of different games. And it's just like, 5-10 minutes ago, you were playing a game fine. Now, all of a sudden, there's this massive issue. Like, what what possibly could have happened in those last 5 minutes.
And you know, the funny thing about it on top of that is that the thing that always makes me a little bit confused about it is that I never crash. I literally do not remember the last time in the years I've been playing competitive games. I do not remember the last time I crashed.
Is it a keyboard thing? I think it's a keyboard thing.
Do you not charge it? That would be hilarious. I've worked so many events recently where someone forgot to charge their mouse or their headset. That is like, well, obviously the headsets, they should be fine, but the bits they're bringing
the mouse and the keyboard, it's like, mate, if you've forgotten to charge your mouse and keyboard, then I reckon you just have to play without it.
Yeah, I've actually had so many events, not even that long.
Just sitting in spawn,
yeah,
holding an angle.
Like, no one's rocking up to a football game and forgetting to bring the ball.
Yeah,
you know,
like not bringing their boots, basically. Yeah, it's like, come on, mate. Like, you haven't got your shin pads either. It's like, come on, fella. Like,
you play with shin pads?
Yeah, in soccer. Yeah.
The law, but sure.
Is it?
It's the law of football. You have to play football with shin pads. Yeah, at professional level.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, I played with them when I played I played primary school soccer, and I had to have shin pads.
Really?
I mean, yeah, you can't play any sort of competitive football, at least like paid or whatever, and not have shin pads. Maybe in Philippines it's a little bit different, but in England, like I'm same as you. Like from the second playing anything against anybody else playing shin pads, even like I remember we had to use shin pads like indoor football. Like,
any organized kind.
Yeah,
like, if you're not just running down to the park with your mates,
Oh
obviously.
yeah. If you're putting shinnies on for a little kickabout of your mates, you're gonna get rinsed. Like you are going to get roasted. Everyone's gonna call you try hard, yeah. But like, I mean, I played competitive football for what, like,
unless your friend
20 years of my life, basically.
Unless your friend's name is like Wayne Rooney, so I'd respect it if the shin pads do come out.
Yeah, I've played against a couple of tap heads who you're like, I wish I had shin pads on now because you are gonna hurt me. Like you're playing like secondary school football, and it's like you're actually a threat to my bone structure.
You want to know the vanilla version of that?
Go on.
So the vanilla version of that is, how do you say this? The tap. What do you call it again? Tap heads. Tap heads, as he did call it.
We call like. Yeah, tap heads.
Yeah, tap heads. So it's kind of similar thing back at home where we
like nutcases kind of thing.
When you play basketball. So sometimes, such is the case of basketball in the Philippines, you have to play against the construction workers.
Right.
So they're gonna be extra. They got extra strength because of kind of the lifting all day.
Playing football like Sunday League in England, and if you play against a guy who's like a bricklayer, and you know this guy's like hungover or whatever, and this guy's gonna hurt me. Like
I've torn my ACL because of it.
I've been knocked out in a football game twice, and both times it was like a goalkeeper who was definitely like obviously a construction worker in his spare time or whatever.
He's got mad strength too, which is insane.
Once was punched, the other was kicked in the head. Jesus. Both of them just knocked clean out.
Time to hang up the boots at that point.
Hang up the boots, pick up the mic,
that's it.
And the mouse and keyboard.
It's much safer.
Yeah, unless you forget to charge it.
All right, well, we're back into it. Wolf Empire, of course, on this blacklist side. Going to take a little different approach this round. 3 rounds in a row. We've kind of seen them try to go in through mid to curve, but this time they're going to explore pillars. They don't want to get too repetitive. A little bit of a curveball in the direction of Imperial. See if they can make anything happen here over towards the B side of the map.
This is a standard clearing, honestly. Just from Wolf Empire, go too long first, get container, get catwalk B, and split the map in half, just like how I said time and time again. And try to see if you can run through mid, possibly through curve, and just fight the 50-50 from there. It has worked for Wolf most of the time, but can't work once again. I mean, if Imperial do not catch a whiff of this game plan, I mean, you are cooked for the rest of Compound.
Oh, once again, Wolf Empire taking the same position, working the same angle. Imperial haven't really found a consistent way to stop them from doing this just yet. Push is in from Ice Cube. He's taken a lot of space. In fact, Imperial have kind of given them a lot of space here. Look at this from Ice Cube. This line that he's been able to set up on is insane.
He hit that shot, that would have been...
Maybe even round ending, really.
Yeah.
Speaking of, the round is getting close to ending in the sense there's 30 seconds left, and Danimal's doing very well. Even getting 2 there is massively important. However, sight is lost. That's not the end of the world. They've got the numbers advantage, and they do have a quick flank on.
Yep, 7. Kind of just playing for the retake there, honestly. He knows it's 4-on-3. If I hold on to this position, I can be that sort of pincer striker. I can maybe throw a bit of util in here to assist the rest of the lads on their way in as well.
Imperial should win this. There's no util.
Yeah, it's a valuable position for 7 to be in, but that said, Wolf Empire, if they open the account, bring it back 3-on-3,
that changes things.
There's every possibility that this starts to turn back on its head. Wolf Empire get themselves a 1-for-1. That's not too bad. Shady, though, picking up the corner position, and it's down to Rambo. 1-on-2. Ooh. He hits his shots, and he spots out 7 as well. Time a factor.
It's done.
And I think 7's done, unfortunately.
180, and he has no clue. Where is he? Too little, too late.
What I want to pick up on here, though, is Ice Cube at the start of this map. Now, well, a few rounds in, and Ice Cube's something like 5-2, I think I saw.
Yeah, he saved that round.
Now. So he was the player to get that kill in the 3-on-4, bring it back to the 3-on-3 that, again, gave Wolf Empire that little bit of a hope. And we were sort of saying, we want to see Ice Cube step up here. He's going to be a key factor on a map like Compound, and kind of starting to see that coming together a little bit.
And especially as well on the flip side, in a spot where Dola's gone a little bit quiet himself, Lucas has taken the reins, being a little bit more of a kind of front-leaning foot there and in the aggression. And then again, on the other side for Imperial, I mean, Ryuzao, 1-4. He's been the talisman for the Brazilian side. Every map he's finished positive so far, despite them losing 2 of them.
Yeah, that was a retake that could have actually worked last round, in all honesty. I mean, that's
I think it should have.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I talk about as well, right? Like, if you have control of B main, I think it's fine to give servers, but if you're GDSC, you can't die if you're GDSC there, man. You can't peek that early.
Because the whole thing, it was kind of waiting on 7 on that rotate, but also 7's flash that pops them in. And the fact that he then goes down to a 3 versus 3 means they can't trade. If you got the numbers like that, you in a 4 versus 3 on a retake against a side with no utility, so they can't replenish smokes, you should win that 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
But GDC just goes way too early for me. He tries to be the hero and actually ends up being sort of the villain.
And Rambo was just dancing around servers.
Yeah, I love it.
That's why.
Actually, I think that's one of the things that Wolf Empire being sort of best at compared to some other teams. Their post-plant patience is great.
Insane, actually. But Dola, though, can he get 1? He can't go 0-5 in the compound. But GDSC does get a whiff that there is going to be some action going on in curve. So is he going to check it? Yes, he will. Going to come out of the door. Going to take that box position instead. But is he going to check harder? Seems like no. He's just going to recoup with his teammates in A site. They're just going to give it. I don't like this.
Yeah, they keep giving this position, and Wolf Empire keep doing a lot with it. So I don't know if I'm a fan either. This time the approach is going to be back towards the A side of the map. Dola leading that charge. Hasn't landed his initial shots. But he wants to go further forward and grab himself that first kill. So far, not quite coming together for him. 0-4 still for Dola, but that's a bomb plant. And a 3-on-2 post plan as well, as the rest of his team is kind of getting the job done around him. And honestly, that's even scarier, I think, for Imperial. If Dola's going to go 0-4, and you're still going to be down 4-1, I mean, there's a lot more left in the tank there for Wolf Empire if the going gets tough. So this is just not it for Imperial right now.
Yeah, and even with like no kills, like you saw the amount of impact that Dola has done in that round. That flash was super effective on the site. Got a lot of distraction. Rambo headshot on Danimals. I think this is a round over. And you can see in E4S's face, he knows that this is not winnable. This is one of the more impossible sites to retake with a sniper. And he's just going to concede it. So 4-1. What a start for Wolf Empire, especially in a map as GR-sided as Compound. But at the same time, this is a bit of the fault of GDSC, man. You can't just let go of control room. I mean, you gotta at least put like a person or 2 in there, because you're just giving free opportunities for a flash lineup to get inside of A, and you're getting sandwiched. The defense, they cannot rotate in time. They have to go all the way from mid, and it's not the best default by them, honestly.
I did say as well, for Wolf Empire, if they can find 2 rounds in the first 4, I'll be pretty happy. They found 4 in the first 5. So already,
more than happy.
That sort of storyline that we kind of spoke about, in the sense of where Imperial, every single map, they start strong, it's all about the finish. Well, now they're not even starting strong, so that itself is quite alarming, actually.
Yeah, all I'm saying is DBL would not have allowed this.
Snare would have had other ideas.
True.
Bit more of a forward hold from Imperial this time toward middle. They've smoked it off. Got a couple of players stationed there. really seems like Imperial are trying to work around what Wolf Empire is throwing at them, but not really having much success in doing so. Not quite out of hand just yet, but 5-1. Starts to feel a bit like a death sentence for Imperial in this event. I think they really do need to pick this round up. Done a bit of damage to Lucas, but they've been pushed away from pillars. They've been now pushed away from middle again. And the round is playing out more or less the exact same way as almost every single previous round. It's kind of Groundhog Day. Wolf Empire take pillars, take outside of A somewhat, and then default their way back over towards middle to go through curve and then figure things out. But this time, good little spam. Gonna get the better of one of the Wolf Empire players, but we've seen them do it before. 4v5, Rio Zhao back out through the smoke. He's gonna try and be the hero, and he can't quite be. Dola on the board now. Might have to activate in this round if Wolf Empire are to win it. He's found a couple, but he'll need a couple more.
I remember a Dola clutch.
Oh, yeah.
I remember a Dola clutch. 1v2, C4 collectible, but a swing with the Colt. It's not a bad way to see it off. So Imperial onset back. I think Ryuzao's spam really starts things off well because he spams, falls away. Can't believe he gets through the smoke to get another.
Everyone was blinded.
Yeah.
4 and 2, not too bad. Imperial stopping that A take. Dola with a good attempt, but not gonna get too much distance from it. So what is Wolf gonna be doing in terms of a reaction here? Exact same, of course, split the map in half first. Nothing really too proactive from the side of Imperial, with the exception of the underside of tower now being occupied by Ryuzao. Bit more of a crossfire in mid, but in terms of proactivity, that's pretty much it.
Back to square one. Lucas having a little bit of a look, and it's a nice look indeed. Oh, almost a very nice look. GDSC, though, will catch him. There's no extra swing coming through. Ice Cube out from the window.
Yeah, where's the homies?
Yeah, where are the rest of the riflers, though? I mean, where's the rest of the swing coming through from middle itself rather than from the window? Either way, it ends up being 2 for 2, but I think Wolf Empire could have maybe done a little bit more work there.
Oh, 7. I'm not sure about that one. 7, calm down, brother. You could have just sat in the site.
Yeah, he did need to push that. Felt like a risk for nothing. They should just trade here. One for one is probably going to be fine. They don't even need the one. They don't even need the trade. That's it. That's the round done. There's no way Eagles has a chance here. 1v3, and they actually this time have utility as well to make matters just that little bit sweeter in the post plant. Yeah. No chance Eagles. He's going to go for the long route round, but by the time he gets towards the site, I mean, there's already going to have, what, 15 seconds tops?
Yeah, if I was the coach here of Imperial and I still had the timeout, I would time out immediately and ask 7, are you cooked?
That makes it worse, though, right? The fact that they used their timeout so early, right? So they can't even do that.
Yeah.
Very, very simple stuff by Wolf Empires. They're getting very, very close to this series.
I just don't get it. There's no point in risking, man. I mean, B, the inside of B is one of the better positions that you can hold, and especially you can hold curve from there, man. There's that little box that you can put on, or you can stand on and actually, you know, get something going. But I don't know. I mean, I did say there should be more proactivity from the side of Imperial, but maybe not that way, man. That didn't look good.
Change up from Wolf Empire. This time heavy presence over towards A, which is actually a really good choice. Imperial have kind of stacked pillars. They're expecting some kind of pillars aggression from Wolf Empire. Maybe expecting that change up in that direction, but they're going to be wrong. They've called the wrong read. And if Wolf Empire were to commit to this A push through long, which typically we've actually had this conversation before, Sneaky, isn't a great idea to just all go from that one angle.
For sure.
But if they would have, in that case, they actually would have, I think, been able to break their way into that A site. Instead, they back off, go back toward middle, and now it feels like they're maybe even playing into Imperial's hands with that push that we've seen from Danimals.
I think the objective there was just to clear out E4S from long, because he's been a constant presence there, always getting one. So I think it's a nice idea by them, but can they execute? GDSC around the corner, but gets his head taken off with the combined effort of Shady and Dola. But Dola, can he keep the ball rolling? 7. Does get the leg on Ice Cube, but does back off in time. But still, this is the advantage for Wolf. They do have the better map control. If they can get E4S off of that spot in Z, that's an entire A-take waiting to happen. But the Animals getting too pisky, and Ryuzao is going to follow suit. E4S will hit the shot, but there's a guy right behind you. Hits him too. Oh my god, but can he keep going? One missed shot later does get shady, but now it's a 2v1, but look at the HP bars.
And look at where the C4 is as well. That is going to have to be retrieved by Wolf Empire. 7 roaming around the map. And it seems like Wolf Empire have got no idea where he is right now. He's coming in behind them. The best call here for Wolf Empire is to go back to B, but 7 is going to catch them on the timing. Dollar's going to go down. That's the C4 drop. There's no way. Wolf Empire letting this round slip. Ice Cube has just booked it over to B, though. That's a big call from him. And he's going to get a very fast plant now here as well. Nade's going to go off. I don't know if 7's heard that, but he's on his way to B, so he's going to be able to cut down that timing. But
climb up Ice Cube to stay in sight.
Uh-oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
That's a bad round to lose, actually. I got to give a lot of credit to Eagles. He should never get away with a second kill there. Never mind the third with the Colt.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. He should have been traded at 1, maybe 2 if we're going to be nice to him and say this is kind of what Eagles does. But the fact that he gets another off the back of it because they hesitating towards curve is rough to see.
Yeah, bad decision for Ice Cube as well to go for the climb up on that B site. Just play servers, man. Servers is the best spot in this entire map.
Yep.
You can even jump peek for information, but I guess he saw something that I didn't.
I suppose in the 1v1 like that, when you don't have much HP, you kind of just have to take a gamble that you're going to think you're somewhat making a possibility you're going to be correct in. You know, you can't really play standard because the standard play is the thing that's going to be checked, and the standard play maybe is to stay in the servers there. But given he's only a sliver of HP, you know, maybe there's a nade that gets tossed in, or just a little clip from one of those shots. I think he kind of has to, in some senses, kind of take a risk there. That's probably his mentality, and kind of try and hope that he can win the aim duel and fire the shot off before he's even spotted, which in this case, obviously, he gets it wrong. But in the case that he gets it right, and the retake came from curve rather than from B main,
I think he would have still died.
maybe, but
bigger chance maybe.
That's just my understanding of the situation, or maybe what I think he's thinking.
I'll also say, though, 5 still doesn't feel that bad for me at all. And it could be a 6th as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Eagles trying to take a couple of hopeful pop shots through that smoke, but his curve control has been excellent for Wolf Empire throughout this first half already. And it has been seen that, Imperial do really rely on massive moments of individuals to find rounds in their favor, which isn't always something that you can sort of rely on as itself.
Wow. And look at that 2-man clear, right? I mean, the Animals thought he could get a highlight play. Eagles will get shady, but Dola gets the headshot that he was jumping. That was insane, but Ryuzao, can he get the cleanup going? Rambo, good dodge on the M4, but does get the C4 down eventually. 7 does get Ice Cube, so there is a shot. But does he know that Lucas is breathing right behind him? But it seems like he does. So the Colt does hit. Ryuzao has an M4, so wallbangs could come very, very soon. But look at the position from Dola. Is he going to expect that he actually retook that position?
Oh,
very
doable.
doable.
Flash in. Maybe. 7 rechecks the corner, but it won't matter. Dola, Rambo hitting their shots. 6-3 at the half, and Wolf Empire are poised to make their way through the playoffs.
I actually love that from Rambo. Reclaiming that space after the area he's just cleared is actually super smart, because even though he does clear it, it's a little bit half-assed. It's a brief check, and here we go. 6-3. That's not bad at all.
It's not, but it's also not the job done just yet. It's not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, especially with how different Brazilians play compound, man. A lot more willing to grab map control from the hands of the defense, willing to fight for it. But Wolf, they're just going to play standard angles here. Rambo with the sniper. He's just going to make sure that maybe he can get the pick off on the connector B player, but does miss the shot, but information has been given.
For Rambo, still happy to stick around for now.
Yeah, Dolo's here.
Until he gets, exactly. Until he gets flashed off the angle, he's not actually sort of rushed or under pressure. Head over. Don't think it should do all that much, and it won't. And Lucas actually might re-aggress off the back of it. He wants to have a little look in towards mid, see if he can catch anybody on the cross. Smoke will come down in front of his face, though. That'll limit them for now. Slower take by Imperial, as we sort of always expect. Curve control taken again. Something that was very, very good for Wolf Empire. This time, where do we want to split in towards?
They've got the options open to them, that's for sure. But Wolf Empire being pretty will remain unchecked, and that is the round done with. Wolf Empire cleaning house, and Imperial.
Yeah, Ryuzo's dead.
Don't look very decisive in that first round at all.
Imagine if GDSC just did what Lucas did, right? That. Stand in corner. Just make sure you have control room control, but does get Lucas, but not going to get too far forward. And it seems like Wolf Empire, they got the GR side. They got the more comfortable position in this game. It seems like they're... Man, I'm not saying it's over, but they're poised to end this game here, man.
Yeah, it is feeling that way. It's like, you know, this slow creeping inevitability rather than an explosive finish necessarily, but
oh, Lucas.
Each round that gets picked up by Wolf Empire feels like they are one step closer to what has always been coming. Big fight for mid, about to erupt. Maybe I've overstated it a little bit. Is it big? Well, now it's starting to kick off. Shady Dola getting into the mix, and
they get out. That's
we
great.
Get what we wanted.
The only mistake there for Lucas, he had no one holding window for him. He was still focused on the swing.
Yeah.
But that play I really like, because they re-aggress, 2 kills found, and they do not stick around. Get out of there. Fall back. Make Imperial question, where are they now?
Yeah, I think Lucas already assumed that he's probably dead from that position.
Yeah.
So he's just like, I'm going to be as annoying as possible for these players. And Dola and Rambo, they got the damage on DDSE, got leg, Dola, and Shady with the re-aggression. Ironically, Wolf looking like more Imperial than Imperial themselves in this first half.
That's true. Oh, well. 3 versus 4. GDSC also tagged down low as well, so the damage dealt towards Dola, Shady, Rambo, not exactly too problematic as long as they just trade. And they're playing a bit of a 2-1-1 split. The second now falling back towards B is, I feel like as the smoke's on a fade, you kind of got to give up this curve control and just say, sure, if you want to aggress, we can trade. Rambo's got to hit this shot, though. If he misses, I don't think... I mean, it's going to be really difficult because then you lose curve control, they pound in towards B, and he does miss the shot, and he isn't really got the support in the sense of Dola there to be able to instantly trade.
Ooh. All right. Not over yet for Imperial.
Yeah, I think Dola should just stay in B storage. No reason to move around here.
Gonna try and multi-frag here, though. And does a good job of winning his duel.
What?
So, too, on the other side of the map. Shady getting active. So, all of a sudden, we go back to a 2-on-1. Dola, all sorts of trouble here. Colt, though, hitting the shot, and Wolf Empire will not be denied.
Wow, how have Imperial actually lost that? It looked like it was lost in the 3 versus 4. Then they bring it back, and we're saying, this is great control. Dola's on an island over towards B.
Dude.
And they let it slip.
This is reminding me of that game in Hanoi, man. Every single player getting proactive. I mean, even on their own, they're making stuff happen in the map. This is impressive macro from the side of Wolf Empire, even in the 2v3. And just like how I said it, right? B storage does not have to be left. I mean, even if they take the B site, as long as you have that B storage position, you can have that retake going. Not like earlier, of course, where GDSC just sent it. But, you know, a bit more execution ongoing. But I think it's wrong assumptions from the side of Imperial that Wolf Empire would back off all the way into the site. So, yeah, a lot of wrong reads from the Imperial squad, and they're going to pay dearly for it. 8-3, 2 points away for another heartbreak for Imperial in the hands of Wolf Empire.
Yep, it'd be another 3-1 loss in a best of 5.
Same fashion as well.
Same fashion in the playoffs.
And lose Ankara.
Yeah.
Win the rest of the series.
Exactly. They've got that one little pocket pick of the Ankara, and everything else, unfortunately, just falls a little bit flat. 8-3, 5 rounds the deficit. Surely impossible, unfortunately, now for Imperial. This would require something absolutely ridiculous to get back into this. And We just know as well, this Wolf Empire side, they're so fired up, not only in the server, but out of it as well. A lot of shouts going across the stage.
Yeah.
Dola continues to look great as well. 10 kills for
everybody.
Ice Cube, Dola, Shady.
Now this is Wolf
Lucas up to 11. Exactly. This is why they're so good. And this is going to come back to my point about, you know, I love seeing these lights up performances from Ice Cube, but it's actually in a weird way, it's a positive note that they win so often without them. It shows that this team dynamic is incredible.
It's like Ice Cube is like the cherry on top of an already good pie.
And I think as well, he's also that insurance policy in the sense of, all right, if our riflers start to fall a little bit flat, Ice Cube, mate, it's time. We kind of need one of those rounds and one of those maps, please.
Imperial with their backs against the wall right now. They're going to try and fight in middle. In fact, I don't know if they wanted to. They had to. It was Wolf Empire that chose to make that fight happen. The double swing, it works out. 2 for 1. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's. One more step closer for Wolf Empire. And Imperial are running out of space. There's a challenge.
It's over.
Rambo has just absolutely deleted 7.
This is the guy who's not even really been doing a hell of a lot for Wolf Empire this map, and he's still so crisp. What a shot. Not completely over. Now it is completely over. Never mind. It is Danimals with
C4.
barely any HP, and he should be dead. He is dead. One more round for Wolf Empire, and they will be heading to the arena in front of the crowd and into the playoffs.
That double peek in mid, I mean, they seem like... It seems like that double peek in mid is the statement that Wolf wants to make, that you guys are playing our game now.
Yes.
In this game. And it's insane to see. I really love to see it from the side of Wolf Empire. Usually a team that is more laid back, far back in this game, but, you know, when they get the momentum, that's where they go aggressive, and that's where the amazing shots do come. But GDSC is going to try to recover after a horrible CR hold earlier. Let's see if he can get anything started here, man.
Eagles towards mid. Haven't done that front A smoke just yet, so he's going to tuck himself in towards snipers for now. Yeah. Oh, it's not a good start. Lucas again continues to have incredible impact. That Naked bounding towards him, but Eagles just dip away in time at the very least. Nobody was holding for the retreat, which probably would have been the perfect way to solidify that mid control, but Eagles, he's just stuck here.
Yep, he does get the bounce flash eventually, but Shady, look at Shady, he's already backed off, so that flash isn't really going to do anything realistically.
It's kind of wasted, really.
Oh, Ice Cube with a AK. All right, he gave it to Dola, but the Animals is going to take down Ice Cube. Dola with the sniper. Can he replicate the AG 4K in the heaven position that Ice Cube did? The Animals on the right side. Seems like he's got him, but the rest of the numbers are going to fall. The Animals down to 1 HP, but 7 is here to at least delay.
Definitely not done yet, but Shady has been good on this map. 1v2. Can he lock it in here for Wolf Empire? 7 and Danimals trying to keep it alive. 7 out of the picture instantly, and Danimals a sliver of HP. It's Shady. It feels like it has to be Shady. He has a feeling. He knows where Danimals is, and that is that. He's going to give us a little bit of a dance before the defuse goes off, but it is Wolf Empire that will mark themselves as the second team through to the playoffs, and they might well be the team to beat here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Turns out Ankara was just a false hope for Imperial. It is, in the end, Wolf Empire that take their rightful place in the playoffs, and they can focus now on that clean sweep at the international events here in 2024. I mean, obviously they won Summer Championship. That was, it felt like maybe the start of things for Wolf Empire, but now they've got bigger fish to fry going into the playoffs of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Can they do it, making their way through that semi-final into the Grand Final? We'll have to find out, but it definitely feels like at the moment they are potentially the team to beat in this tournament.
I don't think any team has looked as good as Wolf Empire so far, and consistently through the groups, now in towards the knockouts as well. They just have so much up their sleeve. They're such a joy to watch as well when they get going. You know, commiserations to Imperial. It was a tough group to them, and it's ultimately led to what was always going to be a really tough matchup in that first round of the knockouts. It means that, you know, that no your crowd and arena, I guess, for them. But I think there's still a lot to work for Imperial, but we don't even realize it, but we could actually be in the beginning of that Wolf Empire era right now. This is an insane run that they're having. Stats coming through and talk about leading by example. That 1v2 clutch right at the end. My captain, Shady, with that 1.75. And 1.71 for Dola. Again, another fantastic map for this guy. This is an incredible tournament from him.
Yeah, it has been, I think, really... I don't think anyone can eclipse Dola at this point. Obviously, that conversation can change over the the next week or so as we go through those playoffs. But right now, Dola, I think, is the standout player of the event. And once again, he'll be taking another MVP just to add to the various amounts that he's already picked up. It's Gokun versus Dola right now as far as MVPs are concerned. I think they're tied at 3 apiece.
Oh, the matchup, man! I got goosebumps just hearing Antisocial versus Wolf Empire, Gokun versus Ice Cube, Viana versus Shady. Oh, absolute cinema.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the old and the new. It's like the new generation, right? That new generation of talent that's coming through from Vietnam versus, I suppose, those guys that have been there and done that from Brazil. But look, that'll be a conversation for a little bit later on down the track. That's now locked in as the first game in the playoffs. Obviously, we've still got to get through the rest of the knockout stage tomorrow. We've still got Evolution Power, All Gamers, 3BL, Vasco to decide the other teams that are going to be making their way through alongside Antisocial and Wolf Empire. But at least as far as today's results are concerned, I think we got one matchup which kind of went the way that we anticipated.
Yeah.
And one matchup that went the complete opposite. So some pretty crazy stuff today.
I would say probably the first actually like true upset we've had this tournament too as well. Most of the groups kind of went the way we sort of expected, or you know, it was mainly the only ones that were slight upsets were the seeding matches, but no, you know, who cares ultimately, right? The big teams made it through. None of them really missed out in that sense, even though I guess in Vasco's case they were really made to work for it. It came down to the wire, but they made it through regardless. That's the first true upset where, I mean, I think the vast majority of us did not have Antisocial winning that game. We all had Q9. Sneaky's case, Q9 winning the event, right? And they didn't. I think that is a woeful underperformance and a bad day out of the offers, which has cost Q9 the opportunity of playing in front of their kind of home crowd as well. So that's really tough for them. So we'll see how things play out. I mean, maybe Antisocial that side that kind of ramp up into the best of fives.
Another disappointing event as well, I guess, for Imperial. I don't know that
it's not really it's their fault, right? Just like, I feel like it's just the circumstances of having to go up against
we were saying that as well. Imperial always seems to get bad draws.
They got a bad draw last year, man. They played in the group with All Gamers and then lost to them, and then ended up in a playoffs game against All Gamers and lost to them. So it's kind of like, what do we have to do to have a positive draw? But look, honestly, can you say though, Sneaky, that, you know, had Imperial played against Q9 or Evolution Power or All Gamers or any of those kinds of teams, that they would have definitely won that based on what we saw today? I don't think Imperial was terrible, but I don't think that they were like insane, you know what I mean?
This is like a 3-1. Despite this being a 3-1, I still think the quality of the series is actually up there with the best. I feel like, just like I said, I feel like if Imperial went up against EP, they would win that 100%. If they went up against AG, I reckon they would win that, not gonna lie. I mean, with the way that AG's been playing, I feel like they could. Then, you know, 3BL, Vasco, you know, then those are very beatable for Imperial as well if they do get the preparation going. But it goes back to the conversation, right? Can you be over-prepared for something? I feel like this was the case.
I think of Imperial's case, though, when we talk about who they could be, I think we're talking about Imperial when they're at their best. I think this has just been a bad tournament. I don't think they've looked good at all. Even the games they've won, I mean, you shouldn't be dropping a map to Ubek. Let's be completely honest, right? This is a side who are meant to dominate the groups. They were easily meant to be their #1 in their group, and they should never have struggled. I think the biggest takeaway from this is not that, even as much as it was true, they did get a hard draw with the best team at the event. I don't think it would have mattered who they got for the most part. If they got Antisocial, they know them. So I think that would have been maybe a different story. But Antisocial, of course, looked very good earlier. But I just think, you know, at least domestically, Imperial have always won that matchup. So that's sort of been fine for them. 3BL, beatable. However, current form 3BL do look at least clean and comfortable. And they have these heroes where I just think for Imperial, the issue with me is that I've never been like impressed with them. It's like, oh, okay, they're getting to where we know Imperial can play, but they never got there.
Okay, but here's the thing. Do we just overrate Imperial?
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to say. I actually think we've come into this tournament. I think we've come into this tournament saying Imperial are better than they actually are. I don't think they were very good at Summer Championships. I think they were kind of overrated there a little bit. Actually, no, they definitely were, because they weren't even the best from their region. Vasco ended up being the better team from Brazil. And I think coming towards this year, we've sort of thought about them saying, okay, they're a great team from a really good region. However, I don't know if that's the case anymore. I actually think Imperial are getting to the point now where I don't think you make changes because I don't really know where you go. The only players that are like worthwhile picking up elsewhere, like Dokkan, not really worth it, when Eagles is equally as good, if not way better at some of his ceiling. So I don't know what you do, but what I'm saying for me, the issue is that I really think for all of us, we've come in and said this Imperial side should make a deep run, but they've actually not given us anything for what?
12 months.
At least 12 months now. Right. They've not given us anything to indicate why they should. So I think we're thinking in the past, hence why I was kind of looking at other games where I'm like, I guess as a new gen Crossfire caster, I like the new gen talent. Hence why I'm like quite high on 3BL and quite high on these guys. I guess like Wolf Empire in a sense, where I was dead set on these guys, are going to make it deep. Right? That's where I look at it in that sense.
Yeah, I mean the thing is though, like obviously the core of this roster was Vincent last year.
Yeah.
They managed to make it into 3rd place. Was it? I think it was third place.
Yeah.
You know, so that's where that story is coming from. That's where that conversation is. It's like it's not that long ago, 12 months ago. Yes, there's been is it one roster change? I think for these guys, if not maybe 0, just the organization change.
I think it's only like Ryuzao coming in. I think Ryuzao was the only one left.
Yeah, Ryuzao stayed in Imperial.
Yeah,
that's right.
Roster,
yeah, so there's, I think it's one roster change maybe, but obviously similar roster to Vincent, same core. So you want to, and it's the same thing about ranking, for example, where they finished top 4, Vincent finished top 3. You go, okay, well that's the bar, that's the level that we're going to hit. And that's why I think we're kind of coming with that expectation for this team. But you're right in saying that at Vietnam, while they didn't perform awfully, they really weren't. There wasn't enough there to say like, oh, they're definitely like a top 4 team in the world.
We all thought they'd go further than they did.
Right. Yeah, but I think the reason why we rated this team that high, right, because 2023 was like, that was, in my opinion, that was a peak of Chinese CF. Like, I think there's nowhere close that we are going to come in the next few years where it is China versus China in the playoffs, and the quality of that series was so insanely high that I understood why, you know, Vincent and ranking actually bounced out in the top 4 of that. So yeah, I mean, now with it's everyone's game. I'm surprised that Imperial's not just capitalizing on it. But hey, thanks. I do have a good podcast title: Imperial Overrated, all caps.
There we go.
Question mark. Real.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I get those clicks, King.
Yes, sir.
I'm not astray of doing that as well. You know, I'm not shy about doing that on my podcast either. I think it's great. But yeah, look, I mean, that's now, I guess, the conversation going into 2025, assuming this core stays together.
Yeah.
You know, what's the rebuild look like? Or, you know,
I don't even know what you can do. The only thing, and this might be actually incredibly rogue to say, and I think a lot of people probably disagree, the only change I can actually be making, actually it was 2. Either a coaching change, right, to change the system, or an IGL change. That's the only change. I know as rogue as that sounds, I know you harp on about Danimals in terms of his preparation, but his in-game calling this tournament has actually been bad.
I think Viana definitely looked like
Viana's
stronger game leader.
His mid to late rounding was woeful all tournament. There's very few signs against good teams where he had good mid to late round calling, and I think that's actually where Crossfire is now starting to head. It's now becoming on-the-fly calls, which is actually why you see teams like 3BL look so good, because their out-of-spawn calls are pretty default in terms of whatever, or where you see other teams like Wolf Empire. Wolf Empire don't do anything special out of spawn. There's never anything. It's all mid to late round, and that's what makes them so scary, because teams don't know. You can't prepare for what you can't really expect, right? And I think that's where maybe the system's starting to change. So that's the only change I can make. I don't know if they could, right? Viana may be sure, but I think obviously there's doubts there as well. For Vasco, I don't even know if I know Imperial have a lot of buying power, but I don't really know if they can.
I don't know if Faye wants to go
exactly.
back to the team that kicked him.
Exactly.
So,
that's the where I'm looking at. So that's what I'm saying. Is that actually going to happen? Probably not. So that's actually where it is the all conversation. Like if you're going to make a change, and it is in any sense, right? I don't know where you could get improvements. I don't even think really any of the Brazilian teams have looked incredible. But Goken's looked very, very good. But you're not going to drop him for Eagles. That would be like a pretty idiotic move, especially because Eagles has a lot of life, right?
All right, well, enough conversation from us. We need to go back and hear from Wolf Empire. They're down on the stage, ready for an interview.
We have our second team through to the playoffs. Wolf Empire will be there. Congratulations, Dola, again, our MVP. You said to me just now, just before we started, the same thing you said before. You said you were lucky. Lucky, Dola. Please tell us, why do you think you were lucky? Did Imperial surprise you?
Tại sao em lại nghĩ đây là một cái trận đấu rất là may mắn khi mà Imperial biểu hiện như vậy? Có phải là sự may mắn hay không?
Em nghĩ là chắc chắn là vẫn sẽ có sự may mắn, nhưng mà em nghĩ là về một trận đấu thì 5 người và cả 5 người ở trong đấy đều có khả năng để tỏa sáng, cũng như là Wood Empire của bọn em.
我觉得就是幸运只是一部分，
I
然
think
后
that lucky is only one part of the reason for winning this game, and more importantly, it's the efforts of the team.
Of course, the effort of the team, yes. And a little bit of luck never hurts as well, but definitely a win that you earned. On sub-base, map 2, saw a lot of fakes, saw a lot of, from your team, faking to go for A instead going for B. Is this something that's important to your team? Is this something you practice a lot?
Ở cái map sub B ấy, thì mọi người thấy là đội đã dùng là fake cái chiến thuật đặt túi ấy. Thì đấy có nằm trong cái dự đoán của bạn em không? Hay là chiến thuật?
Em nghĩ là cái bài đấy nó chỉ là ngẫu nhiên thôi. Còn đâu là vào trận anh em cứ động viên nhau bắn là được.
我们觉得这只是一
I
个
think
临
this
时发
fake
挥的，
attack
主
or
要
feint
是
attack is
在
just
比
our
赛当中我
real-time
们
reaction.
是
It's
互相鼓励。
instantly. We encourage each other during the game.
Ah, that's really interesting. As you encourage each other during the game. Okay, I won't keep you much longer. I just want to know, you're going to be playing big stage, antisocial team. What's your predictions for that game?
Trận tiếp theo là mình sẽ gặp là AS, thì em nghĩ sao về tỷ số? Em có dự đoán gì không?
Thì em không dự đoán gì cả, nhưng mà em chỉ cần là tất cả mọi người đều cố gắng, còn đâu là cứ vào trận là chiến hết mình là được.
我们没有任何的预算，只是了
Actually,
会尽力
we
去战斗。
don't have any prediction. Just try to be tilt-proof and try our best.
Tilt-proof again. I like it. They, of course, will try their best. They've already taken down one big Brazilian team right here, as Imperial have been eliminated now. Can they do the same on the big stage in the big stadium this weekend? We will see. Wolf Empire against Antisocial Team Vietnam against Brazil in one of our matches in the playoffs. What an amazing game. Congratulations again. Dola MVP again. Let's go back to our casters to round off this first day of the knockouts and find out what we've got to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, big first playoffs match coming up for both of those two teams. But what's interesting about that result as well, and actually the result of today, is that we're at least guaranteed 3 separate regions into the playoffs. We've got Brazil, Vietnam obviously represented. We will be guaranteed China as of tomorrow, and potentially the West. It's a good shout though. I think we're pretty high on 3BL at the moment. But yeah, that's the storyline. If we get a 3BL win over Vasco tomorrow, all 4 of the sort of major regions, I guess, and unfortunately not Philippines, will be in the playoffs.
That's caught the straight, bro.
Hold this.
Maybe we'll be back next year, man. We got the kids.
No,
done. We got keyboards now.
I mean, I know we keep bantering. It's because you are kind of like the odd man out here, so you do get the cyberbully situation. But I actually think the Philippines teams did actually kind of impressed me, so I'm interested to see how their development goes over the next year or so. But yeah, I think this has worked out fantastically that we can have representation from most of the regions, even if 3BL sort of falls here. You know, you've still got 3 of the big regions that are represented in those playoffs at some point. But here's how the bracket has played out so far. As we saw, 3-0 for Antisocial over Q9. Really surprising result for the vast majority of the world. And then a 3-1 for Wolf Empire, which was a very expected result for the vast majority of the world. So it's been a bit of an up and down day for the South American fans, but I think they can't walk away too disappointed. Tomorrow, though, is the big test, I feel. If Vasco can't get over the line against 3BL, that's a pretty damning result.
Yeah, there's this big hump. It really feels for Vasco at the moment. It's just not being good at all in groups, right? The way in which they've kind of squeaked through, and the fact that it required that against a pretty lackluster ranking is for me concerning, right? Where at least 3BL, it's clean, right? They won against everybody in their groups, a variety of them play styles too, and nothing really shocked or surprised them. And it's important to understand, and even is on top of that, we kind of seen 3BL play better than we're used to. I mean, we've got covered these guys all year. Like, I love the bloke, but I've not seen Horrors put up these sort of numbers in a long, long time. So I'm really excited. I'm sure CrossFire, Smilegate, he's up there licking the lips of the chance of, say, 4 separate regions in the arena. Yeah. I don't know when the last time that's happened.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out how that all plays out, of course, in the near future. We're done for today, but do make sure to join us again tomorrow for the culmination of the knockout stage. It will once again be same time, same place, and hopefully some equally as exciting matches. See you tomorrow.
Struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my